The banquet ended up being quite boring. Abel's status was too high, so even if all the ladies presented wanted to talk to him, they wouldn't be able to come close to him. There were simply too many people of noble status that were talking to him at once. It was something rather odd that Abel noticed. Nobody from the St. Ellis royal family was here. They would usually be here if he was attending, but it was just royal families from the other two human empires for today. This was rather special in any case. The rules of a banquet were quite simple. No serious matters should be discussed. Because of this, Abel, Duke Chesterton, and Emperor Aldous were all talking about trivial matters the whole time. The other two were sipping on fine red wine, while Abel drank water spirit juice as they talked about various topics. Abel toasted Emperor Aldous before he took the drink. This way, he was showing respect to the man despite how little this gesture might be. Speaking of which, it's been a while since he touched any sort of alcohol. He wasn't really allowed to since he became a wizard. His body might be strong enough to negate the alcohol, but even the slightest influence could be a matter of life or death in combat. Anyways, juice was Abel's go-to option if he wanted a drink. This had especially been the case ever since he went back from the elves. His favorite was the water spirit fruit juice. The elves knew it, so they would also send a lot of supply to him through the teleportation circle. Abel would then send over rabbit potion dishes in return. This was more of a symbol of friendship rather than equivalent exchange. Emperor Aldous said with a smile, "Glad to see you like the juice, Grandmaster Abel. I've known about your preference after hearing from Lancy." There was a lot that was implied in that sentence. For instance, the elven water spirit fruit was not so easy to come by. Every piece was costly, even if it was not at a drastic time such as this. One cup of juice would symbolize a lot of value underneath. On the political stage, this became a way of demonstrating the resourcefulness of the kingdom of St. Anwal. The cup of juice was worth about 100 intermediate magic gemstones, by the way. It was a price that Emperor Aldous was willing to pay if it would win him Abel's favor. Abel sipped his juice and smiled. "If I may ask a favor, Emperor Aldous, I have a request I must ask from you. It's about a family under the name of Gising. There's a lot I don't like about them." The Gising family, again, was the family that Wizard Kilmer belonged to. Since Wizard Kilmer had threatened Abel's family and duchy before, even though he was already dead, Abel must be sure that he's had his revenge on the man's family. Emperor Aldous seemed to remember. "You mean the one with the Viscount Gising family crest?" "Yes, exactly," Abel nodded. A crested family with a Viscount as its head. If this was a few years back, Emperor Aldous would have a lot of trouble if he wanted to do much to cause this magnitude. However, now there was a great drought in place. No one would really catch attention if he was to meddle with it for a bit. Emperor Aldous cheered and took a sip. "That's going to take a few years at least, Grandmaster, but you got it. I'll make sure to make this family disappear slowly." And there, a deal was made between two leaders of their own state. Abel promised a favor in exchange for Emperor Aldous to get rid of a crest family. Duke Chesterton said earnestly, "There's something I must ask from you, Grandmaster Abel. Now that the Duchy of Carmel has become so powerful with a leader like you in place, I, on behalf of the Kingdom of St. Pirate, would be very interested in forming a contract of peace with you." Emperor Aldous joined. "Add the Kingdom of St. Anwal to that contract, if possible. It'd be of my greatest pleasure if the Duchy of Carmel can continue to have a lasting friendship with us." Until now, this contract of peace was signed only between the three kingdoms. It was the kind of bond that could signify the true strength and reputation of each kingdom. Unlike ones on planet Earth, these tended to have a little more lasting effect on them. They were associated with all sorts of virtues such as humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, sympathy, spirit, honesty, and fairness. Rectifying these contracts would be the equivalent of challenging the basis on which a nation existed. Abel nodded his head and replied, "If it's with the both of you at the same time, sure." This statement made a flash of spark appear in both Duke Chesterton and Emperor Aldous's eyes. What Abel was implying was quite clear. There was a problem between the Kingdom of St. Ellis and the Duchy of Carmel. Something must have happened. It was probably something major. Otherwise, Abel would have never taken such a dramatic decision. No, they weren't all that worried that Abel was going to come at them at the same time. Since he was trying to sign a contract of peace with them, that was saying a lot about how little his expansionist desires were. As for why, Abel was a wizard to begin with. Wizards took a lot of time and energy to spend in meditation training. This fact was clear from the information that the intelligence forces collected. Unless the Duchy of Carmel was in trouble, Abel would rarely come out to organize his very own duchy. He was never a fan of power to begin with. While leaving most of the political stuff to his administrators, he would usually place most of his attention on striking back at enemies that challenged him. Now that the two human empires were recognizing Abel as their equal, the Holy Continent's political situation became very different. For peace, Duke Chesterton raised his cup. For peace, Emperor Aldous smiled as well. For peace, Abel raised his juice cup. The toast was just the beginning. For the rest of the time, there would be officials of various ranks getting in contact with each other. The three leaders would still make the final stage. While coming together, they would all sign their names on the same piece of paper that had a contract that was formed. This was something that King Ambrose never expected. By the way, he never expected such a significant contract to be made at the wedding banquet of a local prince. He should have been more careful. If there was at least one member from the St. Ellis royal family that came here, there would be no way that it was this easy to form a contract of peace. Once the banquet was finished, Prince Lancy helped Abel on his way to the teleportation. It was the least he could do, really, to show his respect to the guest that made this special day even more special for him. Prince Lancy bowed and "Thank you so much." Abel took out a passive defensive magic item. "Here's what you want, Lancy. Think of it as your wedding gift." Abel was considerate not to give the gift at the banquet. 1. His identity was already so special that he didn't have to do much to capture any attention. And 2. He wanted to make sure that no one became jealous of the pricey gift that he was offering. Actually, if he didn't manage to trade so much passive defensive magic item with his alchemy business, he would have never had the idea of giving one out. Throughout the entire Holy Continent, only the dwarves were capable of producing alchemists that specialized in forging gold. Abel was an exception to that. He was a grandmaster blacksmith. He could trade with anyone given the quality of the product that he could produce. Prince Lancy said jokingly, "It's a bit old, but it's my favorite." Abel couldn't but frown at that comment. "Well, give it back then." "No, no, no, no." Prince Lancy quickly put the item into his own portal bag. "It's a wedding gift from you, isn't it? How can I just deny it?" Abel waved his hand. "Right, I'll see you later." "Yeah. See you later, friend." Prince Lancy waved as he watched Abel leave. He was a bit sad to see this. They were pretty close friends, but he wasn't sure when they would next see each other. Inside the ancient tomb of Tarasha, Abel was finally getting to see the place that he wanted to find. It was a large tomb. There was a platform in the center with 8 patterns around it. There was an empty slot at the middle position. Inside this tomb, there were gory beasts with enlarged red bodies, a ghoul king wearing a black robe and holding a magic staff, and a few unrotting ghouls that were walking around. The gory beasts were excellent at dealing physical damage that would faint their target, whereas the Ghoul King could launch fireball and firewall spells at long distances. The two made up for each other's weaknesses. The difficult part was not killing. That didn't take much effort. The difficulty was that when they died, their bodies would explode and unleash a bunch of poisonous mist that would damage all the surrounding living beings. Abel was a wizard, though. The hundreds of gory beasts could scream all they wanted, but no matter how shocking it sounded, he would simply continue making his moves. Of course, he wasn't just going to stay and wait for them to go. With one instantaneous movement, he brought 8 spiritual guardian knights and the claystone guards with him and appeared right in the middle of the Ghoul Kings. Then the 8 spiritual guardian knights started moving freely to find their targets. The stone clay guard did the same, despite the fact that it seldom did so. Because the stone clay guard's attacks were, the Ghoul King that it picked on didn't take a lot of damage. In the same way, though, the stone clay guard also didn't receive a lot of damage from the Ghoul King's bashings. When the gory beasts realized that their target was gone, Abel moved towards their backs before they even noticed. He turned around, but both of his hands had already thrown a firewall right at the Ghoul King's feet. After that, he continued to dodge more fireballs and firewalls with his instantaneous movement spell. He would respond with his own firewall, which was several times stronger than the firewall that the Ghoul King released. One would continue to burn for a very long time, while the lightning chain could kill multiple Ghoul Kings at once. After his 10-something kill, one gory beast rushed towards Abel's front. Abel wasn't going to get too close to this melee-type hell creature, though. As strong as he was, the fainting effect could still be very troublesome to him. Under such conditions, he didn't feel comfortable placing his life entirely on his own defense, which left him with the choice of performing instantaneous movement on his own. By drawing himself away from the gory beasts, they shifted their targets to the 8 spiritual guardian knights and the claystone guards. That was exactly what he needed. He didn't have a lot of defense to begin with, so he needed to keep moving while exerting his specialty, which was the fact that he had a lot of output in his attacks. He would continue casting the firewalls at the feet of the hell creatures, meanwhile observing the changes in the life force of his summoned creatures with his druid spirit. While doing all of that, his lightning chain would also be launched and stun whatever target that he was hitting. This way, the chance of his summoned creatures being attacked was greatly reduced. The battle ended really quickly. With his firewall and lightning chain, about 100 gory beasts and ghouls died one after another. When the last one, the Ghoul King, died, the 10-something unrotting ghouls started coming in. They were faced with the same attacks. The 8 spiritual guardian knights and the claystone guard were put aside, so they didn't take part in this fight. One after another, the unrotting ghouls continued to explode from their insides. As the poisonous mist continued to spread in the air, this was when he picked up the corpses of the hell creature and put them into his personal storage box. The corpses of the hell creatures were not something that was acknowledged by the dark world, so even if he was putting 100 of them in, the total would only take up to 2 slots in his personal storage box. Still, the 10 slots he prepared for the upcoming battle were already filled with the things he prepared. The corpses were casting the resurrection of skeletons, of course. The corpses needed to have a slight bit of vitality inside of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't suffice as materials for the conjuring procedure. Thankfully, time remained stationary inside the personal storage box, which meant that as Abel put in the corpses that he had just slain, he would have a lot of ammunition for casting the spells. Next up, his target was Duriel, a hell demon that was similar to Endariel. Come to think of it, the fight with Endariel still left him somewhat scared of what was to come. Anyways, he had to first focus on opening the passageway into Duriel's room. To do that, he had to focus on the 8 symbolic runes that were on the ground. He already had the key when he was synthesizing it with his Horadric cube. Abel took out the Horadric staff from his portal bracelet to activate the 8 symbolic runes. He jammed it into the slot, and the 8 symbols were immediately activated. A dim blue light started flashing, and the 8 symbols lifted from the ground about 10 centimeters. They started flashing brighter and brighter, so bright that he had problems staring straight into them. At the same time, the floating symbols were starting to flash at the dim blue light towards the Horadric staff at the center. This way, when all 8 streaks of light were received, a collected stream of energy would produce energy from the Horadric staff's tip. It struck at the wall inside the tomb room. He could feel the entire tomb shake, and dust continued to fall from that very wall. Boom! When the energy pierced through the wall, a hole, big enough for a person to pass through, opened. Abel stared into the wall. He knew that the upcoming fight wasn't going to be easy, so he channeled his power of the will into his portal bracelet and put bottles of the full recovery potions into the belt portal bags. Next, he took out the crows from his portal beast ring, something that he hadn't used for a long time. Concerned about his powerful enemies, he decided to go with everything that he had at his disposal. Then he took out his oak tree, which could greatly enhance his abilities and all his summoned creatures. To protect himself, he added a layer of shattered ice armor buff and the combat Kai armor buff on himself. Lastly, he took out a hell creature's corpse from his personal storage box. With another resurrection of skeletons, the 9th skeleton crawled out from the exploded corpse he took out. His maximum spell capacity was 8, but by wearing the snake's magician skin, the +1 level effect was enough for him to gain an extra skeleton. Instead of training this new skeleton to become a spiritual guardian knight, he was planning to use it as a sacrifice, something that would be sent purely for the purpose of testing what sort of attacks the enemies had. Once he readied everything, he began to bring all his summoned creatures into the hole that was on the wall. The next thing that appeared in front of him was a giant tomb room. The room was pretty damaged. Apart from the wall painting, most of the art and decorations were buried in dirt and ruins. Abel stepped on mud, It made him feel uncomfortable. When he was checking in on the tomb, he heard a terrifying scream. This was when he started to feel a change to the ground. The mud was starting to solidify. The air was getting cold. When he looked towards the direction where the sound was coming from, a giant insect with 10 feet started rushing towards him. As the insect continued to move, blue frost started to emerge in the air around it. There was something that Abel could see in its eyes. It felt the same as when he was fighting Duriel. The eyes were empty. It's almost like the thing was dead. Rather, the lack of life in it just showed how little it cared for all that was alive. As planned, Abel instructed the new skeleton and 5 crows to go in the front. He didn't have to care for the crows that had the undead abilities. He was more concerned with how many attacks the skeleton could take from Duriel, because that was going to indicate just how difficult the real fight was going to be. As he thought hard about what was coming next, the skeleton already blocked Duriel's frontal rush. The skeleton froze when a piece of blue frost appeared on it. Abel could feel a slight intrusion to his power of the will, but his mental strength was strong enough to feel it as nothing more than a slight vibration. Sacred frost. He's guessed that Duriel already possessed this ability, but seeing it still made him feel quite surprised. The skeleton he saw just then was summoned from a level 21 Resurrection of the Skeleton and a level 21 Command Skeleton. Even something of this caliber was killed in one hit. If he took the hit, he didn't think that he would do very well. Anyways, the easier way was to attack from a long distance. That much was clear. He shouldn't get close to Duriel. The crows were the best example of that. When they landed on Duriel's head, their bodies were immediately frozen and shattered. Some of the ones that were still flying fell, and as Duriel made a slight movement with its head, it hit the 2 and slammed them into the wall painting. This all happened very quickly, and that's the worst part of it for Abel. There must be a world stone fragment inside Duriel's body. Abel had the same thing as well, so he knew how bad things could get from having one. The one he had given him acute visibility and digitizing visual ability, which made him perceive fast-moving objects as ones that were moving slowly. Everything he could see could be turned into numbers, and that made precision for everything to be a lot easier. Without stopping what he was doing, Abel continued to think of more strategies. He picked up another corpse from his personal storage box, threw it on the ground, and another skeleton crawled out of the corpse. He produced another firewall spell rune in his one hand, then threw the firewall on Duriel's feet. It was enough to make all 10 of them slip for a bit, but Duriel was agile enough to dodge the actual hit. Next up, the sacred freezing was cast again. Skeletons that came over were slowed once more. Duriel seemed to have no interest in them as it was only coming straight at Abel. The skeletons that were slowed down wanted to keep attacking, but the sacred freezing took them all down. Abel could see it clearly now. With the help of the world stone fragment, Duriel would have no fear for spells that were slightly slower. Then he took out another corpse from his personal storage box. Another skeleton was summoned, and when it blocked Duriel, he decided to hit with a lightning attack. It was too fast to be defended at all. Duriel was big and not that fast, so lightning was the easiest way of hitting it. Still, just when Abel thought that the lightning would do something to Duriel, a layer of ice frost flashed across its body for defense. The lightning struck at the freezing frost, leaving countless small lightning arcs that continued to crawl onto Duriel but did no damage to it. Abel was quite amazed by what he was seeing. He repeatedly took out corpses from the hell creatures. And when Duriel killed the newly spawned ones, more would come to help. At the same time, he would command his 8 spiritual guardian knights and have them change into the harmonious wind rune bows. Soon, 8 arrows and 1 lightning streak flew towards where Duriel. The blue freezing frost emerged again. Since the tip of the arrows were laced with ice crystals, they became slow enough that Duriel could easily sweep it away with its front claws. And because of the ice crystals, the harmonious wind arrows had to be fired before their lightning could be activated. So Abel's own lightning spells were neutralized by the sacred freezing. When he realized that the sacred freezing was activated at the exact same timing as the lightning attacks, this could only mean one thing, and that was that the sacred freezing would only be able to neutralize the lightning as soon as the lightning was activated. From there, a great sense of failure started to rise from Abel's mind. There was a giant goal that's right in front of him. It was not moving very fast, and even though he tried with his fastest spell, the lightning spell, and 8 spiritual guardian knights that were wielding the harmonious wind bows, they didn't really do much at all to Duriel whatsoever. Duriel's front claws continued to crush the skeletons. In front of it was just close enough to able to make him feel threatened. Without a second thought, Abel used his instantaneous movement and disappeared to the corner of the tomb room with his summoned creatures. From there, he teleported again to the corner that was on the opposite side. Abel realized that he was facing Duriel possessed the world stone fragment. The only way to deal with it was to open his own world stone fragment ability as well. Since he wasn't using it, even the fastest lightning spell could not hit his target. With that in mind, he locked onto Duriel and activated his world stone fragment's acute vision and digitalization ability. Duriel's movements started to appear slower when he did so. As he regained his confidence to carry on, he took out a hell creature's corpse from the personal storage box and resummoned more skeletons. They were meant to block Duriel's attacks. 2 was the maximum number of hits they could take. It wasn't quite enough, but it was enough for him to make a rough calculation of how Duriel moved when it attacked. As all 10 of its tiny legs moved on the ground, Duriel froze the skeletons with a sacred freezing. After that, it attacked them with its front claws. Abel noticed this pattern already, so before it did the same thing again, he fired a lighting spell just in time. Duriel's sacred freezing just activated when this happened. Since Abel already calculated, he knew that this spell would take time to recharge after 2 shots. He wasn't sure how long the interval was exactly, but there was no way it was in a consecutive sequence. Of course, since he was facing against hell creatures of such caliber, he would not go full-on aggressive by casting spells with both of his hands. Instead, he would cast the aggressive spell with one hand while using the other hand to cast instantaneous movement if he needed to dodge any sort of unknown danger. Anyways, he didn't think that Duriel had used all of its abilities. He got the impression that both sides were trying to test the waters. The lightning spell was still too fast for Duriel to dodge, so when it tried to attack the skeletons, Abel could intercept just in time. He did hit it, but for some strange reason, it didn't spread throughout Duriel's entire body. The attack only spread around the part that it was hitting, and after a short while, the lightning arc just sort of slowly faded out. With a scan of his world stone fragment ability, Abel could tell that Duriel's front claws were made of a type of non-conductible material. Still, that didn't really explain why the lightning didn't spread. One possible explanation was that Duriel's hit managed to hit the balance point. The balance point was unique to different spells. It wasn't easy to find, so he seldom tried to break through a spell like that. Rather, if he failed to find it in time, it'd be risky for him to take the hits with his body. Duriel was different though. It was a melee-type insect with a very sturdy build. Its outer shell was tough. It was the same for its spell resistance. It also had another trait, resistance against ice, fire, lightning, and poison. Its natural-born resistance allowed it to attack recklessly. Again, a layer of ice frost flashed around Duriel's body. The skeleton that was just summoned was quickly frozen as it was moving. Then, with the blink of an eye, it became a bunch of ice cubes that splattered across the ground. Duriel didn't stop moving. As though dissatisfied with its current speed, it reactivated the sacred freezing so that the layer of ice on the floor became slippier. Abel could see it as well. Duriel was trying to gain speed, so his counterplan was to continue using his skeletons to prevent them from advancing. Meanwhile, he would continue to attack with his spells. When it got too close, he would use his instantaneous movement to move elsewhere and reappear at the other side of the tomb. Since the world stone fragment was activated, ineffective as his attacks were, he did manage to prolong the fight in a fairly stable way. Yet just when Abel thought that this was going to be a battle of attrition, Duriel suddenly rushed at him with a speed that was multiple times faster than before. Duriel was setting him up this whole time by casting the sacred freezing ability nonstop. While the sacred freezing didn't do any actual damage to him, it formed a very slippery layer of ice that could very well make him trip. Its movement started to change. The floor was starting to slip, so all it had to do was to slide instead of crawl. It was a miscalculation on Abel's part, really. Duriel caught him off guard as soon as he entered into the sacred freezing attack range. While both his snake magician's skin and the ancient shield's contract were resistant against ice, the sacred freezing was a special type of ice element attack that could bypass most ice resistance gear. Because both sides were using the world stone fragment, the timing for attack and defense were precise. Still, Abel made a mistake when he was calculating Duriel's movement speed. He couldn't perform the instantaneous movement quickly enough. It was like they were playing a game of professional chess, and someone made an unexpected move that caught the opponent by surprise. So Abel was hit. The sacred freezing not only made him sustain freezing damage, but his overall moving speed was also greatly reduced. Duriel did not let go of such an opportunity, of course. Once it commenced an attack with its sacred freezing ability, its next move would be to make a very powerful melee attack intended to trample over its enemies. That was exactly what it was doing now. Abel's thought of several methods of overcoming such a scenario. He picked the best one he could think of, and that was to first produce a spell rune to create a claystone guard that would appear between him and Duriel. On the other side, he would have the claystone guard, ready to splatter into a bunch of dirt that would spread across the floor. This was simply to slow Duriel down as much as possible. It wasn't as effective as he wanted it to be, but since Duriel was already so close to the claystone guard, the slowing effect did somewhat kick in. When Duriel tried to strike with its front claws, Abel's power of the will immediately commanded the claystone guard to duck. This was when a firewall appeared in front of Duriel. It was slowed down even more, and that's why the firewall's first strike managed to scorch its skin. This was the most effective hit that Abel dealt to Duriel. Still, the damage was very limited. The good thing was that the slippery ice layer was starting to melt, and that helped him gain more momentum. A new skeleton was summoned along with another clay stone guard. The two of them came just in time to block another hit. During all this, none of his other summoned creatures came close to Duriel. The fight was dangerous, but he didn't think that it was worth letting them die in a place like this. The spiritual guardian knights, for example, while only 1 out of 10 arrows could do any damage to it, it was still better than being destroyed on the spot. 10 more firewalls appeared as the tomb became bright red. The ground became muddy again. Duriel was slowed a lot. It tried to back off from the firewall, but more would come to roast over its whole body. This time, instead of trying to run, it raised its head towards the sky and let out a sharp shriek. The shriek made the surrounding air vibrate and spread in all directions. Abel tried to avoid it, but the noise already made him feel pain in his brain. His consciousness became blank. His body suddenly lost the ability to move on its own. Respond in time, his druid spirit began to take charge in controlling his body. This was when Duriel made a far jump towards him. The druid spirit was activating 2 spells at once to counter Duriel. One was the lightning spell, which managed to hit it very precisely, whereas the other one was the instantaneous movement that made him vanish from where he was at. Duriel was in the air. Not only was it unable to make any sort of defense, but the attack also landed on its abdomen, where it was most vulnerable. Both of them were made the same mistake. They didn't know each other well enough, and that was not really Duriel's fault. There was no way of knowing that Abel had 2 souls inside his body. Making one faint wasn't enough because that was not going to do any damage to the druid spirit. The lightning attack hit Duriel because of its carelessness. It was immobilized for a short period of time because of this, but the duration of the zapping effect wasn't too long. This way, when it fell to the ground from the sky, it was already starting to regain control of its own body. On the other hand, Abel was switching back to his main spirit. His main spirit already recovered from the fainting effect, and he didn't want to rely on the druid spirit instinct against such a dangerous opponent. Due to the damage that it sustained from the lightning attack, strangely enough, some emotion started to appear in Duriel's lifeless eyes. That emotion was rage. Abel could tell clearly. As soon as he noticed it, Duriel unleashed a sacred freezing that covered an area twice large. It wasn't just the claystone guard and the skeletons, but also 2 spiritual guardian knights that were placed in the wrong position. When the ice frost covered over the claystone guard's body quickly shattered and was crushed into dust. Abel should be scared, but he really wasn't. The sacred freezing was covering up twice the area as before, but it was also dealt a lot less damage. The spiritual guardian knights didn't seem to be affected at all, actually. Their movements did slow down a little, but they still left where they were after Duriel killed the 2 skeletons. And just like that, Abel's fight with Duriel became longer and longer. Abel was gradually starting to land more hits on Duriel, while Duriel's attacks were all blocked by the summoned skeletons and claystone guards. That wasn't to say Abel was gaining a lot of advantages, though. Duriel's body was too sturdy. If he couldn't break through even its outer shell, it'd be impossible for him to deal any real damage to its body. As it turned out, the battle against Duriel was harder than the battle against Duriel. Duriel was a magic type, so as long as its melee attacks weren't that strong, all he had to do was to prepare gear especially resistant against poison element attacks. Then, he could pretty much end the fight without sustaining too much damage at all. In the case of Duriel, it was a melee-type hell creature that he couldn't risk getting too close with. Its scream was not as dreadful as Duriel, but they were both pretty unbearable to listen to. Timing became very important now. In Abel's case, he wanted to prolong the fight so his 8 spiritual guardian knights could continue to deal incremental damage to Duriel with their bows. For Duriel, if it could get to land one close hit to Abel, everything would have ended a lot quicker. While Abel was trying to analyze how the combat proceeded, Duriel unleashed another loud roar towards the sky. Abel was much more prepared this time. After switching to his druid spirit by reflex, he activated his instantaneous movement and vanished from where he was. Duriel seemed to have also learned its lessons from the last round. Instead of jumping up for an attack, as soon as Abel moved by teleportation, it quickly went over to slay the skeletons and claystone guards. After that, it quickly rushed towards the spiritual guardian knights for a frontal assault. To respond to such a rampage, the spiritual guardian knights also teleported before the sacred freezing hit them. The chase afterward became quite dreadful. Duriel was the one chasing after Abel, but Abel and the spiritual guardian knights were moving so fast that it became wasteful for it to keep pursuing after them. Its strongest weakness was its speed, and exploiting such a weakness meant that Abel had a surefire route of dealing continuous damage to it. When the wounds became too many for Duriel to handle, it decided to stop moving. A strange blue glow started to appear on its body. After that, it unleashed a sacred freezing that occupied the entire tomb. Abel didn't know what he was looking at. He didn't think that the sacred freezing could cover up this much area. Still, when his body was covered by the blue frost mist, it was very easy to tell that the sacred freezing was nowhere as effective as it was at the start. Before, it would have taken just 3 hits for him to be killed by this attack. But now, even with his moving speed very much reduced, there just wasn't too much damage that's been dealt to him at all. As things would have it, the sacred freezing was not for attack purposes anymore, but instead was used as a method to slow Abel down. Abel had no way of neglecting its effect. Actually, nothing he possessed could do so. His only choice was to keep firing despite the fact that his attack rate was about half or less than before. And there it was again. While Abel was slowed down, Duriel readied itself for another charge attack. More skeletons and claystone guards were summoned, but it wasn't like they mattered. Abel held the contract of the ancient shield in his left hand. A white combat Kai rune flashed across his shield as he also ran towards Duriel. While its body was too large to dodge the shield attack, its front claws still managed to block the shield that was used to strike it. The shield was blocked, unfortunately, and Abel's body was sent flying. He was starting to gain a better understanding of how strong its force was. Also, it was not that bad for him to gain some distance away from Duriel. He needed distance for safety. He needed more time to think of a more effective way to resume the fight. Despite being sent flying, his shield attack rune still left the shield and flew towards Duriel. It was too fast for it to react. So as soon as it was hit, its gigantic body was knocked still on the spot. It couldn't chase after Abel, but Abel's attacks were still moving because they were automatic. Duriel was not to be underestimated, however. Even after taking the shield attack straight on, the fainting effect didn't last for even a second. It could respond enough to repel the lightning attacks with its front claws. It was calculating, terrifyingly sturdy, and almost never made any mistakes. It was the most difficult fight Abel had ever been in. He did have plenty of his own methods, but if none of those prevented Duriel from getting close, this fight would have been over before it even began. When Abel resummoned the skeletons and the claystone guards, Duriel let out another sharp shriek that forced him to switch into his druid spirit once more. After that, he teleported away from it to gain some momentum. When his body just appeared inside the tomb, he could feel a chilling Kai spreading all across his body. Duriel was going all out, so it seemed. It was trying to overwhelm him by using 2 of its most powerful moves in sequence. Anyways, the slowing effect of the sacred freezing was not something that could be blocked away. covered the entire tomb, so the effect was actually dealt incrementally. This meant that Abel couldn't move much. Abel had no choice but to change his approach, and that was by making a direct charge at Duriel. He was slowed down, yes, but Black Wind was still running at a speed that was difficult to observe. It managed to reach Duriel's face before it even raised its front claws. Still, Duriel was the calculative type. When Abel got close to it, a blue ice mist appeared and made him slower than before. The charge was still intact, however. The trap wasn't enough to prevent Duriel from getting hit by it. Abel was starting to notice. The steel sword he held actually carved a scar on Duriel's body. Green blood was flowing at where he was slicing. By the way, it wasn't supposed to be this effective if it was a purely physical attack. He wouldn't do any damage even if his physical strength was doubled. Most of the work was done by his steel sword, which could provide him with a 50% chance of making a tear at his target. Duriel might be strong, but it had no way of resisting the power of the rule that the rune possessed. Abel didn't think that this was the case, too. He didn't think that such an unnoticeable ability was changing the entire fight. Duriel unleashed another sacred freezing after a terrible scream, and once Abel was slowed, it tried to attack him again with its two front claws. This time, Abel tried to do something different. He used his shield to strike at the front claws and activated the white combat Kai rune on it. What resulted from that was a fairly strange phenomenon. They were both attacking each other in close range, but neither of them did any damage to each other. Duriel dodged all of his knight's combat techniques, whereas Duriel did virtually no damage apart from the occasional sacred freezing and screaming. Duriel stopped using its screams after a few times. It made sense because such a unique ability would only come with the support of some sort of special energy. There was no way that it could use this an unlimited number of times. With that being said, the only threat to Abel now was the sacred freezing, and even that wasn't going to do much harm at all. He was the one with the advantage, as the 8 spiritual guardian knights behind him continued to deal damage at a very steady rate. Whenever Duriel tried to unleash another sacred freezing, Abel would respond in time with his shield attack. Duriel had a fairly massive body, so it wasn't like it could dodge any of his melee attacks. Still, he wasn't so sure if he should take the initiative to attack. The shield attack was pretty much his only way of countering the sacred freezing. Of course, he had constantly been checking on the sacred freezing strength with his power of the will. Whenever Duriel increased its output, he would immediately respond by teleporting elsewhere with his instantaneous movement spell. This was truly a bizarre battle. All of Abel's tracks were neutralized by Duriel's front claws. In a similar way, Duriel's attacks would be dodged almost simultaneously. This was what would happen when both sides possessed the world's stone fragments. They were constantly going at each other, but none of the attacks would make contact. By the way, the arrows of the 8 spiritual guardian knights were buffed with lightning effect. Given Duriel's durable body, it had to be hit multiple times before the damage could accumulate. This left Abel with not many choices. As he would have it, the most effective method was to put himself in the most dangerous spot so that the spiritual guardian knights would never be attacked. He's obviously thought about using spells, but Duriel was cunning enough to attack as soon as his spell runes just appeared. There was too little proximity between the two. While some wizards were capable of casting spells while they were moving, the runes they drew had to be kept still as they moved, and this was certainly not one of those situations that Abel could do. Actually, he couldn't even use spells and knight attacks at the same time. He pretty much had no way to use his most iconic skills. With Duriel, it tried to enhance the power of its sacred freezing multiple times, but whenever it did so, Abel would always be early enough to teleport to a safe spot. This forced Duriel to become more subtle in its approach. Instead of going for a powerful overkill, it attempted to lure Abel in by gradually decreasing the power of its sacred freezing. Back to Abel, he wasn't really planning on rushing it. He had plenty of potions to sustain for a long time. Also, this wasn't like when he first entered into the Dark World. He didn't have to worry as much about the possibility of overusing his mana. As time passed by, large cracks started to appear on Duriel's body. Black smoke rose from the tremendous amount of damage compiled over time. Abel started to hear terrible screams coming out of it. Occasionally, he would see the faces of people that had the same miserable expressions from the smoke. He assumed that they were once residents of Lut Goli. That or warriors who went into the deserts to battle against the hell creatures. Anyways, Duriel's movements were getting a lot slower after all that fighting. It was not like Abel. Abel had plenty of supplements to keep himself going, or it had no ways of recharging its stamina nor heal its wounds. Worse yet, there was not a single moment it was free from taking any damage. It was a dark, golden-level hell creature, yes, but all that damage started to take a toll on its body. Basically, Abel was already much faster than Duriel. Duriel's only advantage was in its explosiveness and brute force, but as the battle dragged on, all that came to an end. Abel was starting to make more successful hits. Eventually, one of them managed to leave a giant crack on Duriel's hard outer shell. Duriel noticed as well, so it responded by producing a blue light that was meant to cover over it. Abel was still very much aware of what was happening. He could sense extremely powerful energy emitting from the blue light. To avoid it, he teleported to another spot before the blue ice frost got him. Crystals was starting to form in the air. Duriel was definitely going full out with this attack. Instead of getting close to Duriel, Abel decided to respond with his own powerful attacks. He activated the lightning spell with two of his hands. He aimed at the cracks, which he opened just then. Duriel had no way of dodging it. It tried to block with its front claw. It did manage to get one, but another one hit straight at where the crack was. The lightning finally made contact. Lightning arcs channeled through its body. Not only was the zapping in effect, but the lightning finally dealt some real damage to Duriel. When Abel noticed that there was no longer a need to dodge the attacks, he started throwing lightning spells with both of his hands. Duriel kept screaming and screaming. It was tired after using all that energy for the previous attacks. It could have had the chance to make a last stand, but it didn't save enough of its power to make the fight last any longer. Abel could kind of tell that this was the case, but just to be safe, he ordered Black Wind to be ready for an instantaneous movement at any time, because as long as Duriel wasn't dead, then there would always be a chance of danger. While Abel moved for a final hit, a dark flame appeared all over Duriel's body. Upon a closer look, it wasn't actually flame, but a vision of countless souls screaming and tumbling over one another in agony. Their screams were what supplied energy to it. Duriel stared at Abel with its lifeless eyes. It tried to withstand the stinging sensation from getting zapped, and suddenly, one black flame erupted and exploded. It started screaming louder than ever before. The entire tomb shook. If Abel could describe this, it felt like his entire existence was being rejected by this room. He tried to produce another lightning spell, but the spell runes disappeared before they were even activated. Also, he couldn't move. It felt like the entire world was trying to resist him. It was the same when he faced Duriel. Duriel was a divine entity that ruled over this area, and he had no choice but to submit. As soon as he noticed that he was pinned right where he was at, he saw Duriel charge towards him. The skeletons and claystone guards didn't do anything to stop it. They stood there and shattered into shreds as soon as it ran them over. Abel felt extremely jeopardized, needless to say. He couldn't move, and if Duriel ran straight towards him, he would be killed instantly. As though trying to respond to this threat, a vision of an oak tree emerged from his druid spirit. It looked just like the oak tree he planted in the rogue's encampment. The more that the tree moved, the more transparent this vision started to appear. At the same time, a giant oak tree appeared inside of Abel's body. It wasn't there physically, but it was firmly supporting him from behind. To put it simply, it was like he was leaning on the trunk of an oak tree. It made him feel rooted in where he was at. The suppressive aura that he sensed was gone when Duriel was just about to hit him. Respond, the shield in his left hand returned with another shield attack. The idea was to unleash the rune as soon as Duriel was about to make contact. Still, Duriel was not to be underestimated. The oak tree disappeared as soon as Abel performed his counterattack. If not for that ability, he would have been close to certain death. Anyways, now that he was at a massive advantage, he threw the lightning spell in his right hand towards Duriel's outer shell. Then, he continued by doing the same with his left. Duriel already had the ability to defend itself, so all that it could do was take the hits as it lay powerlessly on the ground. Abel still had his guard up. While attacking with both his hands, he ordered Black Wind to draw away from Duriel slowly. This was actually the first time he's ever been so close to death, and thankfully, Duriel was finally starting to grow weak. Duriel couldn't defend itself anymore. As Abel struck relentlessly with his lightning spells, even screaming in agony became too much of a chore. The damage continued to pile up, and eventually Duriel's body started bloating from the inside out. The outer shell kept Duriel in shape until it couldn't hold any longer. Soon, its organs and guts burst out of the shell and splattered everywhere. The skeletons and claystone guards were destroyed when they were hit by it, but he was out of range. "I've finally killed it." Abel let out a long sigh of relief. His exhaustion caught up with him. He had been drinking potions the entire fight to maintain his sense, but having to constantly use the acute vision and digitalization ability was really starting to take a toll on his willpower. He could replenish his physical and mental stamina as much as he wanted, but the stress on his soul wouldn't vanish. The fight lasted for an entirety of 3 days. Abel couldn't help but smile weakly. If he didn't have enough summoned creatures, didn't do enough preparations beforehand, or didn't equip the right things, there would be no way of securing his victory, and even then, he still wasn't strong enough to combat Duriel comfortably. While Abel was deep in his own thoughts, a shattered crystal rock floated from Duriel's corpse. A light flashed out of it and lit up the whole room. It was the world stone fragment, the thing that made Duriel so difficult to beat in this fight. He tried to get a closer look at it, and surprisingly enough, the fragment flew towards him on its own. It passed through his frozen armor and combat kai, as though they weren't even there. It was the same with his 2 passive defensive magic items. None of his defensive equipment stopped the world stone fragment from coming at him. It went straight through his body and right into his soul, where his own world stone fragment was placed. The 2 pieces were like pieces of opposite attracting magnets. When they combined into one, he felt that the world around him was starting to feel just like when he was at the rogue's encampment. He was like a god here. Every trace of mana in the air was visible to him. Just by thinking about it, a pile of water was separated from the mud on the ground. It rose into the air, leaving no moisture whatsoever to the surroundings. After that, it was sent into a void that was opened out of nowhere. Abel couldn't believe it. He never thought that he could open a void just by imagining it. Wow! He could feel the power of divinity that was channeling through himself. This wasn't his real ability, of course, but the ability of the world stone fragment. It seemed to have some sort of control over the ground beneath him. Back to Duriel's corpse. There were still gray shadows of the souls it consumed flying out into the air. The shapes were very distinct at the start, but they quickly became fragments that became less and less visible. The faces were the most visible part, whereas the bodies would move rapidly around the air and eventually fade into nothingness. Upon reading the message that the world stone fragment left, Abel learned that these souls belonged to the generations of humans that once resided in Lut-Golin. Duriel's death liberated them of their fate of being held captive for eternity. Once they found their savior, Abel, they bowed and changed color from gray to white. Gratitude was what these countless souls were trying to express to Abel. It was the kind of gratitude that came from the bottom of their hearts, the kind of gratitude that purified them from the pollution they suffered from hell. Whether they were old or young, men or women, farmers or warriors, they had the same pure smile on their faces as they gradually vanished. Honestly, Abel's mind was still a bit dreaded after the recent bloodshed he's participated in. But after seeing this, he could clearly tell that his mind felt a lot clearer than before. Soon, when the light slowly dimmed away, he heard a tune that he was once very familiar with. This was the second time he heard it. While he couldn't hear the lyrics nor the tune, there was something that he was very certain of. Yes, this was a song about life, the joint choir of countless souls singing together. Even with 2 pieces of the world stone fragments on him, there wasn't really much he could do to try to decipher this piece of music. Instead, he just kept his ears open and enjoyed the sound that was playing around him. May your souls earn the peaceful rest that they deserve. Abel returned a bow to the souls, and the lights and shadows completely disappeared in the tune. Everything became quiet again. He could no longer feel the same creepiness as when he first came here. It was still a tomb, but something about the mud, stones, and wall painting made them seem a little less haunted and a little more sacred. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a secret passageway on the wall. Perhaps the fight with Duriel distracted him too much. Before going into it, though, he decided to check on the big dead bug, Duriel. He went a flip over its corpse, hoping to find anything that might be of use to him. He was quite disappointed to have not found any, but to be fair, having gained another world stone fragment and blessing from the Song of Life was already quite enough to be satisfied with. Next, he went ahead and cast a resurrection of the skeleton on Duriel's corpse. An explosion happened, and a skeleton stood up in an upright position. Unlike most skeletons, there was an extra thick layer of shell around this particular one. It protected all of its most vital parts, such as its frame, skull, and soul fire. This was a hybrid skeleton, something he's already given up on summoning after so long. Abel smiled as he observed the hybrid skeleton. "I'll let you keep your name, Duriel." This was the second hybrid skeleton that he owned. As for its ability, it was something that he had to wait and see. Once he was done, he took a look at his surroundings and followed into the secret passageway that he just found. It was a bit dark here, but the world stone fragment helped him see through pretty much everything that he needed to see. Instead of using the instantaneous movement to get by faster, he decided to let Black Wind move on the ground. By the way, he was not yet fully recovered from his previous fight. He needed time for his soul to return to its maximum. He needed that because he could feel something compelling and mysterious up ahead. Luckily, there was still quite a bit of distance between, so there was plenty of time for him to absorb the energy that was floating by. Come to think of it, there was quite a bit of hellfire burning in front of him. He stared into it and saw a giant door made of stone appearing in front of him. It was a magnificent sight to witness. The humans that once lived in the dark world must have been extraordinarily civilized. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for them to create such a giant piece in the middle of underground architecture. As he passed through the giant door, he found himself entering another spacious dimension. He no longer needed the hellfire because he could see glowing red lava flowing in the middle of the area. Even breathing felt very painful here. Thankfully, he had the freezing armor to keep himself chilled. On top of the lava, there was a platform connected by countless chains to the round rocks. There was an old, small wooden bridge that was connecting it to Abel. He didn't think that a wooden bridge, several tens of 1,000 years old, would be substantial. So he decided to teleport right onto the platform. "Thank you for saving me, young adventurer." A voice that came out of nowhere caught Abel by surprise. Despite having been inside the dark world for so long, he's never encountered a living being that tried to make direct contact with him. Even Cairn wasn't so outright when he first met him. He didn't think that there would be any living human here, but the voice had to come from somewhere. He tried to trace its source, and surprise, surprise, he saw a tear on the red binding rune on the platform. A light shadow was trying desperately to come out of it. "Who are you?" Abel asked. "Me, let me think about it. It's been a while since I've seen any humans." "Well, wait, that's right, my name is Tyrael." Tyrael the Archangel. Abel became more certain when he saw the golden robe and wings. According to his memory, this was the Archangel that was supposed to represent justice, a concept he wasn't sure they would feel the same about if they were to have a discussion. Anyways, if what he remembered was correct, they should both be enemies to the forces of heaven. Abel gave a slight bow. "Glad to see you here. If there isn't anything urgent, excuse me. I'll be off now." He didn't want to have too much to do with Tyrael. An Archangel was too much for his current self, so the easier option was to leave immediately. "Please stop," Tyrael called out. "You need to help me, young adventurer." Abel shook his head and refused. "Afraid not, sorry. There isn't much an ordinary human like me can do, is there?" Tyrael said in a tempting voice. "Not so fast, young adventurer. Oh wait, you are a wizard, aren't you? Your physique is the same as a knight. But I can sense the mana that you are storing inside of you. And if you are willing to help me, young adventurer, would you be interested in gaining the occupation of a holy crusader?" Abel became alert by that offer. If he had to guess, Tyrael must have suffered some injury from his previous battle, so he was probably trying to lure him with some honeyed trap. If this were any other human from the dark world, the deal would have ended within a blink of an eye, but no, he had his mind clear the entire time. The underworld already overtook this world. If he accepted to change his occupation, Tyrael would have told him to surrender his soul to become his slave. Come to think of it, it was already doubtful that there was a wholesome Archangel still alive in this world. His eyes then turned towards the binding rune that was broken just then. Abel quickly teleported away. No, I like being a wizard." Tyrael's voice quickly became very sharp. Hey, damn human, you just wasted my time. Instead of listening to the rest of what Tyrael had to say, Abel disappeared and reappeared elsewhere with his instantaneous movement. After that, Tyrael made a quick charge at him. He could feel a disturbance in his soul. Something was done to his most private parts. After entering into Abel's soul, the first thing that Archangel Tyrael heard was the sound of a dragon's roar. Still, the giant dragon was just a level below that of an archangel that ruled heaven. Tyrael laughed out loud without fear. Wow, this is the perfect body. This will be mine now. Abel also entered into his own soul. Inside there, he appeared in the form of a giant dragon as he screamed towards Tyrael. "Get out of my body," he screamed. Tyrael said in a prideful voice, "You seem to have experienced a lot, young adventurer. But that's not going to matter anymore. From this moment on, you will become a part of me, and in exchange, I'll grant you a life without an end." Abel screamed angrily, "You despicable forces of heaven! Because of your meaningless war against the underworld, the entire world has become lifeless. You want my body, take it in your dreams. How dare you defy heaven?" With a scream just as loud, a light sword was revealed in Tyrael's hands. Abel wasn't sure what was going on, but he could feel his body still pinned when Tyrael said these words. As the giant dragon twisted its body, it was able to liberate itself from the restraint of the power of judgment. It took a bit of time, though, so Tyrael managed to land a strike with his light sword. The cut felt painful. Abel could feel his soul being shredded as a giant wound appeared on the giant dragon's body. It made him feel upset, needless to say. He was supposed to be the almighty ruler of his spiritual realm, but the archangel attacking him made him feel very powerless. At the same time, his druid spirit created an image of a giant oak tree. The leaves were quickly turning yellow as the trunk supported his back. A green light appeared, and that helped to heal up the wound on the giant dragon. Tyrael screamed manically, "So much for the long wait. You don't even know what you possess, don't you, young adventurer?" Tyrael was very confident in his own victory. While the current version was not a complete one, his spiritual strength was still much stronger than Abel's. The difference between them was too many leagues apart, and Abel was a lamb ready for slaughter. He wasn't wrong to think that, actually. Abel couldn't bring his gears here, and it wasn't like he could use any spell attacks inside his own spiritual realm. The most he could do was to wait for Tyrael to come slowly towards him. As Abel became closer and closer to despair, a broken piece of crystal stone appeared right on top of Tyrael. Tyrael screamed at the top of his lungs, "The world stone! But how? How are you the owner of the world stone?" Of course, Tyrael knew about the world stone. He knew exactly what it was, but the part he was surprised about was that a human became its owner. Usually, it should belong to just either heaven or the underworld, and now that the underworld already, it would make sense that only the underworld would have ownership over it. Anyways, the world stone was a potent binding tool for Tyrael when it appeared on top of its head. It was like a mountain being pushed on top of its head. He honestly didn't think that this would happen as soon as he was freed from his age-long captivity. Tyrael screamed fearfully, "Stop, stop! I'm only a part of the real Tyrael. Stop! I can help you become a holy crusader." Abel wasn't going to stop, obviously. His soul would have been crushed just then if it weren't for the world stone fragments that were inside of him. Luckily, fate was on his side. The world stone fragment smashed every bit of presence that remained inside this version of Tyrael. And seeing that there wasn't a need for him to do much, he transformed himself from his dragon form back into his human form. Whenever the world stone fragment crushed Tyrael just a bit more, gray shadows would come out and spread throughout the spiritual realm. It made Abel hungry, for some example, so he went ahead and absorbed them into his own body. He felt a strange sense of comfortableness when he did this. After doing this 2 times with his mouth, he could feel his soul was replenished. As more gray shadows spread out of Tyrael's body, he finally stopped screaming and instead became a body without a will of its own. A message appeared from the world stone fragment, which stated that an alien energy has been eliminated. After that, the world stone flew from Tyrael's body and went deep into his soul. As for Tyrael's body, once the world stone fragment left, it just sort of became a crystallized statue on its own. Abel opened his eyes as he woke up into the real world. He could see that a crystal angel statue appearing in his hands. The face wasn't quite visible, but its body and wings were very distinct to the most minute of details. For some reason, he could feel a strange sense of holiness from it. He wasn't sure what its function was, but since it came from a real archangel, the value behind it must have been very, very significant. After packing the statue up, Abel turned to look towards the stone obelisk on the platform. There was a map on top of it. It was supposed to depict a sea route from Lut-Golin to the seaport of Kurast. While he didn't have any transportation means to travel on the water, he did have 2 flying mounts that could travel as far as he wished. Anyway, it was time to go. After memorizing the map with his world stone fragments ability, he used the town portal scroll to get out of this area. TN. While Archangel Tyrael was mentioned in the previous chapter, was only a fragmented part of the real Tyrael. Make sure to not think of it as the real Archangel Tyrael. After returning to Lut-Golin, Abel decided to leave. He was worried about the oak tree that saved him instead of his own safety. Judging from what he sensed back then, the oak tree sustained a lot of damage to save him. With not much to spare, he used the waypoint to teleport himself back to the rogue's encampment. From there, he used several instantaneous movements to move to the outer part of the rogue's encampment, where the oak tree was. When he arrived, he saw that most of the trees were already pale yellow. There were a bunch of leaves on the ground. It was almost like the great tree was trying to prepare itself for hibernation. More shockingly, the blue howling rabbits that lived around here were no longer playing and feeding like they used to be. They just lowered themselves towards the tree in a meek, humble manner. The sight was especially spectacular since they were massive in number. For some reason, it looked like the blue howling rabbits were worshipping the oak tree. Perhaps it was just like what Tyrael told him. Maybe there really was a divine being that was growing out of this plant. Well, not that it mattered, since the idea of divinity was simply too far-fetched for him. After leaving all that thought behind, Abel went ahead to check on the oak tree's current state. He went beside it, then slowly placed his hand on the trunk. He used his soul speaker's ability to get an exact sense of what the oak tree felt like, and just as he expected, what he felt was a great sense of weakness. The oak tree was still alive, but it was suffering from a great lack of malnourishment. With that, he took out a purple full recovery potion from his portal bracelet and placed it on the ground. The oak tree was a unique being to Abel. It was technically one of his summoned creatures, but the bond between them actually was beyond that. As the host of his druid spirit, it could even be said that the two were so close to each other that they pretty much co-existed together. Still, he was not quite sure what kind of energy the oak tree expended to survive, and because of the strange connection between them, he couldn't use potions like those he would to his summoned creatures. The most he could do was to let the oak tree drink the potion on its own, which was exactly what he went ahead to do. After grabbing a potion with its root, the oak absorbed the potion to replenish itself. Soon, Abel's soul speaker ability notified him that special energy was brewing inside the tree. It wasn't enough to cure it of its current condition, but it did manage to make it feel a bit energized. He went on to give another bottle of the soul potion. When the oak tree drank it, it seemed to be in a much better condition. The soul potion was probably just the right remedy, so it seemed. After knowing that for sure, Abel decided to be more generous by giving out 5 more bottles. 5 bottles weren't enough to make the leaves grow back, but they did make the yellow ones that were still intact revert to the color green. There, as the oak tree was back to looking young, Abel finally started to feel a lot at ease. He didn't understand what Tyrael meant with the term spirit, but this oak was important to him as far as he knew. It was the same for the blue bowling rabbits too. Once they saw that it was healthy, they all played joyfully and returned to eating the fresh grass on the ground. After spending 3 full days fighting, Abel didn't have much time to meditate. Still, he needed time to continue with his wizard training. He decided to go back to Lut-Golin because he knew how important this particular meditation would be for him. If he got it right this time, the meditation might just trigger the effect of the Song of Life. As he sat inside the training room, he began to absorb the mana around him. Of course, it was nowhere near enough to what he needed, so he grabbed some golden blue howling rabbit crystal cores and held them in both of his hands. The rest was quite easy. Meditating was easy for him to focus on. It wouldn't take much time at all if he were to enter into a state of intense concentration. After entering into the meditation state, a strange tune began to play next to his ear. It was the Song of Life. He wasn't sure how, but as he played, all the mana inside the training room rushed towards him like there was no tomorrow. Also, in the outer part of the room that he couldn't see, all the mana in the sky was drained towards his exact location. If this were the Holy Continent, even this method wouldn't supply him with the amount of mana he needed. By the way, the mana gathering circle was no longer of use. The Song of Life did a much better job because, unlike the gathering circle, it was channeled the mana it gathered right into Abel's inner storage. This way, there was no wasted mana when he was trying to convert the energy with his meditation. Right now, what Abel had was a rank 13 wizard rune that was yet to be filled. As the mana poured into his inside, it all moved here so that it became his personal storage to use. The process was bizarrely fast. In a few minutes, he went from beginner to advanced wizard, and soon he was at his full state. There was even some left before his 1-hour session ended. The promotion Kai grew stronger and stronger very rapidly. Things were going so smoothly, in fact, that he thought that he might as well just promote himself into rank 14. Everything became a lot easier with the Song of Life being played. It was like the spirit itself blessed him. Of course, he didn't know what that was supposed to feel like exactly, but he didn't think that even regular spirits would be capable of granting him such an effect. As the promotion Kai disappeared, he became an official rank 14 wizard. Of course, the Song of Life didn't end quite there. Nor was his meditation session. A large trace of mana was still pouring endlessly into his body. The rank 14 wizard rune that was just created was not instantly filled with new energy. Beginner, intermediate, advanced. Ridiculously enough, it only took a bit over 20 minutes for the wizard rune to become full. Such progress would make any wizard cry in amazement, but for Abel, he was just too focused on his meditation state. With a little over 5 minutes, a promotion Kai was starting to rise again. He put less thought into challenging a promotion this time, as though it was perfectly normal to do. He started illustrating the rank 15 wizard rune that quickly transformed him into a rank 15 intermediate wizard. When he was done, the Song of Life started to sound softer and softer, and eventually it became a silent voice that withered away in the training room. This was when his eyes finally opened. The meditation ended, and for some reason, he could feel something brand new about himself. What just happened? The first thing he noticed was that his total capacity of the power of the will was increased. This was because he just became a rank 15 wizard. The Song of Life. He suddenly screamed out as he realized. Perhaps the Song of Life was unique to the Dark World. Otherwise, he might have just encountered it earlier while he was back at the Holy Continent. Now, the Song of Life was not something that would come by easily. First, several tens of thousands of souls had to be gathered for the song to be played, and it couldn't just be ordinary souls, either. These souls needed to be the ones that had been the worst imaginable despair and usually suffered by falling into the hands of the underworld. The last time the Song of Life to be played out properly, at least several millennia of suffering must be heard for them to produce a kind of gratitude that could reach till the end of time. It was the hardest condition to fulfill. Anyways, by receiving the blessing of the Song of Life, what Abel accomplished was the same as helping the Dark World to regain the underworld's attention. For the past several tens of thousands of years, the Dark World was a place that's been long forgotten by the forces of hell. Now that a living being was finally found here, that living being, which was him, had the luxury of owning all the essence that's been piled over the years. And to think that it should take a few more years to become an advanced wizard. Abel honestly couldn't believe how successful he was with 2 blessings of the Song of Life. Right now, he was merely a step away from becoming an advanced wizard. He tried to sense the condition inside his body, and while his promotion was successful, he definitely needed time to stabilize the mana supplied to him by the masses. More importantly, he needed first to ensure that he replenished enough mana to use it immediately. After getting out of the Dark World, the first that he did was to call for Flying Flame and White Snow. Once he put them into his portal beast ring, he returned to the Dark World and back to the seaside port at Lut-Golin. There he called Flying Flame and rode on its back. He then gave it a direction map through his soul chain. After unleashing a dragon's roar, Flying Flame used both of its feet to make a forceful leap into the air, towards the direction of the ocean's end. Normally, Abel could have done this with a boat, but there weren't really any functional ones he could find lying around. Upon staring into the ocean below him, he could tell that even all the living beings inside the water were dead. It made sense. There was no way the underworld would leave anything alive, in whatever world it plagued. Despite having a lot of fun riding Flying Flame's back, Abel realized that he should have used White Cloud instead. He completely ignored the possibility of being spotted by any enemies on the way. Still, after having gone in the air for an entire day, he managed to arrive at Port Kurast without spotting any enemies at all. Now Port Kurast was very easy to spot. He could see the tall lighthouse that was far, far away, even when the light it was shining was barely visible during daytime. Also, unlike Lut-Golin, Port Kurast was full of lush green plants that would be very distinct when seen over distance. Port Kurast might be old, but like the rogues' encampment and Lut-Golin, this port city was under the constant protection of an unknown force. This way, it was able to maintain its overall landscape despite being withered away over the years. Needless to say, the first thing that Abel did was investigate this city. He hoped to find some items that he could use immediately. For this, he looked everywhere in all the buildings that he could enter. He was disappointed. In all of Port Kurast, only Ashura's room was big enough for him to set up a large-sized mana gathering circle. When he realized that he couldn't find any useful items in the city, he placed his only hope on the final destination, which was Alchemist Alker's hut. It was supposed to be located at the corner of Kurast. He followed a bridge that was made of wood, and he was able to find its whereabouts. If there were someone he had to thank, it would have to be the mysterious force that kept this city in place. Without it, this bridge wouldn't be possible to walk on. As he entered Alchemist Alker's hut, he saw the area packed with things. They were mostly alchemy tools. In the middle of the hut was an alchemy table, one with many alchemy tools placed on top. When he went ahead to grab one of the alchemy bottles, he noticed that it was nowhere as good as his dark, golden quality, Akara's alchemy bottle. After placing the alchemy bottle back, he began to shift his gaze to a pharmacy wardrobe around the wall. These potions were separated into three. There was the white one, which he knew for sure was the stamina potion. If he drank it, he would have no loss of stamina whatsoever in a short period of time. The other one, the dark one, was the antidote potion. He received the same bottle a long time ago. If he didn't have to use it in his battle against Duriel, he would have kept it as a treasure till now. Now that there were dozens of it in front of it, it felt like he was walking right into a hospital that was guaranteed to heal all sickness. The last one, the yellow, was the seclusion potion. It was a rare type of potion that was supposed to counter the freezing effect of ice element spells. Once the freezing effect appeared, he could just take against and remove all freezing and slowing effects produced by the seclusion spell. This would prove to be extremely efficient in his future battle against ice element wizards. Needless to say, all the potions were good enough to go into his portal bracelets. They were all very practical items that he was ready to use in combat situations in his future fight. Next, he found a box sitting in the corner. There were some books and recipes, which he was looking forward to the most. There were recipes for all three potions that he found in the wardrobe, and not just that. There were some records that Alchemist Alker left. They would prove to be extremely valuable in all of his future research. It was tough to learn about the Dark World's alchemy, because the Dark World didn't have any public facility that he could study in. There were libraries on the Holy Continent, but here, he needed to find traces of hidden hints in the most desolate of locations. With all that in mind, he couldn't express just how grateful he was for the notes Alchemist Alker left. Not only did it help him gain a deeper understanding of the alchemy studies of this world, but he also received replies in fields that he wasn't so certain of, such as the history of what happened around this region. At last, he came to the square hall that was located at Port Kurast. Since there was a waypoint there, he decided to use two of his perfect gemstones to create a passageway that he could move freely between all three cities. As far as he could see, the passageway that led Port Kurast to the land was just at one side of this hall. He wasn't planning on leaving the port, so he just stood where he was and looked far into the horizon. After spotting a forest that stretched very far, he decided that it was the location that he was going to explore for the next time. For now, since he had stayed in the Dark World for a while, it was time for him to make a temporary departure. After using the waypoint from Port Kurast to the rogue's encampment, he used the scroll of town portal to head back to his magic tower inside Harry Castle. Usually, it'd be dawn whenever he returned from the Dark World, but today, he was home at around noon. He was exhausted when he returned, so the first thing he did was to teleport to the garden outside of his magic. He sat on one of his chairs and relaxed by looking at the elven-style garden that he built. Abel spoke to the heir. "A cup of water spirit juice please, Flora." It wasn't just his tower, actually. Flora's service extended to all of the wizard's community, even to parts such as the inside of Harry Castle. It was very convenient for him to ask a favor like this. "Yes, master." Soon a puppet came to him while holding a tray in his hands. It was serving him a cup of water spirit juice. Like a human that's been trained for years to do this, it placed the cup of juice right on the stone table that was beside him. Once it completed its task, it disappeared under white light. Abel couldn't help but smile when he saw this. The juice-serving robot just left by teleportation. Only a tower spirit like his would expend so much energy for something like this. If this were the tower of any ordinary person, it wouldn't be long before a power shortage happened because of such waste. While Abel enjoyed his juice and the view around him, Flora's voice suddenly came to him. "Master Bernie wishes to see you, master." Abel was about to frown at the request, but this was Bernie, his very good friend. After swallowing all of the juice, he stood up and left with an instantaneous movement spell that made him vanish from the elven garden. "What is it, Bernie?" As Abel appeared in the cafeteria, the first thing he saw was Bernie eating a meal on his own. Abel called to his servants, "A lunch for me as well, I haven't eaten yet." Butler Lindsay's voice came over in response, "Yes, young master." Bernie went straight to business as he sipped on the Grandmaster's wine. "I have something to request of you, Abel." Abel smiled in reply, "We go way back, don't we, Bernie? Don't worry, I'll help you with any that I can." Bernie started scratching his head in a somewhat guilty manner. "Our family managed to dig up 2 portions of the ingredients we need for the sky ships. We need your help to forge the alchemy material for the main circle." Abel responded immediately, "Yeah, sure thing. Just hand me the ingredients and I'll get it right away." This was when 2 servants and Lindsay came in with Abel's lunch. Abel ate a piece of beef as Lindsay left. "I thought you said 7 was enough. Why are you still building?" The sky ship was no ordinary toy. The cost of building them was pretty expensive, even by the standards of the dwarves. Bernie said with a painful look, "Look, I'll be straight, you Abel, they've been destroyed." Wait, what, all 7 of them? How? More importantly, who were the culprits that would dare to cross the dwarves like this? Instead of giving Abel a straight answer, Bernie decided to reply by telling a story. "No, 5. According to a document left by our family, one of our seniors managed to find an ancient yacht that could travel underneath the water. If you're interested, he did pretty extensive research into it." Exploring the ocean, Abel chose not to interrupt Bernie. He wanted to hear more because this was something that he has thought about for a while. Not a lot of people on the Holy Continent were interested in exploring the ocean. There were some fishermen, but no one really challenged the mysteries of the deep waters. In fact, the ocean was taboo for all of the races. The reason was quite simple. The ocean could not be trespassed. If the Budapest mountain range and the Double Moon Forest were where the land spiritual beasts resided, then the entire ocean would be where the ocean spiritual beasts depended. Since the number of oceanic spiritual beasts far outweighed the ones on land, no humans treaded into their territories. Bernie continued, "So the same person went away very far for a very long time. One day, when everyone thought that he was dead, we received a sea route and a message that he sent to our heart Jade. After that, no one's heard of anything from him again." Abel inquired, "And you used the sky ships to find his whereabouts?" "Yes, and damn us for it," Bernie said in a saddened tone. "We thought that our consecutive ballistas were enough, but as soon as we took flight, we were attacked by the flying fish beasts that were nearby. They were everywhere, I tell you. If we didn't decide to sacrifice 5 ships in time, all the fleet would have been destroyed there and then." Abel grew curious. "I understand your grief, friend, but can I ask why you must go there?" Bernie replied, "I was going to keep it a secret, but now there's no way of getting there. There's a sea island there. There we can find a temple of the giants." Abel understood as soon as he heard about the giants. The dwarves had always thought that they were descendants of the giants. According to the legends, if they could find the cause for their current body sizes, it'd be possible for them to return to their former glory. This was why they were so desperate when they found traces of the giants. Abel asked again, "So you want to explore there again?" Bernie nodded quickly, "Yes. Now that we've learned from our mistakes, we have already prepared ourselves for a second expedition. If it also doesn't work, then we'll give up." Abel couldn't help but frown. "If you can't find what you're after, do you think the expenses are worth it?" Bernie gave a severe response. Yes, by all means. We'll be happy if we can find just the statue of the giants. We don't care if there are any valuables inside the temple. Once we resume our worship, one day, friend, the spirits of the giants will wake up and come to our aid. Abel didn't understand why the dwarves were so obsessed over giants. It was one thing to have a statue for a divine being, but it was another for the ones being depicted actually to exist. According to some mythologies that were mostly lost throughout time, most of the divine beings were already exiled or killed during ancient times. He really didn't think that an expedition for an unclear story was really worth it. Bernie hesitated. I'm just saying, Abel, if you're willing to help us, the Goff family is willing to pay any price for your service. I really mean it. If you help us this time, the Goff family will open its storage room and let you pick anything that you wanted. Abel had a lot of special things around him. Bernie knew that much. Now that there was a potentially tough challenge up ahead, while he wasn't sure Abel had the ability to cross the dangerous water, he was willing to put his trust in him. One thing was clear, though. It'd be impossible to reach that island with just the sky ships. All the surviving dwarves from the first expedition hinted at the same message. They spoke in fear when they gave their account. The most vivid information was that there were just simply too many flying fish beasts that blocked the way. The flying fish beast was only a beginner level spiritual beast, but fighting hundreds of thousands of them was truly traumatizing. There were two things asked of Abel. One was to forge 2 circle materials. The other was to help the dwarves locate an island in the middle of the ocean. While the former was a direct request from the Goff family heads, the latter was a personal request that's made on Bernie's behalf. Abel hesitated when he was asked to locate the island. While it was true that White Cloud could fly under disguise over a very long period of time, it was not possible for him to leave the Duchy of Carmel, given the current geopolitical circumstances. The Assassin Union might have become a tool of the Duchy of Carmel now, but that's not to say that there were still a lot of forces that were eyeing the wealth and resources in the state that he built. Emperor Ambrose, especially. He must have prepared a lot recently to try to find a way to prevent the Duchy of Carmel from expanding any further. Bernie suddenly raised his voice. For real, I can't believe it. So you're saying there's a way that you can try to get to the island? Abel nodded as he explained. I'm somewhat confident of getting there, Bernie, but only under the condition that I'm going alone. Also, you know things are like right now. I can't just leave the Duchy of Carmel for too long. Bernie shook his head very quickly. Who are your enemies? Just tell me, and the Goff family will send an entire army of puppets to help wipe them off. Puppet army was the most powerful army that the dwarves controlled. With each unit about 5 meters tall, one trained dwarven engineer would operate each one of them. They were pretty invisible to anything other than advanced wizards, meaning they pretty much dominated any major and minor conflicts that were allowed to take place on the Holy Continent. By the way, it didn't matter if Abel was buying from the dwarves, because all the states were already buying from them. Still, it'd be a drastically different story if the arms dealers decided to join the battle themselves. If the dwarves decided to participate in a war waged between humans, it would most likely be seen as an invasion of the human world. Abel was not ready to be held accountable for something this serious. He was not that desperate for military advantage, and to be fair, it wasn't like the kingdom of St. Ellis was impossible to beat on his own. He just needed to wait a little more. And even the great human empire of Ellis would decline in agricultural production. Unlike the kingdom of St. Ellis, the Duchy of Carmel had plenty of food for its people. This was the reason that talents from all fields started coming in recently. The Duchy of Carmel was undergoing the process of rapid development, and Abel contributed to it plenty himself. By supplying his military with training potions and combat kai bread that he created, the knights that served him only continued to increase in quality. So thanks but no thanks. He didn't really need Bernie's help to help him beat his rivals, especially when it would potentially cause a break between the relationship between two races. The Holy Continent was already in a very tense position as it was. Once the Orc Empire shut down its borders, the humans had been going at each other relentlessly for resources and geopolitical dominance. If the dwarves decided to intervene now, things would only turn uglier and more filled with bloodshed. Abel shook his head. I appreciate it, but no, Bernie. This is a war between the humans. I'm not saying that I'm guaranteed to win. but I am confident that my opponent will lose with me doing too much. Oh well, Bernie shrugged his shoulders as he was rejected from starting a terrifying war. So when are you free then? You know, for the... Abel seemed a bit nervous. I guess for a while. I was just promoted very recently, so I needed time to stabilize my mana. Bernie replied, okay, I'll wait for you then. Actually, I should go home to report something first. Abel looked at Bernie in his eyes. Right. Bernie, I want you to remember something very important. If I'm going there for the first time, I have to go by myself, is that clear? Of course, he wasn't going to bring the dwarves with him. If they were all riding on White Cloud's back, then the noise would just be too loud for the invisibility ability to have any effect. Bernie smiled and nodded. Understood, my friend. Just bring a teleportation circle with you, okay? Once you set it up on the island, we'll be able to go there ourselves. Abel raised his brow. You're saying the teleportation circle works among the ocean? Bernie explained, yes, and if it's the specialized enhancement model we've created, we can deploy multiple of our trusted members to the island at once. That sounded like something only a filthy rich dwarf would say. Large-sized teleportation circles were not common in the human world. In fact, they could only be seen in Wizard Union branches that were unique to the 3 human empires. For a filthy rich dwarf like Bernie, however, large-sized teleportations just sounded like an inferior version of the kind of things he would use on a regular basis. After 3 months, he settled with the Duchy of Carmel and his own mana stability, and Abel was ready to go help the dwarves. For now, after sending Bernie away, he was ready to spend time for some quality rest. Winter came quicker than usual this year, and things were starting to get messier in the human world. Another duchy was destroyed. No, it wasn't one of the states that were subordinate to the Kingdom of St. Ellis. While many were starting to consider targeting the 5 states that served St. Ellis, the Duchy of Carmel was technically still allies with St. Ellis. No one was really ready to engage in a direct conflict against the Duchy of Carmel. On the other hand, no one would want to see the Duchy of Carmel annexing any of the 5 subordinate states. Things were starting to look quite awkward. The 5 duchies were at their weakest time ever, but no one really dared invade them. Meanwhile, the Duchy of Anne at the Kingdom of St. Anwal was divided into 3 of its neighboring states. It became the first duchy that was destroyed with force. While the Duchy of Kian suffered a similar fate, it was accepted by the Duchy of Carmel as a whole. The king lost his crown, but his title remained the same. For the Duchy of Anne, the royal family was exterminated because they didn't surrender. Since the Kingdom of St. Anwal didn't help, all that they did was fight until they couldn't any longer. Ever since the invasion of Kian happened, all the duchies created plans to prevent themselves from facing the same situation. So when they all decided to attack the Duchy of Anne, they managed to end it all before the Emperor of St. Anwal even made the decision to help. In just 10 days, a duchy was destroyed. This had never happened before, and it happened right at the doorstep of the Kingdom of St. Anwal. With the example of Anne, more conflicts arose in the human world. Winter was supposed to be the time for the least amount of conflict, but now it became a season of terror and bloodshed. Of course, none of this had anything to do with the Duchy of Carmel. The Duchy of Carmel had 10,000 knights at command, several sky ships, and Sphinx knights. It became the only state free from any sort of military challenge. Abel managed to make sure of that when he signed the peace treaty with the Kingdom of St. Pirit and the Kingdom of St. Anwal. 1 month later, a second duchy was destroyed. This time, it was a subordinate state that served the Kingdom of St. Pirit. In the same way as Anne, the Kingdom of St. Pirit didn't help to resolve the fight. As a result, about half of the population was destroyed in one war. Apart from the 3 human empires and the Duchy of Carmel, all of the other duchies engaged in battle several times. The Kingdom of St. Ellis was the weakest of 3 empires, but because of its unique relation to the Duchy of Carmel, it became the state that suffered the least amount of risk from its potential invaders. So what was Abel going to do about all this? Well, it wasn't like he could do a lot at all. He used up all of the fountain water that was provided by the statue of 3 goddesses. There was enough to sustain the current population size of the Duchy of Carmel, but more refugees and immigrants were coming in at any moment. The entire duchy was very busy with all the people that were coming in. Instead of carrying out everything on his own, he decided to leave all the political things to his advisors and officials. It was not like any of them would try to overthrow his throne, because his reputation was already too great to be challenged. And 2, no one was going to go against someone with a kill record of multiple advanced wizards. In terms of allies, he had an entire community of wizards inside the Duchy of Carmel to serve him. Also had a lot of knights and royals that signed magical contracts with him. There were also the elves and the dwarves. He was pretty much a god in the duchy that he ruled over. Actually, many were already starting to call him the Great King, something that was only used for divine beings and emperors of the 3 kingdoms. One day, a small meeting was being held at the assembly room inside Harry Castle. There weren't a lot of people that joined this meeting. There was Earl Bennett, Earl Marshal Earl Brooke, head of the Bakong City Harry family, Earl Benson of the Benson family, Earl Elmer of the Marlowe family, Earl Enoch of the Lancey family, Head Commander Bodley, head of the Knight Army, and Abel, the king of the Duchy of Carmel. Abel spoke to all of his most trusted men. "Thank you for coming here today. I have something very important to announce to you, and that's something that has to do with everyone who's been supporting the Duchy of Carmel for so long. I will now leave the duchy in your hands. Unless there are wars, I'll make sure to not deal with any political affairs, and instead, leave it all to your discussions. Once you've all put all your suggestions, usually, Earl Bennett and Earl Brooke will make the final decision. For military affairs, Head Commander Bodley will take charge." Earl Bennett asked, "Are you going to do a shutdown training, Your Majesty?" Abel had a record of not doing too much political work himself, but it was strange for him to go all the way to make an announcement like this. Most of the men here were already taking care of most political things. If he wasn't planning on going through a shutdown training, no one would have thought of the reason for today's meeting. Abel smiled in response. "No, this is different. I'm calling you all because I'll leave the Duchy of Carmel and pay a visit to the dwarves. The shutdown training will happen once I get back. For this to happen, I need all of you to be able to keep things running without me here." Earl Bennett stated, "Yes, Your Majesty. With Earl Brooke and I working together, you can leave all the political matters to us." Head Commander Bodley spoke, "Thank you for your generous trust, Your Majesty. In time, I'll make sure that the Duchy of Carmel has the strongest military in all of the Holy Continent." And Uncle Abel suddenly turned to Earl Marshal, "Do you mind becoming the new king for me?" The room suddenly became very quiet. Everyone had a shocked look on their faces. Earl Bennett was the first to speak. "I don't think the Duchy of Carmel can exist without you, Your Majesty." Head Commander Bodley joined in as well. "I agree. Without you as the head, Your Majesty, the army won't have the same morale as it has now." Before anyone else tried to speak, Abel made a gesture to tell them to stop. Abel turned to Earl Marshal, "So what do you think?" "Uncle Marshal." Marshal turned to Bennett and smiled. "You know my career well enough, don't you? I did receive some nobleman's training from Bakong City, but I was by no means a good student. My father knew that very well. A humble man even at a time like this. I don't have the knowledge and experience to be a king, and you know how much I love Harry Castle. It was my only home for so many years, Abel. I don't think I'll ever be able to leave it, so what? I can take my son's throne for myself." Earl Bennett asked in a genuinely confused manner, "What happened, Your Majesty? Why are you surrendering the throne now?" Abel said it plain and simple, "I'm rank 15 now." No one was able to respond to that statement calmly. They all knew what rank 15 meant. Earl Bennett tried to keep his composure. "So you've reached rank 15. "Yes," Abel replied and explained. "I became a rank 15 3 months ago. In a few years, I'll become an advanced wizard. I'm planning on leaving the Holy Continent once that time comes." Earl Bennett tried to be persuasive. "The Duchy of Carmel is your territory, Your Majesty. It is the territory of the Harvest City Harry family. And so far, there are only 2 heirs of the Harry family. Your uncle isn't going to leave Harry Castle, so the only one who can become king is you. I'm sorry if I sound too forceful about it, but you can't hand the throne to another person." Earl Marshal spoke as well. "Perhaps you should find a queen, Abel. You can leave the Holy Continent after you've had a child. I'll make sure to take care of it when you're not here." Abel couldn't help but smile at that comment. There were still 10 years before Lorraine could get out of her training, and for someone with a lifespan as long as him, it'd be much more fitting if he found an elf rather than a human. Abel tried to sound shy about it. "I don't think I'm old enough yet, Uncle." Earl Marshal was very serious. "No, you are old enough. If you aren't a wizard or a king, you should have your coming-of-age ceremony already this year. It was the start of a new year. Abel was just about to turn 18, but his current status didn't allow him to have his coming-of-age ceremony. His age became irrelevant the moment he became king. Earl Bennett asked the question that everyone wanted to. "Here, so will you back after you've left the Holy Continent, Your Majesty?" "Well, I am, of course," Abel nodded. "This is my home. I'm only going out for a bit because I want to see something different." Earl Bennett proposed, "Very well, Your Majesty. You are a wizard who is expected to live for several centuries. You are also a Grandmaster blacksmith, and who is there to replace someone as great as you? As far as I see, having you continue being the king will be beneficial for everyone that serves the Duchy of Carmel. That's not to say that you can't leave the administration. Work for your trusted officials, of course." "I agree," Head Commander Bodley said firmly. "There is no need for a new king anytime soon. Even if you've left the Holy Continent, Your Majesty, it is guaranteed that you will be back. When you have your child then, we'll serve him as your direct heir." Abel nodded weakly. I'm not going to have a child anytime soon, but I like the idea. Once I've left the Holy Continent, I'll make sure to leave Bardali here as my direct contact. She'll be representing me if there is anything I need to talk to you all about." 2 days after the assembly was over, it had been the 3 months limit that Abel agreed with Bernie. On this particular morning, Bernie arrived at Harry Castle just like he promised. Wizard Cyril came with him as well. The two came just in time to have breakfast with Abel. Bernie handed a parchment over as he ate. "Here, Grandmaster Abel. This is a replica map of the sea route we've discovered." Upon looking at the map, Abel could tell that the illustration used the splitting earth basin as its base. That being said, everything must be traveled starting from the splitting earth basin first. There was also another problem. Since the map was drawn very poorly, it'd be very difficult to pinpoint the island. This was something pretty challenging even with the digitalization ability of the world's stone fragment. Abel complained as he looked, "I'm going to have a lot of trouble following this." Bernie scratched his head. "It's been very hard for us to pinpoint an exact location in the middle of the ocean. The ocean has no landmark, but the creator of this illustration is a very experienced veteran of ours. There shouldn't be that much of a problem with the precision of this map." "I'll give it my best," Abel replied, meanwhile putting the illustration into his portal bracelet. Wizard Cyril spoke, "A gift for you from the clan elder, Grandmaster Abel." It was a portal ring for Abel. As soon as he took it over, he was able to immediately declare himself as its owner by injecting his power of the will. Portal rings were the most convenient portal items in all of the Holy Continent. Even in terms of their total capacity, they were still better than portal bracelets. After scanning into the new portal ring he got, Abel discovered that it contained a dimension that was 10 meters in width and length, but only 1 meter in height. The height might be a problem, but he could still stuff in plenty of things here. It was already better than most regular portal bags, actually. Even the highest-ranking wizards would only get bags that were about 5 to 10 cubic meters in volume. There was also something special about this portal ring. It had only one thing inside of it, and that was a gigantic spell plate that had all sorts of runes drawn over it. There was all sort of ingredients used on top of it. It was literally the largest circle plate he's ever seen. The length and width were about 10 meters, which basically took up the entire space that the portal ring had. As several hundred intermediate gemstones were already installed on top of this circle, all he needed to do was to activate it with his power of the will. The dwarves were very considerate when they decided to give it to him as a gift. Bernie continued after Abel accepted the gift. "There is also something else I need to speak to you about, Grandmaster. Whatever rivals the Duchy of Carmel is currently facing, know that we can be of help. I've already made an application to the higher-ups of our clan. Once you are back from the island, we'll be ready to give you 2 of the sky ships that we're currently repairing." Those were 2 very valuable gifts in a row. Bernie was very serious about this expedition, so it seemed. With Abel's help, it became plausible for the dwarves could create any number of sky ships that they desired. Abel was just starting to worry that the 3 sky ships weren't enough for the Duchy of Carmel's demand. But now, his friendship managed to improve the Duchy's productivity. As for the mission, it'd be very easy for him, with White Cloud and Flying Flame to help. It'd be like a short trip for him. Abel smiled as he raised his cup of juice. "Send my regard to Chief Goff Bernie. May our friendship stay long and firm. The two dwarves raised their wind cups as well. Yes, may our friendship be long and firm. In the middle of January, Abel departed alone from Harry Castle. He brought all of his summoned creatures on white clouds back. After they all flew over to the great diving mountain, he started making way to the dividing earth basin. White Cloud was invisible the whole time, so none of them was spotted by the humans nor the dwarves. This was a secret mission. During the time he was gone again, he announced to the public that he was undergoing another shutdown training. After gaining the teleportation ability, White Cloud became a whole lot faster. It was almost like it could perform the instantaneous movement on its own, making a supposedly 10-day trip in just one day. This wasn't the first time Abel's seen the ocean. It wasn't the first time he'd seen it, but honestly, this was the first time to explore it. In all of the Holy Continent, the common consensus was that the ocean was not a place to be explored. Due to the sheer number of dangerous spiritual beasts that resided here, no humans had ever managed to conquer it. As soon as White Cloud flew above the water, he heard 2 warnings from the battle command spirit's siren. Usually, the siren could only be heard when the detected target was at least an advanced wizard. Worse, it would be a top-level spiritual beast in the detectable range. To calm Flying Flame down, Abel gave him a pat on the back. He ordered it to conceal its dragon's presence because there was a weird sense of pressure he'd been feeling as soon as he entered this area. As faint as this feeling was, it was real enough to make him want to increase his level of alertness. Yet, when he tried to locate the source of this pressure, he had no idea where to begin. There were plenty of libraries on the Holy Continent, but none of them contained any specific knowledge on the ocean. This was the case for humans. For the other races, there might be a bit more to look into. As far as Abel remembered, he did remember the ocean being mentioned in some alchemy-related books he found in the elves' libraries. He also read about the ocean when he was reading forgery-related books when he was in the dwarven library, but that was pretty much it. There wasn't a lot of specifics in the field of Mariology on its own. Perhaps it had something to do with his current wizardry level. According to what Wizard Duns told him before, only the advanced wizards would have access to know the secrets behind this world. Since they're a landmark to follow in the middle of the ocean, it was easy to get lost. Because of this, Abel opened the digitalization ability of his world stone fragment as soon as he left the dividing earth basin. He created a visual map inside of his brain and followed it pretty much ever since he was above water. Every time White Cloud traveled for a while, Abel's brain would automatically update the map. He couldn't get lost, so that he couldn't take any breaks this whole trip. Actually, he didn't even know how long he would spend before he actually found the island. Obviously, he was tired, but at least the druid spirit was there to help him expend a lot of the mental power needed for this kind of work. This way, he could still read books and occasionally glance at the spiritual beasts that would come out of the water. The first day went quite peacefully. Just as Abel expected, White Cloud's invisibility mode made it very difficult to find the creatures that lurked in the ocean. For the whole day, there hadn't been any that responded to White Cloud. Of course, it wasn't just the ocean that Abel had to pay attention to. There were also birds and flying spiritual beasts that he had to be aware of, but none of them really made a response when they went by. Or so Abel thought. God! A terrifying shriek surprised Abel when he was busy reading his book. The sound must have come from at least 10 miles away, because that's how far the scream of a high-level spiritual beast was. This voice conveyed a strong sense of violence, but the battle command spirit didn't send any warning in response. This meant that the source of the voice was actually far more than 10 miles away. A terrifying beast, I see, Abel said, then took out a scope to check on the source of the voice. From what he could see, there was a flying spiritual beast that was fighting against a marine spiritual beast. The marine spiritual beast was the owner of the scream just then. It was a white long snake that should be about 20 meters tall. It had a strange white horn on its head and white scales all over its body. The scales reflected light under the sunlight. Meanwhile, a giant, bald vulture used its claws to snatch the white long snake. He could see them both quite clearly, but he actually had no idea what they were. It wasn't all that strange, actually. There was just too little that the humans knew about the ocean. The white long snake spat out a white ice crystal ball towards the giant vulture. The giant vulture didn't dodge. Instead, it just snatched the ice crystal ball with its claws. The ball popped, and ice frost splattered all over the giant vulture's body. It didn't do anything to the giant vulture, however. All it really did in response was to shake the frost. Still, shaking the frost off meant that the giant vulture had to stop its attacks. This proved to be a chance for the white long snake. Its body leaped from the water, and its massive tail slammed towards the foe that was flying on its head. This move was too fast for the giant vulture to respond to, but it wasn't like the fight would end any time soon. When the tail came towards it, it unleashed a sharp shriek as ice frost spat out from its mouth. Frost spread around the snake tails before it made contact with the giant vulture, and soon it went all over its entire body and slowed it down. The snake's tail was slightly slowed down because of it, and even though it was just for a bit, it gave the giant vulture enough time to dodge. As a result, only a few feathers were sacrificed for a hit that would have decided this fight's outcome. While watching from a distance, Abel's already made some estimations. First, most of the spiritual beasts that lived in this area should be ice element spiritual beasts. There was nothing but seawater here. That wasn't to say that fire types wouldn't come here, but they didn't have a good chance of surviving here. Abel said in an amused tone, "Get close, White Cloud." A fight between two high-level spiritual beasts. This wasn't something that could be seen very often on the Holy Continent. Usually, if they weren't crossing each other's territory, it wouldn't be even possible for the two to have any interaction. To let Flying Flame and White Snow gain some experience, Abel decided to let them out of his portal beast ring. Flying Flame was still very young, so it needed more experience before he challenged another difficult opponent. It was the same for White Snow. Since it was born on the Holy Continent, there probably hadn't been many chances for it to match against spiritual beasts that were at the same level as it. Speaking of which, the two spiritual beasts that were fighting were direct predator and prey. The giant vulture was supposed to be a natural predator of the white long snake, but this time, the giant vulture managed to find someone quite different. This particular long white snake was an alpha of its kind. It managed to promote itself to be the same level as its predator, which was why this fight was able to take place in the first place. After struggling, the giant vulture's claws finally managed to leave some scratch on the white long snake. There was a trade-off for it, however. The white long snake whipped its tail, but luckily, all that happened was that it slightly interfered during the vulture's flight. That's not what the giant vulture thought, however. It felt offended to have this much difficulty in a regular hunt. Now that the white long snake was bleeding, not only was it mad, it also felt a lot more tempted to speed up its attacks. As it sped up its attack's tempo, its claws and beaks continued to stab at the white long snake. The white long snake could dodge and block the attacks, but never tried to escape. If it tried to turn its back against the vulture, it would expose itself for an instant lethal strike. With that in mind, all it did was repel the giant vulture's attack with tails and ice crystal balls. Since the snake's body was injured, it grew slower when it tried to twirl its entire body. This gave the vulture the chance to level up its aggression. As it had done to its previous victims, it used its claws to cling onto the white snake's body. After that, it pierced through its scales and held tightly onto its fibers and flesh. As it flapped hard with its wings, the long white snake's body completely left the ocean. Out of instinct, the white long snake tried to curl up the giant vulture's entire body with its own body. But when it tried to do so, the giant vulture pecked at it, and the snake stopped. The pain was too great for it to try to move at all. So the body became flaccid instead of curling up. Next, the giant vulture continued to peck at the long white snake's flesh, which was enough to leave a blood-gorging wound that was about 7 inches long. As it came to its final moment, the white long snake curled its body and tried to leave the firm grasp of the giant vulture's claws. It couldn't. The claws managed to reach its heart. A lot of blood was splattered. Some of it was splattered on the giant vulture's eyes, and that made it even angrier. It tried to shake the blood off, and while it was doing so, the white long snake used the last of its strength to bite the giant vulture's neck. The dying snake was still a pretty strong snake. The bite managed to pierce the vulture's neck, which was the least protected area on the giant vulture. A huge amount of venom was injected into the giant vulture's body. Soon, the two beasts fell into the sea from the sky. Abel couldn't believe that the fight would turn out like this. In fact, out of fear that the surviving would try to come after him, he decided not to unleash his power of the will. Abel commanded his summoned creatures. Flying Flame and White Snow, help me fetch their corpses. After leaving white clouds back, Flying Flame and White Snow charged towards were the corpses. Flying Flame was responsible for the white long snake, while White Cloud was in charge of the giant vulture. When they were back, Abel was finally able to get a look at the first high-level spiritual beast he's discovered in the wild. Not only were their crystal cores a favorite of the wizards, but their spirits were also an extremely valuable material for creating a wizard's staff. Not only that, but all their feathers, skin, teeth, bones could be very useful in creating all sorts of gears and weapons. Even their meat could be used as a very healthy food source. This was why so many adventurers would gather to hunt spiritual beasts in some of the weirdest places that existed on the earth. Since the two creatures were just dead, Abel decided to collect their souls first. After that, he took out a knife and dissected their brains. He picked out 2 dark golden crystal cores from their golden brains, which were about the size of 2 human fists with his hands. This when White Snow started screaming in a very desperate way. Was trying to him that these crystals would work best if used on ice elemental spiritual beasts. Of course, Abel wasn't going to be stingy for something like this. If he wanted more crystal cores, he had plenty from the ones he could harvest from the blue howling rabbits. These 2, as far as he could see, should go to the one that wanted them the most, so he threw them right into White Snow's mouth and let it swallow them in. After swallowing the crystal cores, a layer of ice crystals began to cover around White Snow. Abel couldn't help but shake his head at the sight of this. He could have retrieved White Snow back into his portal beast ring, but White Snow was too eager to take the freshly harvested core. Well, not that it could have helped. There was enough space on White Cloud's back. He decided to keep it and Flying Flame on with him. For Flying Flame, it just looked at its surroundings like a newborn baby. It was still a child, after all. Still, if Abel had to say, he would prefer it to take a nap if it wasn't really doing anything. Dragons are usually trained by sleeping, and the longer they spent sleeping, the more energy they gathered for their future growth. Since there wasn't a lot of mana-rich environments on the Holy Continent, Flying Flame spent most of its time resting on top of the red gemstones that Abel prepared. Of course, if Abel wasn't so resourceful, there was always the option of sleeping inside a volcano or a cave with lava. When the looting was done, White Cloud began to teleport towards its destination. The more that it was used as a method to travel, the more it began to like moving in such an unorthodox way. In fact, it was starting to not mind as much about not flying like other ordinary birds or flying spiritual beasts. Abel suddenly said loudly, "Stop, White Cloud." White Cloud suddenly deactivated the teleportation and pecked its master. "Up, go as high as you can." Despite being quite confused by this order, White Cloud went straight to the top of the sky. It wasn't sure what was going on, but even Flying Flame could tell. A promotion Kai was rising out of White Snow, and if they didn't have the same master, it would have gone on to hunt it down. On a side note, when the promotion Kai came out of a spiritual beast, it would attract other spiritual beasts to come prey on it. Like humans, spiritual beasts would become completely defenseless during this time. Not just that, though. If other spiritual beasts managed to eat a spiritual beast crystal core that contained the promotion Kai, their chance of promotion would also rise. Abel told White Cloud to fly high was simple. He didn't want a giant spiritual beast attracting magnet to start drawing attention to all the spiritual beasts that were nearby. This was a blunder on White Snow's part. It trusted its master too much, so it swallowed down the 2 crystal cores before it prepared itself a safe place to promote itself. After taking out several hundred blue crystal cores around White Snow, Abel was finally at ease to let the promotion process begin. "What damn, Flying Flame, prepare for battle." As the battle command spirit warned that 3 dangerous targets were on their way, Abel couldn't help but curse at how fast things were happening. Flying Flame seemed to have a different reaction. It was getting quite bored about this journey, but when it heard the word battle, it unleashed a dragon's roar to greet its enemies. When the 3 approaching spiritual beasts heard the dragon's roar, they suddenly turned in the opposite direction and ran away. Abel couldn't believe it. They should be all at around the same level. But dragons were still the strongest beings in this world, as things would have it. The hierarchy was too significant that the 3 high-level spiritual beasts had to run right away. Well, not that it was what Flying Flame wanted to see. Without a fight to enjoy, it crawled back towards White Cloud's back and began to rest. The battle command spirit sent out another warning. "Sir Elder, 2 dangerous targets are approaching." Instead of paying any attention this time, Abel waited and let the 2 high-level spiritual beasts approach White Cloud. When they were about 2 miles away, Flying Flame unleashed another dragon's roar towards them. This time it roared in a much less enthusiastic manner. It didn't even stand up as it was doing this. Other than that, there really weren't many spiritual beasts that came to attack White Cloud and White Snow. The marine spiritual beasts were too far down below, whereas the flying spiritual beasts would leave when they heard Flying Flame's dragon roar. When Abel thought that this was the end of it, he heard another warning siren from the battle command spirit. Soon, he could see a giant back that was leaping out of the ocean. It was a massive whale coming out of the water. It had a pure white body, and while Abel didn't know what the name of this species was called, he could tell that it was a spiritual beast far stronger than the white long snake that he just saw. An apex-level spiritual beast. It was almost impossible to find one anymore on the Holy Continent because there had to be a very rich biosystem for it to exist. Apex-level spiritual beasts only fed on other spiritual beasts, and there weren't all that many of them on the Holy Continent to begin with. Instead of remaining in its resting position, Flying Flame leaped up from White Cloud's body and screamed at the white whale below. It tried to scare it away, but it only continued to come closer to White Cloud. As it came out of the water, Abel was finally starting to get a full view of its body. Not only was its body's length at a terrifying 200 meters, but its curves and skin also made it look both elegant and somewhat threatening. Once the white whale appeared from the sea, its body only continued to reach out from the water. Abel thought it was just really big, but no, this whale could fly. When its eyes locked onto Flying Flame, it quickly shifted its attention to somewhere higher. It sensed something very attractive. It did pause a bit to make its decision, but very quickly, it opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening scream towards the sky. Abel was very up high in altitude, but this scream was so loud that it felt that it could make the heaven and earth split. The surrounding air was crushed by the sheer voice of this beast. If Abel's physical durability didn't reach the level of a head knight command, he would have been shredded by the shock wave alone. While still managing to be in the same shape, he took out the contract of the ancient shield and put it in front of White Snow. Then he let out a scream. Tough defense. He learned a technique when he first became a knight, but now that he was a head knight commander, the golden combat Kai wall that he produced managed to leave a striking presence in front of the summoned creature in front of him. Also, his shattered ice armor was in place to make barricades in case of any spell attacks. He managed to protect White Snow relatively well from the white whale's scream because of his combined defense. Abel screamed towards Flying Flame, "Kill it. Don't it affect White Snow's promotion?" Flying Flame unleashed a colorless fireball that flew straight towards the white whale as though expressing its anger from being ignored. As the king of the ocean, the white whale managed to avoid this attack. After flipping its massive body in the air, it spat out a deep blue water ball about 10 meters in diameter. This extinguished the flame that was flying towards it. The water element it unleashed was powerful. Despite having reduced in volume after extinguishing the fireball, there was still a bit of it that flew straight towards Flying Flame. Flying Flame managed to dodge it in time, but it was still quite unhappy to lose in a match of elemental strength. As though shocked by the fact that its attack was dodged, the white whale grew more serious than before. Its gigantic tail slapped the water that was below, and despite being quite a distance from the water, a massive amount of seawater started bursting explosives. Instead of dropping back into the ocean, the seawater continued to float around the white whales surrounding them when they were splattered into the air. No, the white whale didn't stop there. After slapping its tail, a super large water wall was created next to it. Abel couldn't help but frown at that. This was not a very fair way to defend against Flying Flame's fire element attacks. Seeing that there wasn't much of a choice, he tapped on his chest and created a massive black hole next to him. Soon, the 10-meter-tall Johnson appeared as it stood on White Cloud's back. Abel ordered Johnson, "Protect White Snow, Johnson." Despite not making a direct response, Johnson immediately followed its master's order by transforming itself into a fort that surrounded White Snow. It wasn't the best at attacking, but in terms of its defensive capability, Abel pretty much had nothing to worry about once white snow was covered by it. As for the reason for calling it out, he hated to admit it, but he really made an underestimation when he prepared to battle against the spiritual beasts that were in the ocean. The marine spiritual beasts weren't just scarier because they were larger in number. They were scarier because they were actually stronger. After connecting his power of the will to the soul chain, Abel disappeared from White Cloud's back and reappeared on Flying Flame's back. Then, he produced a lightning spell rune on his right hand. Under the current situation, whether it was ice or fire element, he knew that he couldn't deal a lot of damage to the white whale hidden in the giant water ball. This meant that only the lightning element was enough to create an opening. After leaving a white streak of light in the air, the lightning spell landed right onto the fireball that the white whale spat out. After that, it passed towards the water ball and became a lightning arc that was spreading across the entire water ball. From what he could sense with his power of the will, Abel could tell that the lightning effect was immediately stopped as soon as it made contact. Put it simply, the lightning effect was weakened by more than 40% as soon as it made contact with the giant water ball. Abel experienced the same thing when he faced powerful advanced wizards and orc priests, but this was the first time that he's faced an opponent who could neutralize the effect of his attacks by this much. Perhaps he would understand once he became a rank 16 wizard. He's heard of it from Wizard Morton before. Once someone became an advanced wizard, the difference between levels would become very crucial. Even if the wizard were just a level below, he would still face a great sense of heaviness from the wizard that was above. This was not something that could be overcome with just one or two magic staff. This was why there was such a distinct sense of hierarchy for wizards all over the Holy Continent. Rank 16 was supposed to represent the elites of each wizard union branch. Rank 17 was supposed to rule the wizard union as a whole. Rank 18 were the ones that decided every major move the wizards had to make. From what Abel remembered in his previous battles against advanced wizards, none of his spells managed to gain him any advantage. Most of his kill counts came from his summoned creatures or other methods. He had to be sly because he didn't get any leverage when engaging in direct battle. It was the same thing with this white whale. Once the lightning spell stopped, the rest of its lightning effect was vastly reduced before it even hit the target. Also, the white whale's body was about 200 meters in total length. The most that this lightning attack really did was to make it just a bit uncomfortable. As though ashamed of the attack, the white whale's giant body wiggled. An ice arrow was shot out of the water ball beside it. It wasn't just one, but a storm of ice arrows was fired at Abel. This was meant to target Flying Flame and its extraordinary speed. There was quite a miscalculation, though. Abel was a rank 15 wizard. Before the arrows got close, he used his instantaneous movement to move Flying Flame away. This way, all that was hit was the white light that appeared when he left. After teleporting to the white whale's back, Abel produced another lightning spell rune. He threw 2 lightning streaks in a row this time. At the same time, Flying Flame spat out a white fireball that was even bigger than last time. Since the white whale was very sensitive in reacting to energy, it made an appropriate response in just a split moment. The water ball next to it shot dozens of smaller water balls to extinguish the white fireball. As for Abel's lightning, it didn't really try to guard against it because it was simply fast to defend against it. It didn't really care either. Lightning wasn't going to damage it to begin with. There was no point defending against an attack that would only leave a scratch. The white fireball made contact with the first small-sized water balls, and the white fireball reduced in size after the small-sized water balls disappeared. It took about 5 of them to really make the ball disappear. Still, this was only a small portion of the large number of water balls that were unleashed. There was more than enough water in the sea, so even if Flying Flame canceled out the white whale's attack, there was still an infinite amount of energy supply that it had to deal with. Abel was speechless. He'd never seen a defense this difficult to break. The white whale had the entire ocean. It was like a cockroach, unyielding towards death. He was starting to think it was a blunder to have left the battle fort this time, but as of now, the entire Holy Continent was in too much of a mess for him to bring everything with him. One was left at the wizard community outside Harry Castle, while the other was docked in the sky directly above the Carmel Palace. It wasn't just that. It was already hard enough to use up everything on top of the middle of the ocean. Now that he was facing against a spiritual beast of this caliber, he decided that the best way to respond was to let Johnson handle it. He couldn't let Johnson into the ocean, though. If it did, it was going to sink into the bottom of the ocean. He wouldn't really know what to do. Besides, even if the battle fort and its 200 small-sized war puppets and consecutive ballistas were here, he didn't know how effective they actually were going to be. In fact, Abel had pretty much given up on trying to beat the white whale. He was just trying to stall as long as he could until White Snow finished its promotion. After that, he was planning to flee to White Cloud and use its teleportation ability to escape. At this point, running away wasn't something to be ashamed of. It'd actually be quite stupid if he tried to fight a top-level spiritual beast when it had a geographical advantage over him. After changing his mindset for a bit, he decided to go with a different approach. He produced an instantaneous movement spell rune in his left hand and a lightning spell rune with his right. Flying Flame had completely stopped attacking at this point. Instead, it was only responsible for flying at full speed. It completed a circle around the white whale non-stop, and its master continued to taunt the enemy with his lightning spell. Under Abel's provocation, the white whale grew distracted from White Snow. It was too angry with Abel. Instead of going for its snack, it decided to go for the human that made it look like a fool. Suddenly, the giant water ball beside the white whale began to shake. Multiple ice frosts split from the surface. It tried to slow Abel and Flying Flame down with its freezing effect. Usually, the two didn't have to worry about something like this. But as there was simply too much of a difference between them and this legendary beast, the frost managed to get them as soon as it covered their entire body. Abel's Knight ability activated as soon as he was riding on top of Flying Flame. You would like to think that it helped him get rid of the slowing effect, but that was clearly not the case. The white whale's ability was way above what he and Flying Flame were capable of repelling against. After seeing that Flying Flame being slowed down, the white whale immediately shot out a storm of ice arrows towards Abel. This was when the instantaneous movement in his hand was beginning to be activated. He disappeared from the shooting range with Flying Flame, but as though having seen through this move already, the white whale quickly shot out an ice arrow that flew a lot faster. The timing was perfect. The arrow got close to Abel before he activated the instantaneous movement spell. It was supposed to hit, or so the white whale thought. Abel activated the melting potion on his belt a lot faster than the white whale expected. This gave him quite some time to teleport away from the arrow before it did anything to him. This all might seem quite tense because it was happening too fast, but with the acute vision and the digitalization activated, he was confident to have created enough time to make the right response. Ice elemental spiritual beasts, Og. He cursed, meanwhile throwing his futile lightning towards the white whale. The white whale grew quite frustrated as well. After realizing its attacks were useless, it became more and more irritated. Suddenly, the white whale made a move that Abel couldn't quite understand. Its giant body slammed down onto the water below. Before he understood what it was trying to do, the water that it splashed became countless arrows fired towards the sky. These arrows covered up the entire sky, blocking almost all the possible exits that he and Flying Flame had. It became impossible to escape with the instantaneous movement since the covered range was about 1 kilometer long. Damn, this won't do. I'll have to come back for revenge after I get stronger. Abel made the call early. There was no point in dodging, so he decided to just not dodge at all in the first place. Also, White Cloud was just above him. He couldn't just block the attacks that were going his way. As the golden combat Kai flashed in the steel sword in his right hand, the vow of the ancient shield in his left hand suddenly disappeared. He was getting another spare steel sword. Simultaneously, by controlling the steel sword with his main spirit, commanded his druid spirit to take charge of the steel sword in his left. He turned the world stone fragment's acute vision and digitalization ability. He had to be careful when he was doing this because there would be quite some excess strain to his soul power if he weren't. Both of his steel swords would strike down one ice arrow when he deflected them. It wasn't like he was breaking them. Instead, he was just tipping at them, so they changed to a different course. It was the most efficient method he could think of to counter against the hundreds of arrows precisely pointed at him. When the steel sword in his right was hit by one of the arrows, the chilling Kai quickly went towards his flesh. Before it did, however, he already took out a melting potion and drank it. The melting potion's effect was supposed to last for 2 seconds. During this period of time, no freezing would work on the person who drank it. It was pretty expensive to make this, by the way. If he didn't get the recipe, by luck, in the forest outside Kurast, he almost never thought that he would get the chance to actually make it. Anyways, the freezing effect didn't work since he was using the melting potion. He then deflected another ice arrow with the steel sword in his left. This time, the chilling Kai wasn't sent over at all. From the white whale's perspective, the 2 swords in the human's arms were like tentacles of an octopus. The blades multiplied, forming an invisible shield that forced the ice arrows to change their courses. It was devastating for a white whale, actually. It never thought that its most destructive technique would be neutralized in such an effortless, quiet manner. Abel could see the white whale's eyes turning red. It's been years since it last found a worthy opponent in these waters. The human in front of it was supposed to be weak. It was the same with the young dragon. They weren't supposed to pose any threat, but the constant provoking and taunting was not something it could bear seeing. The thought never came that it was the one that started this fight, but to be fair, the real problem arose since white snow didn't pick the right place to promote itself. So the white whale opened its large mouth and sucked the ocean. There was an oppressive shriek that pierced through the air. The suction turned the surrounding area into a domain of vacuum. Water in the shape of a dragon flew towards its mouth. Abel looked serious now. This white whale sure had a lot of tricks. He foresaw that this attack would be stronger than the previous, so he decided to sheath both steel swords in his hands. Next, he revealed the only mana cannon from his portal ring. It was a shame that he had to use it here, but there was no other choice. When he was just about to use his trump card, a strange sound came like rain. It sounded like there wasn't a lot of it at first, but the dripping noise grew more and more. Abel could feel himself shiver. His instincts told him to respond right away, but at the same time, he couldn't help but wonder why the battle command spirit didn't warn him. Abel connected to his sign card with his power of the will. Scan this for me, battle command spirit. I need you to tell what types of creatures are approaching. The battle command spirit immediately replied, Understood, Sir Elder. The scanning will commence now. Flying fish have been spotted. The number is too great to be calculated. Abel was not very happy to hear that. It might be the same flying fish beast that got the Goff family's sky ship fleet. He wasn't sure if that was the case. But the white whale that was in front of him was still very much alive. His thinking delayed him from firing his cannon. The white whale also stopped. Instead of continuing on its attacks against Abel, it turned around and faced against the direction in which the flying fish were coming over. There was fear that in its eyes, something that Abel would have never expected. Could the flying fish beast pack be stronger than this white whale? There wasn't that much time to think. The next thing he saw, the white whale started sucking and spitting seawater at the flying fish beast pack. The liquid crystallized immediately when it left its mouth. It was meant to shoot the flying fish beast down. It was quite a thing to see. The flying fish beast pack was like white snow in the sky. If he had to find a way to interpret it, it was like countless souls were colliding into one to convey some sort of message. The flying fish beast pack was clearly trying to reach white snow. Before that, however, they must bypass the white whale and Abel. The white whale was the easy target, so they decided to attack it first. The white whale, knowing how terrifying they were, unleashed its most powerful attack at them. The ice crystals became a cloud of mist. The ice balls spun and spun, creating countless ice arrows that shot towards the pack of fish. Weirdly enough, the fish beasts did not resist in any way, but were shot and frozen, then finally fell into the water. Still, there were thousands of them. The attack was enough to kill several thousands, but there seemed to be millions in the entire pack. Even from the air, Abel still couldn't the end. They were everywhere, no matter which direction he looked. After seeing how not so effective its attack was, the white whale went beneath the water. It looked like it was trying to flee, but there was no chance that Abel would let it. If the white whale got away this time, then he would have been responsible for taking care of all the flying fish beast for himself. So, after activating the lightning spell in his right hand, he cast it towards the beast, meanwhile generating the same spell in his left. The lightning hit the target, but the white whale only shook for a bit and slowed down only so slightly. The second one worked the same. The white whale's speed was clearly slowed down, but now was not the time to go after Abel. It was only concerned with running. Abel changed his method. His main spirit and druid spirit controlled each of his arms, casting lightning spells non-stop towards the white whale. This made him lose the ability to use his instantaneous movement spell and the ability to activate the potions that he had immediately. The trade-off was that the casting speed of his lightning spell would be raised by 50%. The attacks only became more and more rapid as they rained down on the white whale. The white whale was getting nervous. There was only a bit of distance between it and the ocean. But the lightning spell's slowing effect was only so close from making the flying fish beast pack fly towards it. This was a life or death situation. There wasn't enough time. When the white whale was about to touch the surface of the ocean, many of the flying fish beasts were already making contact. The white whale's water ball created countless ice arrows that flew towards the flying fish beasts to retaliate. It killed about several hundred of them, but that didn't have much of an effect on the whole pack. The ones after paid no attention to the ones that were already slain. The only target was the front. Everything that was in the way was to be destroyed. It was that simple. White whale continued to activate the frost ability of its water ball. It also surrounded itself with ice frost, but there were too many of these fish for it to last even just a second. This cost the entire flying fish pack several thousand in total. The water ball was reducing in size at a pace that was alarmingly fast. Every flying fish beast coming in would grab a mouthful, fly towards the left, leave it there and fly back towards the pack. It was truly a terrifying thing to see. Abel went from relaxed to pure fear. The water ball that gave him and flying flame trouble just then were now completely gone. There were scars all over the white whale's body. It tried all sorts of freezing spells to obliterate any flying fish beast that was getting close, but a mere several thousand kills per attack was not enough to change the direction in which the whole pack was attacking. Abel's response to this was fairly simple. By using the soul chain, he sent a command to White Cloud to tell it to fly higher up in the sky in the opposite direction. There wasn't really a need for him to do so because White Cloud was already teleporting several times away from this flying fish beast pack. Given how monotonous the attack pattern of the flying fish beast pack was, it was pretty easy to know where to run. Still, as weak as they were, their speed and sharp teeth could do quite a lot of rips on the white whale's tough skin. It's not like they were very keen on keeping all the glory. After attacking once, the flying fish beast would swarm back to the giant team before waiting for another chance to strike. There was something strange in all of this. As far as Abel could see, either the white whale and flying flame were withdrawing their essence, but it wasn't like they were doing much at all. The flying fish was not paying any attention to any sort of warnings the two creatures unleashed. Upon doing some analyses with his world stone fragments, he realized that the pack's brains were like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. While the pieces were weak and small on their own, the damage of a few individuals was not enough to affect the entire population. Also, the population acted as a unified will. So the intimidating essence of another creature could only have so much effect on just a fraction of the entire pack. This made it possible for them to attack the white whale so directly and rather recklessly. Abel was starting to understand why the dwarves failed. He thought that the reason they lost was their lack of strength, but the dwarves were powerful. If they weren't, it wouldn't even have been possible for two of the surviving fleets to make it back home. In a world that was slowing down, the white whale struggled to move as the wound on its body continued to expand. Blood was rushing out. Before it left the body, the flying fish beast sucked it all away, eating it alive. Its screams became moans of agony. Its last struggle wasn't useless, so it seemed. About 10 or something thousand flying fish beasts went down with it as they fell into the ocean. More flying fish beasts went over. The white whale could not be seen at this moment, despite how gigantic its body was. These tiny but deadly creatures swarmed around it like a tornado, and the beast was eaten alive scrape by scrape. Its bones were already showing after a few seconds. If Abel wasn't using his acute vision to watch this, it'd be impossible for him to see that a giant thing about 100 to 200 meters in length being disintegrated into nothing but a skeleton. Funny thing, actually. The flying fish beasts didn't spare any of the white whale's flesh and blood, but they didn't have any interest in its bones. Abel was starting to realize that it was his turn next. White Cloud was already drawing distance from afar, and they were escaping non-stop in the opposite direction. Abel commanded, "Be quick about it." He didn't choose to run with the instantaneous movement, because he didn't think that the flying fish beast pack could outpace flying flame. In fact, the white whale was probably a bigger threat than this pack. It possessed the ability to attack long distances with its freezing attacks, making it so that flying flame couldn't move quickly enough. There was an option to let White Cloud escape, but in doing so, even if the white whale was nowhere as fast to make a chase, the chance of running into other spiritual beasts was still quite high. This was the ocean, after all. White snow was literally a living bait with the promotion. It didn't matter now, however. With no care of what they might run into, White Cloud carried white snow to escape the front. Flying Flame was carrying Abel at its back. The flying fish beast pack was just done cleaning the white whale's body, and they turned to start chasing after Abel. Sea Snake spiritual beast came over as well. White Snow's promotion Kai was probably attracting it. It rushed out of the ocean that was in the front. Its tail slammed heavily on the surface of the ocean, leaving a giant depression on the water. In doing so, it sprung itself to fly towards the same altitude as White Cloud. White Cloud didn't retaliate. Instead, it teleported to another spot while Flying Flame made a sharp turn with Abel on its back. The sea snake wondered why its opponents didn't stop at all, but the next thing it knew, the flying fish beast pack rushed over it and turned it into a skeleton before it even noticed. In the same way, countless spiritual beasts rushed towards White Cloud as it tried to leave the area. Even if they couldn't fly, they could still spring and rush into the air. However, most of them couldn't get back into the water because the flying flash pack would almost always eat them whole whilst they were still in midair. White Cloud spoke to Abel through the soul chain. "I can't hold much longer, Master." It made sense. White Cloud hadn't rested ever since it left the ground. It had teleported too much. There was only so much stamina that it could spare, much less for its spiritual energy. There was no time for hesitation. Abel sent a quick command, "Keep teleporting, White Cloud. Don't stop. Keep it there for a bit longer. I'll do something about it." After saying that, he took out a super Death Kai exploding ball from his personal storage box. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the count of 4, he threw the super Death Kai exploding ball out. At the same time, Flying Flame unleashed a dragon's roar that erupted into the sky. As ineffective as it was, it still managed to make quite a lot of those flying fish beasts stop moving on the spot. It made them a lot slower when they were chasing after it and Abel. Since Flying Flame had the Inferno special quickening ability, it managed to get away from the Death Kai without being touched by it at all. So the super Death Kai exploding ball dropped into the bunch flying fish beast pack. The explosion happened as soon as it landed on them. The shock wave swept through the ones at the front, crushing their bodies in every direction. It was weird since Abel thought that the explosion would only happen 2 seconds after throwing it out. He thought that there was something wrong in his calculation, but actually the problem was with the Super Death Kai exploding ball itself. While it would take 6 seconds for most Super Death Kai exploding balls to work, the explosion itself was not a constant process. In fact, all Abel's ever tested was on how to make the explosion last longer. It was the same for the super exploding ball. He just needed enough time to run. There was no need to make sure that the timing was accurate, so he never experimented with it. This made things quite dangerous. Flying Flame was fast, but the shock wave was catching on as well. Being possibly the fastest creature alive was not going to make this any easier. When the shock wave was about to hit, it and Abel became a white light that disappeared from the spot. They then reappeared to a spot that was about 400 meters in front of the shock wave. The scary thing about the Super Death Kai exploding ball wasn't the explosion. Rather, it was the Death Kai that followed the explosion. About 1,000 square meters worth of flying fish beasts were gone in a blink of an eye. That wasn't the end of it, though. Rotting essence formed in the air the sea. The Death Kai of a perfect skeleton was just activated. The flying fish beast pack didn't seem to be afraid. Instead, they continued to rush in the same direction as before. It probably had something to do with the geography. While Death Kai could stay in the same place for a while if it was on land, if it was in the ocean. The water would simply wash it away no matter how many corpses were generated. The ocean could wash everything away. Still, Abel was not naive. He never thought that the Super Death Kai exploding ball could hold the flying fish beast pack for too long. He just wanted to buy some time, so White Cloud could rest. After Flying Flame flew forward for a bit more, they finally got out of the Super Death Kai exploding ball's range of attack. When the flying fish beasts rushed into the cloud of Death Kai, their flesh and bones melted away. They became dried fish that fell straight into the water. The ones behind continued to march forward. None changed their course, and that quickly created a layer of dried flying fish beast corpse. They were too fast but simple-minded. As their group mentality would have it, no matter what opposition was in the way, everything could be removed with their sheer number. That might be true for most cases, but this was Death Kai that they were facing. This wasn't some other form of energy. While a bit of Death Kai would be lost whenever life was taken, more Death Kai would still be generated. The flying fish beasts didn't know about this. If they just stopped moving, then the waves would have washed the Death Kai away in a few minutes. But they had no knowledge of Death Kai, and they believed that they could just keep carrying on with what they've always been doing. It couldn't be helped, though. It was hard to tell if any spiritual beasts in these waters knew the terrifying power of Death Kai. As the flying fish beasts entered the Death Kai, they continued to fuel this huge pile of energy, making it thicker than the shade of a thunderstorm cloud. Abel didn't think that one Super Death Kai exploding ball would be this effective. The flying fish beasts were terrifying beings that even top-level spiritual beasts were afraid of encountering, but their simple-mindedness led them to their destruction. 2 minutes passed. The flying fish beasts continued to rush in the same direction. It was becoming increasingly difficult to estimate just how many of them were killed during this period of time. The Death Kai went from appearing like a thin cloud to a shade of ink black. Finally, when the flying fish beast pack realized how dark the shade was, they knew not to keep rushing in the same way as before. They realized that it was best if they give up on their goal. The promotion Kai was not worth so much loss on their side, so their leader decided to give up here. Fortunately, however, the flying fish beast pack's leader was at the back the whole time. The pack's reaction speed was slower because of this, but this was exactly what prevented the leader from being ambushed. The flying fish beast pack changed direction and went back. Rain fell. It sounded kind of sad, to be honest. There was no right or wrong in the ocean. Just like what Abel was doing, these creatures were doing what they could to survive. Abel spoke through the soul chain, finally. "Get some rest now, White Cloud." To his surprise, White Cloud was scared. It wasn't capable of speech, but it was very easy that it just wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. White Cloud was no ordinary spiritual beast, though. Whether it was its invisibility ability, its defensive barrier, or its teleportation ability, even if it wasn't high in rank, it still had plenty of ways of protecting itself in times of danger. Most importantly, due to its body size, it was rarely scared ever since it was promoted to become a spiritual beast. This was the same even for Flying Flame's dragon essence. Still, Abel wasn't going to give up on White Cloud here. At the same time, he wasn't the type to run away from an opponent without seeing its face. After tapping Flying Flame on the back, he ordered it to accelerate towards White Cloud. Then, as a white light flashed over, he changed into a full set of rune equipment. At the same time, he created an ice-shattering armor and Death Kai armor in preparation to fight at any time. Sir Elder, the battle command spirit, suddenly spoke through Abel's power of the will. "There is extreme danger in the front. A powerful life essence has been detected. Please leave immediately." It was rare for the battle command spirit to make warnings with such serious tones. Abel didn't say anything back after hearing this, but an instantaneous movement spell rune had already appeared in his left hand, and a lightning spell rune in his right. This was when he finally got close enough to see White Cloud, which was curling up its body as much as it could without dropping into the ocean. At White Cloud's front, a blue giant dragon was in the middle of the air. Its eyes were full of pride when it looked at Flying Flame. A young dragon, most curious. Its voice echoed through the air, "And you were two-legged before. You've been promoted several times already, haven't you?" Of course, it'd be curious. Despite being classified by the other races as dragons, the two-legged flying dragon was inferior relative to the real dragons. They were pseudo-dragons, according to the narratives of the dragonkind. Of course, there were cases where pseudo-dragons became real dragons, but it was a very difficult process that would take up way too many resources couldn't be bought with gold coins. Take Flying Flame's perfect redstones as an example. Not even the intermediate magic gemstone was enough to trade for it. The perfect redstone was a strategic resource for all races on the Holy Continent. It was the single thing that could power up spell circles above large size, and many tried to monopolize it for their own benefits. It was even more extreme for the perfect gemstones because it was hard to find them on the Holy Continent. There was only a little on the large-sized magic stone mining pit, and just who would use such a precious resource to promote, what, a pseudo-dragon? By the way, this wasn't the main thing that shocked the giant dragon. It was shocked by Flying Flame's age. It was hard to think that a pseudo-dragon could become a young dragon, not the age but the level, when it was only at the age equivalent of a human child. Flying Flame felt scared when scrutinized so intensely by a giant dragon. Right now, every muscle in its body trembled nervously. It was too young and inexperienced to know what to do in the presence of a powerful giant dragon. To ease Flying Flame's tension, Abel gave it a light tap on its neck. At the same time, he used the soul chain to comfort it. This attracted the attention of the giant dragon. For starters, no human was ever seen to be a dragon's back before. No, not even for an anomaly like Flying Flame. The dragons were very proud. They would do anything to destroy those who dared to disrespect them, and those who did they were all obliterated without exception. Yet there was a human that was sitting on a young dragon's back right now. The dragon could clearly distinguish the master and servant relationship between the two. Petty human. Blue Dragon Emanuel roared in rage. How dare you challenge the great dragonkind? I, the great Emanuel, will end you here. Yep. What's gonna come, it's gonna come, Abel thought to himself. He's been expecting this day for a while now. Ever since the day he formed a contract with Flying Flame, he had been expecting the day other dragons would find out. He just hoped that the day would come a bit later. That way he wouldn't have to care even if the giant dragons knew. He knew he was going to be stronger than the dragons eventually, after all. He had the Horadric Cube, the entire Dark World, and resources so abundant that other people wouldn't have imagined. Yet, receiving one mission from the dwarves caused a major change to that plan. He was facing a giant dragon already. He didn't think his current skills were enough to match it. He would have had a bit of confidence if he was doing this on land, but this was the top of the ocean, and the one he was encountering was a blue dragon with freezing elemental ability. Abel tried to explain, "Great Emanuel, you got it wrong. I signed the contract with Flying Flame in order to save its life. It was in grave pain when I discovered it." There was a glimpse of hope to not start the fight immediately. Abel didn't want to antagonize Emanuel, the blue dragon. Rather, he wasn't qualified to match against someone as powerful as Emanuel. Emanuel's voice pierced through the sky. Dragons aren't to be slaves. If it's death or slavery, then death it is. Out of pure instinct, Abel pulled the most powerful weapon that he had from his portal ring. It was his one-time magic cannon. However, before he could use it, he had to find a way to counter Emanuel's dragon essence. It was too powerful. The imposing pressure that was coming made it impossible to hide under the disguise of the transformation necklace. Still, his level 15 intermediate wizard essence, his double element head knight commander presence, his master alchemist presence, his not-so-strong dragon essence could manage to face against Emanuel's dragon essence. He really wished that he could unleash more dragon essence, but after absorbing the dragon crystal, his body and spirit were transformed so that the essence could only stay in his spirit. "Stop, stop!" Emanuel screamed as its tone became a lot more polite. Its eyes became fixed on the magic cannon in Abel's hands. Abel continued to stare intensely at Emanuel, but he didn't loosen his grasp on the magic cannon. He was not pointing it away from Emanuel, and that made it a lot nicer than before. Emanuel screamed as it slowly moved its body. "Don't point that thing at me, I tell you. You are a member of the dragonkind, I just felt it. No one's going to say anything if you have a pseudo-dragon as your servant. I saw it wrong, all right." Emanuel was already cursing Abel in his mind. Abel was a human with dragon's blood. As rare it was, there had been cases where powerful giant dragons could shapeshift into humans. Some of the naughtier ones had left offsprings among their descendants, but the possibility was so rare, at least on the Holy Continent. Still, Abel's dragon lineage was too thick. He wasn't shaped like a giant dragon, but his body's properties were similar in many regards. This was what resulted after absorbing an entire dragon's essence. Neither the humans nor the dragons could fathom this because dragon crystals were not something to be absorbed. Even the dragons would just sniff the energy emitted, not swallow the entire core. But Abel was a lad. He absorbed an entire dragon crystal by his will. Because of this, his spirit and body were transformed from top to bottom. That was not to say that he exceeded the limit of a human. Rather, since he was still a human, his physical attributes could only reach a human's extreme. He did try various methods to break through his limits, but none was enough to match him against even a young dragon. To summarize the problem, he was a giant dragon that was forced into being human. For Emanuel, this made things very tricky. If Abel was really an enemy, it could try to kill him at a certain amount of expense, especially given how terrifying his magic cannon was. But his status as a giant dragon made having flying flame as a servant something that was not against the rules. Actually, even if he had 100 pseudo-dragon as his servants, no giant dragons would have the right to comment, much less the right to kill him. Abel seemed quite confused about all this. Great Emanuel, does that mean I'm not wrong? It was weird since he never thought of himself as a giant dragon. Emanuel's voice became a lot softer. No, of course not. What's your name, by the way? Abel sheathed his magic cannon into his portal ring. My name is Abel, Abel Harry. Emanuel laughed and said, Right, so Abel the blue dragon. I don't know how you became a giant dragon, but as long as we share the same lineage, we are of the same kin. Abe was even more confused. Did you just call me Abel the blue dragon? So the dragon crystal belonged to a blue dragon. He did remember the times when he kind of figured it out. The crystal did contain a lot of freezing energy after all. Emanuel looked a bit confused too. So you don't know your kin, could it be? You haven't opened your lineage yet. Abel explained, I don't know, Emanuel. I've never interacted with a real giant dragon before. I've been living in a world of humans this whole time. Emanuel tried to be persuasive. Wow, that's blasphemy. What's so good about the human world? Come to the dragon depth. That's real paradise for the dragon kind. Abel shook his head. I'll pass, I think. Being a human is pretty comfortable, so I think I'll stay in the same place as I've been. Even Abel himself wasn't sure if he was a blue dragon or not. He could tell that Emanuel wasn't joking. It did really see him as a blue dragon, and they were talking on equal terms. There was no deceit. Well, especially after he put away his magic cannon. Only he knew for certain that he was 100% human. That dragon crystal really messed him up, but that not really all that important at this point. He had plenty of statuses already, so it wouldn't matter if he had just one more. Emanuel tried to be nice about it. Oh, well, just suit yourself. I'm just saying, isn't this body of yours a bit too weak? You need to sleep more. Don't be like the humans. If you hug the freezing element magic stone and sleep for about a few centuries, it'd be very easy for you to break through your limits. Abel was a bit speechless from that statement. It took him several years to get to his current level. Emanuel clearly had no idea what it was talking about. If he really decided to put a few hundred years into good use, he would have had the power to pinch Emanuel to its death. Besides, what human would want to spend several hundred years sleeping? That was just ridiculous. No, but wait. If Emanuel really considered him as a blue dragon, this meant that he might just share the same lifespan as a dragon. Actually, he wasn't even sure how long a dragon was supposed to live. Still, according to rumors on the Holy Continent, a giant dragon would have an average lifespan of about 10,000 years. With that as the context, sleeping for several hundred years would really be the same as sleeping for a day. Abel tried to shift the subject away from himself. So why are you in the ocean, Emanuel? Emanuel smiled and explained, Why, it is a dragon's destiny to scout the ocean. Since the dwarves and the elves pay tribute to us, we have an obligation to protect all of the continents. If the powerful spiritual beasts of the ocean enter the continent, serious problems will arise. Because of this, the dragons have continued to guard the land so that the oceanic spiritual beasts don't enter. Abel commented in admiration, Oh, I thought that dragons stay in the dragon depth and keep their attention there. He would have never expected the dragons to be the protectors of the Holy Continent. He's seen how powerful the oceanic spiritual beasts were. If any of them made their way into the Holy Continent, massive destruction was guaranteed to take place. Emanuel smiled. This is not a hard job, actually. The oceanic spiritual beasts despise the land naturally, so they only cross the line on special incidents. Abel was finally starting to understand why Emanuel was here. He was causing too much of a ruckus. Emanuel reminded in a friendly manner. A word of advice to you, if I may. As long as you reveal your dragon essence, no spiritual beasts within these several tens of thousands of miles would dare to antagonize you. Abel said gratefully, thank you. With Emanuel's reminder, he wouldn't have to use White Cloud's invisibility any longer. This made collecting the resources in the ocean a lot easier. Of course, there wasn't the need to do so yet. He wasn't short on resources. Now that his strength was on a booming increase, it'd be a while before he had to find things to collect in the ocean. At the same time, the promotion Kai was starting to disappear from White Snow. White Snow let out a long shriek, and just when it was about to fly out from Johnson's protection, the shriek stopped halfway. It just noticed that the blue giant dragon was here. Abel quickly teleported to where it was. Don't worry, here, I'll give you a rub on the neck. That's a lot of contracted beasts you have, haha. Emanuel changed his body into that of a human, plenty of species there, if I may say. Slowly and steadily, Emanuel, the blue dragon, became a blue-faced strong man that was approaching him. It was his first time seeing a giant dragon. Transforming into a human. Emanuel tried to exercise his limbs, not very used to this, actually. It has been several years since I changed into human form. When Emanuel wiggled its neck, the movement was a bit fast for Abel to see probably. Actually, if ordinary humans moved their necks this much, the necks would have snapped already. After taking a table and 2 chairs from his portal ring, Abel created a talking space on White Cloud's back. White Cloud's giant back was as stable as the ground. It was flying very steadily. It was almost like they weren't flying at all. Abel made an inviting gesture. Please have a seat. Emanuel, the blue dragon. Emanuel made the same gesture. To you as well, Abel, the blue dragon. Then the two laughed together. While it's been a long time since Emanuel's lived as a human, the experience was no less strange for Abel, who's never had the opportunity to talk face-to-face with a giant dragon before. Abel said after Emanuel, so, according to the customs of the humans, Emanuel the blue dragon will have a drink together. Do you prefer wine or juice? I'm sorry, but that's the only 2 I offer here. Emanuel said nostalgically, juice. Cause hello. Give me some liquor, all right. It's been a while since I've had my last drink. Abel then took out 2 crystal cups and 1 bottle of red wine from his portal ring. The red wine had been synthesized once by the Horadric cube. Emanuel was a new friend. Of course, he was going to use the best to treat it. This wine did have some special effects, but that was no concern for a blue dragon of 10-something meters long in body length. After filling the cups, Abel gave one away and took one for himself. To fate, Abel raised the cup. Emanuel did the same to fate. Emanuel took a sip and began to savor it. It closed its eyes when it did so. After a few seconds, it looked at Abel in a strange manner. Emanuel said praisefully, "This is better than any red wine I've ever had in the human world." Emanuel was a freezing element blue dragon. Naturally, it had a natural liking for all sorts of liquor. Fine wine was one of them, but because of all of the mission that it had to do, it never really got the chance to apply for good liquor. Yep, applying for good liquor. With the dwarves and elves paying them tributes, the giant dragons had the privilege of demanding things from the 2 races. Since they seldom entered into the human worlds. Pretty much the same for the elves and dwarves as well. They couldn't communicate with the other races on equal terms. The main reason for this was because of the difference in their life force energy. If they accidentally unleashed their dragon essence, disasters would only arise. This way, the dragons made their own rules designated for no other than themselves. If they were entering lands that were outside the dragon depth, they must receive an invitation first. Also, they must be very strict in that they shouldn't influence the other races. The dragons were strong, but that was only on the Holy Continent. The strong ones of each kind were not on the Holy Continent, so unless there were enough tributes paid by the elves and the dwarves, or if it was a case of emergency, the dragons would have never gone into the Holy Continent themselves. Abel laughed as he saw how much love Emanuel had for wine. My wine is the best, I guarantee it. Come, let me show you some other good one I have. He then took out a barrel of the Grandmaster's wine from his portal ring. After opening the lid, he poured a cup for Emanuel. Emanuel's eyes shined when it took a sip. What wine is this? Abel smiled and replied, It's good, ain't it? This is the Grandmaster's wine. Actually, he's never thought about how much trouble this would have caused to the elves and the dwarves. All the troubles would have gone to their way while he got to keep all the goods. Emanuel couldn't help but look towards the barrel. It's great, great. This is the best in the world as far as I'm concerned. Abel couldn't help but smile at that. He then pushed the barrel towards Emanuel. I don't have a lot of gifts on me right now. If it pleases you, you can keep the whole barrel to yourself. That's ha ha ha. Emanuel slapped its chest proudly. Abel the blue dragon, you have my words. If there are any enemies you have in the human world, remember to count me in your fight. Honestly, this barrel only weighed 5 kilos in total. If Emanuel were returning to its giant dragon state, all this liquor wouldn't have been enough at all. Of course, it knew how expensive this Grandmaster's wine must have been. As a creature that has been alive for about several thousand years, it could tell that the liquor was not only delicious, but could also be an excellent health supplement. That was not to say that one barrel was not enough to satisfy it. One barrel was good enough already, and it's made up its decision already. Once it got back, it would directly demand the elves and dwarves to supply Grandmaster's wine regularly. If the elves and dwarves knew what Abel was doing now, they would have drowned him with words of condemnation. As the only producer of the Grandmaster's wine, he had to make sure that he was giving it out to a select number of people. For the dwarves, he reserved it for just the dwarven wizards. Regular dwarves would have only heard the name of the Grandmaster's wine, but none of them had actually seen it before. Emanuel seemed to be a bit sorry to have taken so much liquor, so, Abel the blue dragon, if your lineage continues unopened, that's going to be a problem. You want to receive the training routine designated for dragonkind? No. Abel wasn't sure what was going on. What is this lineage you speak of, if I may ask, and what conditions are there? It's the knowledge our ancestors passed down through our genes. Usually, the descendants of the ancient dragons have a grasp of it once they are an adult. By the way, Emanuel suddenly asked, how old are you again, Abel the blue dragon? I'll be 18 soon, Abel replied. Emanuel's eyes twitching quite fast. The nerves on its skin twitched when he heard that number. When it was 18, it could only remember playing with mud on the ground. And not just that, Abel was a frank 15 wizard. That was way too impressive. While dragons were naturally stronger than wizards, that was only the case if they've passed their childhood years of 100. For the double elemental head Commander Knight's presence, that didn't really come as a surprise. Abel already possessed the physical features of a dragon, so all that was needed for him was to perform the corresponding combat Kai training. Still, being able to do so at such an early age was quite impressive. The most impressive thing was the essence of the Master Alchemist. Like all other races, dragonkind had great respect for the Master Alchemists. The reason was quite simple. There were too few Master Alchemists around, and their works were essential for developing the right training resources. Emanuel spoke after pausing for a bit. I think I understand why you don't have a lineage. Why? Abel demanded an answer eagerly and very rightly so. The lineage of a dragon, if learned properly, could increase his physical traits to that of a giant dragon. This was exactly what the case was for Emanuel. The giant blue dragon in front of him. Even if it didn't move, neither his super-exploding ball nor his magic cannon would be enough to do any damage to it. That was the case if it was defending properly. If it wasn't, say, there was still a slight chance that he could inflict some wounds on it. Emanuel smiled and replied, You're still too young, Abel the blue dragon. The lineage of a dragon will only open at the age of 100. It replied with confidence. Emanuel was certain that age was the main factor. It wasn't sure why Abel had such strong blue dragon blood, though. The dragons never really bothered asking the cause. As far as they were concerned, they just hoped that the blood was true. Still, Abel was just 18. There are a lot that could be done at the age of 18. Giant dragons were supposed to live up to 10,000 years, so they still had a lot of time for waiting. Abel murmured in disappointment, I have to wait till I'm 100. If that was the case, he wasn't sure if the lineage would be helpful at all. He thought that he could be a lot faster than that. With his current training speed, it would only take a few decades to surpass all wizards on the Holy Continent. After a century, he would become confident enough to win over Emanuel. Emanuel smiled as it realized Abel's disappointment. Don't be disappointed now, Abel the blue dragon. There are still some things that you can learn as of now. Here, I'll pass down the basics of our blue dragon training. Watch me as I teach you the ice crystal breathing technique. There really was no secret behind this. The blue dragon's ice crystal breathing technique was not all that hard to learn because whenever a blue dragon was just born, it was usually the very first thing it was taught. In fact, Abel didn't even have to ask about this. Emanuel would have just taught him. While Abel's lineage was too strange to transform into a real giant dragon, all that mattered was that he was genius enough to have the potential to learn from the best. Abel bowed gratefully. "Thank you so much, Emanuel." Emanuel reached his fingers forward to touch the area between Abel's eyes. That was where the world stone fragment was located. If Abel wasn't trying to keep it closed, it would have activated by itself very easily. This was when a message entered his brain. There wasn't that much to read about. The continent was just a breathing adjustment technique, used before sleep. The procedure was a bit complicated, so practicing would probably be quite tedious. Emanuel looked at Abel and spoke. "The ice crystal breathing technique is just for young dragons that were born because that's when they were most curious about learning all there was about this world. If we start early, the breathing technique will become very natural to utilize." It continued, "That's not necessarily the case for you, I'm afraid. In your case, it might just take years or tens of years to learn about it." Abel nodded in reply. After looking up the ice crystal breathing technique in his brain, he opened the world stone fragment's acute vision and digitalization visual ability. So each breath of the ice crystal breathing technique could be divided into 18 parts. Every beat was different, and after the 18th round, the user had to switch to another breathing method. This was a lot of work. There was something else that Emanuel didn't explain, by the way. Among the blue dragons, many young ones took many years, or several decades even, to really have a grasp of the ice crystal breathing technique. Only the most genius could learn it within a year. And pretty much all of them became really strong once they were adults. Emanuel was one of the geniuses. When it was young, it took only 1 year to master the ice crystal breathing technique. This was its proudest achievement in its whole life. After switching on the world stone fragment's ability, Abel could start to see the training routine as numbers that were a lot easier to interpret. He could estimate how many seconds each breath could last. He could also figure out how many seconds it would take to switch to another type of breathing method. After getting the gist of it, he tried to make some attempts through simulation inside his head. His main spirit began to enter into a state of deep slumber when the ice crystal breathing technique started functioning. Within an instant, the druid spirit replaced the main spirit and took over control of the ice crystal breathing technique. Emanuel smiled the whole time as it watched Abel making all sorts of attempts. Abel was like the baby dragons it saw back home. They would practice the same technique over and over again. After that, their ice crystal breathing techniques would be disrupted as they fall asleep from exhaustion. There was something different about Abel, however. When he fell asleep from repeating the same routine too many times, shreds of ice crystal started circling his body and spun around him. PFFT. Emanuel spat out the very, very expensive Grandmaster's wine. Instead of lamenting over the liquid, it suddenly stared intensely towards Abel. It just wanted to test Abel's potential, but praised the spirits. Abel activated his lineage at the ripe age of 18. If it knew that this would occur at such a ridiculously early time, it would have asked Abel to do body-strengthening training beforehand. So what was happening? Emanuel just taught Abel the breathing technique. But Abel was already using it like he grew up practicing it. It didn't know what to say, so it just stayed quiet without drinking any more of the liquor. It was old. It knew to be patient about things. There weren't many ice crystals that Abel brought. He didn't think that ice crystals would be very much effective on the water. Actually, if he was on land, he wouldn't even have the chance to activate it. This ice crystal breathing technique required blue gemstones, yes. This was why the giant dragons used different magic. Stone resources based on the element categories that they were in. Since the beginner stones did not affect, and the advanced gemstones were too few, the intermediate-level gemstones were pretty much what they used most of the time. Dragons with fewer resources relied on the proper geography instead. The fire dragons would choose either the entrance of a volcano or the earth fire pit's training ground. Blue dragons would choose a clean water source for their training, and the other giant dragons would use geographical locations relevant to the types of energy they were connected to. This was a sign as to how unique the dragon depth was. Most giant dragons could find places that were suited to their training. 5 hours passed. The inside of Abel's body was just done channeling the entire set of the ice crystal breathing technique. His main spirit was just woken up. Of course, if he was to reuse the ice crystal breathing technique again, then he would have to spend another 5 hours repeating the same routine. When Abel opened his eyes, he saw that Emanuel watching him. It was a bit embarrassing, to be honest. "I'm so sorry, Emanuel the Blue Dragon," he bowed. "I didn't know when I got into the meditation mode." Emanuel gave advice. "Don't be like that, Abel. You have real talents. The lack of a magic gemstone stopped you from making further progress. I suppose you should pay a visit to the Dragon Depth. Once you've entered your information, the Dragonkin will offer you 1 magic stone for every progress that you've made each year." Abel was a bit hesitant. Emanuel was a good talker, but who knew if the other dragons were just like it? Besides, he was a human in human form. He wasn't sure if they were going to accept someone like him entering into their territories. Besides, he wasn't all that short on mana gemstones, to begin with. He had plenty for himself, and if he was giving some of it out to Emanuel as he did to Flying Flame, maybe Emanuel would ask Abel to be his summoned creature instead. Abel explained himself. "Thank you for the kind offer, but I can supply enough for myself. I am a ruler of a duchy back in the human world, as you know. Besides, I'm also a Grandmaster Blacksmith and a Master Alchemist." Grandmaster Blacksmith. Emanuel was speechless once more. It was already hard enough to think of Abel as a Master Alchemist, but to know that he was also a Grandmaster Blacksmith. It was hard to keep a straight face while hearing all of this. Emanuel thought it was a prodigy, but it got beat in every single way. Abel had to be his good friend. Emanuel had that thought in mind. The dragonkind didn't long for much of the worldly goods, but they would always be interested in being on good terms with those that were strong, those who would become strong, especially. Abel had proven himself to be resourceful, and he could be of tremendous help if he was willing to. Emanuel hurried to speak. "So when can I become your guest, if I may ask? Under rules in the Dragon Depth, I am not usually allowed to travel abroad for too long. If I can have your invitation, however, that's a different story. Constant visits were a must between good friends." Abel said in a reassuring tone, "I'll send you an invitation when I get back to the Duchy of Carmel." A token of our friendship here, Emanuel placed a thin scale in Abel's hands. "This is a scale taken from my body. If you need to contact me anytime, just activate your power of the will and I will be able to find your rough location. As long as you are at the Holy Continent, it will not take me more than half a day to get to you." Abel placed a contact card in Emanuel's hands. "I'll exchange my contact card for that then. You can use it to activate any teleportation circle that you could find. My tower spirit will know immediately when you activate it, and I'll know that you've come to find me. I'll take a bit longer to get there, but if you need any help, I'll come to your aid as soon as possible." The contact card was an identification tool. It was designed so any teleportation circle connected to it could contact Flora, the tower spirit. Whoever had it would have the privilege of contacting Abel at any point in time. While Abel always had it with him, he never gave it out to anyone due to his special identity, but this was a giant dragon that he was encountering. Not only was Emanuel a good friend, but he could also tell how beneficial it was if they could continue to talk to each other. He would really like it, actually, if he could call for giant dragon's aid anywhere as long as he waited for half a day. The conversation had been great between Abel and Emanuel. When they were done, Emanuel took 2 barrels of the Grandmaster's wine, leaped into the air, returned to its giant dragon form, and said farewell to Abel. Abel held the blue dragon scale in his hand as he thought about what had just happened. What he gained in the journey had far exceeded his expectations. It was like he's already learned so much before he even reached his destination. Abel said to White Cloud, "Back to the original route, White Cloud." The map he envisioned showed that he had gone too far away from the route, so he sat back in his chair after sending to the destination again to White Cloud and decided to check that everything was in place. He started checking his body status. His overall bodily stat changed from 55 to 55.01. Was a very insignificant increase, technically, but the fact that it happened was significant enough. This was because it had already far exceeded the limit of a human, 50 for a vast majority of human head knight commanders. Due to the various experiences that he had, he rose to 55, which was unbelievable enough by itself. Anything other than that, he just thought that it was going to happen. More ridiculously, this was just his first ice crystal breathing technique. He didn't even absorb a lot of energy for this stat increase. If he did this in the long term, maybe even his power of agility would change. These two basic attributes didn't change much just then, but the World Stone Fragment's digitalization ability made it very clear that he was, indeed, getting a boost. He couldn't see the increase in numbers, but he could feel it. He was planning to replace his Knight's breathing technique with the ice crystal breathing technique. However, he wasn't sure if he could pass it on to the others. Abel turned to the resting Flying Flame. "Can I teach this to other races?" Flying Flame replied through the soul chain, "Unless they have dragon blood, they will die the moment they try. Perhaps Master's offspring will be able to." That made sense. Abel would have died just then if it weren't for his dragonkind lineage. Still, Emanuel never told him about that when it decided to teach. Maybe it already saw through him, so it felt confident enough to carry on. That was not to say that Flying Flame's explanation didn't mean anything. If anything, he didn't think that it'd be appropriate to teach this to his other family members. This was when he looked at the sky. It was getting dark. He would usually enter the dark world, but entering the dark world here would risk falling into the ocean right away. So, by taking out a small-sized mana gathering circle and putting it on White Cloud's back, he began to get to work. Took out 200 perfect gemstones to start practicing the blue dragon ice crystal breathing technique. The conditions were nowhere as good as back inside his own magic tower, of course, but this was about the best that he could come up with. Of course, if Emanuel knew that this was what he was actually thinking, it would have spat ice frost on his face for thinking that 200 gemstones were not that good. The giant dragons lived longer than most beings, but discovered perfect gemstones once every so often. The good thing was that there was still enough space on White Cloud's back. Abel wouldn't have been able to set up the small-sized mana gathering circle otherwise. Once he went in, Flying Flame and White Snow joined him. For Flying Flame, Abel got it a few hundred perfect redstone. For White Snow, since it was just promoted, it needed more time to stabilize its bodily functions and get used to its current power. The routine of the blue dragon ice crystal breathing technique quickly reappeared in Abel's brain. He slowly closed his eyes, relaxed his thoughts, and entered into sleep completely. His druid spirit quickly took over to replace the main spirit's job. He let the blue dragon's ice-breathing technique continue to run on itself. Like what blue dragon Emanuel showed, since Abel had the small-sized mana gathering circle and 200 perfect gemstones with him, countless ice crystals quickly appeared as soon as he went to sleep. The concentration was purely spectacular. These ice crystals continued to grow larger over time. Eventually, they coalesced into one giant ice crystal that covered his entire body up. He looked as though he was dead if one could not see him breathing through the crystals. The pure freezing elementals continued to enter his body as the blue dragon's ice crystal breathing technique continued to run. If any other person was doing this, even a head knight commander would have been injured by the freezing element. However, Abel's body welcomed such purity. Every one of his cells absorbed it as time went by. Yet, when the real blue dragon continued to use the ice crystal breathing technique, this would have been a much more subtle process. Abel was different. He was more of a human than a blue dragon, so his body might be inferior to a real dragon, but he was clearly benefiting from the boosting effect that it provided. 5 hours passed as the first round of training was completed. Just when he was about to start the second round, he discovered his senses sending him a warning. He woke up in a shock. He had to pause the ice crystal breathing technique. He opened his eyes, but surprise, surprise, his senses just stopped alerting him about the danger. It was probably telling him not to have a second round. To be sure of it, he scanned his entire body with his power of the will. So it seemed that one session was enough to boost up his stamina, power, and agility. It was difficult to do this when all his traits were already increased to their peak. More importantly, his body already became saturated. According to his analysis, it'd take him 5 days for his body to completely recover. During this time, he would not be able to use the blue dragon ice crystal breathing technique because his body would have had to sustain a tremendous amount of damage if he did. Yes, that was the case even if he had the full recovery vitality potion. He didn't plan to use it during his training because while the full recovery vitality potion was extremely effective, he wouldn't know what it could do to his body when he was practicing a new ice element technique learned. as he felt the increasing elements inside his body. He continued to hit the air to test if he could maneuver it properly. As for the road up ahead, he didn't have to pay attention. White Cloud had the invisibility ability, and sometimes he would actively unleash his dragon essence to scare away any spiritual beasts that might be in the way. After 5 days, when he tried the second round of his blue dragon ice crystal breathing technique, he realized that it was no longer as effective as the first time. All the increase he got was 5 in his stamina, power, and agility. He had thought through this situation already. No matter what training method he was using at the start, there would be a dramatic effect that would persist and eventually stop at a balance point. When he could reach that balance point, he thought that this would take quite some time to notice. On the 6th day, Abel got close to the mark on the map that dwarves gave him. He had spent 2 of these days wandering in this area, and although he didn't think the dwarves would play a prank on him, it still took some effort. He didn't know what the island did to survive in an ocean full of oceanic spiritual beasts, but he did think about the kind of possible things that it had. This was the world of the oceanic spiritual beasts, by the way. Many of them were extremely powerful. According to Emanuel said, anything beyond the dragonkind's territory was where they would reside. He didn't think he was enough to beat the giant dragons, so naturally, he didn't think that he was good enough to match the top-level spiritual beasts. Abel spoke to the battle command spirit through his power of the will. Open your scanning, battle command spirit. Find an island for me. Yes, Sir Elder, the battle command spirit replied. The battle command spirit took a lot of energy to scan. Even if it was from ancient times, it would only do this during combat. Abel was a unique case. It was almost like he was opening it at all times whenever he wanted to find something. He did not care about energy, and that was his biggest advantage. At the same time, Abel let Flying Flame and White Snow leave White Cloud. They were all flying around at low altitude. At the same time, he completely unleashed his dragon essence. It wasn't that strong per se, but compared to before he met Emanuel, his dragon essence was boosted several times. This was the wonder that the blue dragon ice crystal breathing technique was capable of achieving. It transformed his body to become stronger, and the dragon essence that he emitted became more noticeable. Another day had passed. Abel and his summoned creatures had searched the nearby ocean as hard as they could, but they couldn't find the small island. Abel thought of one possibility. Is it below the water by any chance? He was not good at underwater searching. It was not like his summoned creatures were capable of doing this. White Snow and White Cloud were flying birds, and while the dragons could technically swim, Flying Flame was a fire element young dragon not suited for this role. If it went into the water, not only would it be weakened by water, but it also couldn't use the fireball, and worse, it couldn't move fast at all. It wouldn't be capable of moving at the same speed as the other local creatures. Does this mean that I have to sign a contract with an oceanic spiritual beast? Abel thought to himself. He had been promoted several times recently, and after being promoted to a master alchemist, he gained quite a lot of space for contracts with more summoned creatures. He could get 2 more, according to his estimations. He never thought about forming contracts with more spiritual beasts. He was a level 15 wizard now, and sooner or later, he would be promoted to become an advanced wizard. That was when he'd be able to leave the Holy Continent and enter into the New World. His spiritual beasts he found were quite powerful already, but it was hard to tell what he might find in the new place. By the way, he had never thought about forming contracts with oceanic spiritual beasts before. This was the case even after he saw the top-level spiritual beasts, because oceanic spiritual beasts could only stay in the ocean. He did not want to stay in the ocean. While his portal beast ring was an instrument for containing the spirits, they were actually designed for land animals. There wasn't a place for oceanic spiritual beasts to live there, to begin with. If he made a contract with an oceanic spiritual beast, he would have had to leave in the ocean if he was to travel elsewhere. That's the same as wasting a slot on his contract list. So he quickly abandoned the idea, but he still had to enter the water. So who was going to do it? Johnson clearly couldn't do it. There was no telling how deep this water was, so if it was to sink to the bottom, he wasn't sure if he could go deep enough to rescue it. It was the same for the spiritual guardian knights. He did not know if they could swim, so that's definitely a no-go. As for the claystone guards, he was even less confident, because they might just become a pile of mud if they were thrown on the Ocean. Who's going to do it? After thinking about the candidates, Abel decided that it was he that was up for the job. He was called Abel the Blue Dragon, so by that sense it should be possible for him to move freely in the water. It wouldn't make sense if a blue dragon couldn't swim, right? Abel murmured to himself. I'll do it myself, I guess. He then turned to his summoned creatures as he started packing his gears. All of you keep a watch as I go for dive. He had a lot of trophies that he gained from his previous battles. There was the water-resistant gemstone, for instance. He remembered plucking it off a belt with 3 gemstones on it. It was something that he found from Prince Adolf's collection of portal items. Originally, the belt had dust-proof stone, holy light stone, and the water-resistant on them, but to stop the elves from knowing what he was doing, he decided to take them all off separately. So, with the water-resistant stone in his hand, he leaped from White Cloud's back and jumped into the ocean. It felt strange when he made the dive. The nearby water felt quite warm. It felt good because, strangely enough, he didn't feel that close to it. Perhaps it had something to do with the water-resistant gemstone. Since the water-resistant gemstone was on, it was like his entire body was covered in gas that was keeping the water away from him for about 10 centimeters. It was almost like the water couldn't get close to his body. After thinking for a bit, he decided to put the water-resistant gemstone back into his portal ring. After doing this, and the water immediately rushed towards him, it was almost like he was back in his mother's womb. He tried to grab the water with his hands, and an ice ball appeared in his palm. He did not do this deliberately. Without even activating his mana, he created an ice ball just by thinking about it. Usually, no humans would be capable of this unless they were Ice Elemental Knight Commanders or Ice Elemental Wizards. So that's why Emanuel did not hesitate to call him the Blue Dragon, whether it was because of his dragon blood or his blue dragon ice crystal breathing technique. Whatever the case, he felt free to be inside the ocean. He started paddling with his feet. He leaned forward inside the water as it slid past him. It was almost like he became one with the ocean. In the ocean, he could use his 2 legs to help him move forward. He started rushing straight up front as fast as he could. It felt fun, so he felt like playing for a bit. He knew how to swim, but manipulating the water around him was something that he never quite experienced before. Just when he rushed towards the front, a giant fish appeared in front of him. It was a regular large fish that was not threatening him in any way. He didn't want to bump into it, however. He thought about going around it, but his body started turning on its own and did so. It was quite funny, actually. In the ocean, he could move anywhere just by thinking about it. After playing for about several tens of minutes, he suddenly remembered that he never had to go up for breath. He was starting to feel a bit breathless. He should have been more careful when he made the dive. Moving around was just too fun, so he forgot how important it was to go up and inhale. That was when he realized that his skin was breathing, even in the water. There wasn't a lot of oxygen in the ocean, but it seemed that the energy he was expending was reduced compared to when he was on land. In this sense, he didn't have to pay too much attention to breathing harder. In the water, the battle command spirit's scanning distance was reduced to just about 1 mile. That was 1/10 of the range when it was on land. Abel could see further with even his own eyes. Due to his familiarity with the water, he could still see how good the sunshine was above the water. There was still enough light below as well. From here, he could see everything that was within a 2-mile radius. The searching work continued very slowly. As it turned out, the hardest bit wasn't about coming to this location, but rather the process of actually finding the small island. It had been half a day since he started the search here, by the way. Just when he was about to lose faith, he found a striped fish wiggling as it swam in front of him. When it tried to move forward, it was bounced back as it ran into a wall. This happened several times. After trying a few more times, the fish turned away and left. Abel's eyes sparkled at the sight of this. This was probably a type of spell circle. He quickly moved towards the invisible wall. If it weren't for a striped fish's movement, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the front and the other direction. He reached his hand forward, and when his hand touched a wall of air that was like the real deal, he realized that it was fairly easy to get past through it. Once he entered it, he saw a unique space that appeared in front of him. There was seawater all around him. It was kept out of the air wall, and the sunlight passed through the water and flashed into the space, onto the island that was revealed. This was an island indeed, but unlike most islands. This island was situated in the air, not on the water. He thought it was another battle fort, but he realized that it was a real island upon a closer look. The reason that the island was floating was quite simple. There was a temple on top. The temple emitted a strange energy that stabilized the structure. It was the same energy that kept the seawater away, keeping the island afloat in the middle of the underwater dimension created in the ocean. It didn't seem that this energy would prevent living creatures, but judging from what happened to the striped fish, perhaps it was only non-resistant to non-marine creatures. Now, the island was not that big, but it wasn't that small either. There were bigger islands, of course, but this wasn't really a small island. Abel tried to walk closer towards it, but he found himself stuck like he was at the edge of a dimension. He was stuck at where the inside met the outside. His blue dragon ability kept him still at the entrance, but he fell straight at the most bottom part after taking one step. He couldn't fly, but luckily, there was only a distance of 300 meters from the bottom of this dimension to the island itself. All it took was one instantaneous movement for him to get to the island's edge. The moment he landed on the island, his instinct as a head knight commander immediately alerted him about an upcoming threat. He immediately put on his shattered ice armor defensive spell and the combat Kai armor. Simultaneously, the vow of the ancient contract shield and the steel sword appeared in his hands. He put on all the defense that he could. This was when the soil beneath his feet was turned. Large, ancient tree roots appeared around him. He tried to activate his instantaneous movement spell, but even though there was mana inside the rune when activated, he couldn't activate the spell itself. It can banish magic. As soon as the thought arose, he quickly realized that something didn't add up. He couldn't use the instantaneous movement, but he still got to keep the shattered ice armor. Was it because of these tree roots? Anyways, since fleeing wasn't an option, he decided to go up ahead and fight. The steel sword in his right swung hard at the nearest root, but the slash didn't seem to be quite effective at all. The steel sword was already the strongest weapon on the entire holy continent, but whatever species of plant the root belonged to, the sword didn't even make a mark on it. The force that he used to hit it did make it pause for a bit, however, and that was when he found himself an opening to escape from being surrounded. First, he switched on the world stone fragment. He rushed forward as fast he could, and by slightly wiggling his body while doing so, he managed to dodge a few of the tree roots. He then tried to loosen his breath, and that was when the ground beneath him was flipped again. Countless roots started to spring from underneath. They were like eyes that watched him from all directions. Nevertheless, he used up all of his strength to resist, yet without even lasting for a minute, one tree root managed to curl him up. This was when countless tree roots came at him frantically. The next thing he knew, his sight became pitch black as the tree roots literally wrapped him up. It felt quite heavy. So heavy, in fact, that it should be enough to crush a head knight commander to death. He was lucky that he was stronger than that. The tree roots continued to pull him. Although he couldn't see the situation outside, he could feel that he was being dragged to the bottom of the earth and pulled elsewhere. He had to breathe several times for this. As he sensed that the tree roots were leaving the soil, that was when everything stopped. Tiny branches stretched out from the ones that were wrapped around his body. It was like they were trying to pierce through him. Even with the protection of the snake magician skin and the sky's bottom rune hat on his head, his face was exposed. The thinner branches reached towards his cheek. He had only a layer of the combat Kai armor to protect it. The shattered ice armor disappeared as soon as this happened, when the smaller branch made contact with the combat Kai armor. The first thing that it did was to absorb the energy that was inside. This caused a massive drop in Abel's total storage of combat Kai. If it were to disappear, these smaller branches would have been able to reach his skin. It was absolutely terrifying. It wasn't just the combat Kai armor too. His other rune gears were also being sucked out. The speed was slower though. Having faced death several times already, Abel was quite calm in all of this. The data collected by the world stone fragment continued to be supplied to his brain, and he continued to think about all of this. Death was not an option. His family was still waiting for him. There was an elf waiting for him. He had his own duchy to look after, and his life after resurrection had just begun. His druid spirit replaced his main spirit, quickly spinning the colorless energy that was inside. The entire druid spirit's volume was filled with green energy, which was even purer than that of a normal druid. Simultaneously, his soul speaker's ability was switched on. Green energy started flowing through his body. It was the sort of green energy that could stabilize all the nearby plants. It was the perfect thing for him to be on good terms with the nearby faunas. The tree roots stopped when they realized what was happening. Abel no longer felt the pressure put on him because the tree roots were already spreading themselves out. More and more of them were leaving him. He was finally starting to see what was happening. He could see that he was underground, right beneath the surface of the island. It wasn't dark. There was a flower in front of him. It was a flower full of stench. The flower had no leaf on its stem. It looked bald. The tree roots were spread very densely around it. A message was sent to Abel's power of the will. What are you? Why do I feel like I can be good friends with you? What? Was not a very nice term to use, but Abel could tell that the flower in front of him was not to be messed with. He couldn't use the instantaneous movement under such conditions. It was like the natural enemy of the wizards. Abel spoke through the power of the will. My name is Abel. I came here by accident. Who are you? The plant spoke in a very friendly tone. My name is Barbara, the guardian of the Titan temple. I am the one that protects the god of the Titans. This guardian was surprisingly friendly. Actually, it all that surprising. Being a guardian for years must be very lonely. Since its purpose was to kill all living things in its sight, it never had the chance to have a proper conversation with anything. It seemed eager to get close to Abel. It would do anything to get Abel to speak more to it. Abel asked the thing that he wanted to know the most. Can you ban spells, Barbara? Barbara said very pleasantly, of course I can. As long as my roots can reach it. All mana can be drained, that is if I hold on to it. Abel asked again, you just mentioned that this is the Titan temple. Are there still any Titans that live here? Barbara said sadly, no, they left here tens of thousands of years ago. I'm the only one that's here. No Titans in the Titan temple. Abel couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief at that. Barbara's tone said a lot about how troublesome the Titans are. Barbara was a plant, so it knew how to channel the green natural energy that's within a druid's spirit. Added with the Soul Speaker's ability, it was free to communicate with Abel at will. The Titans didn't buy that though. If Abel knew how dangerous this place could be. He didn't think that he would invite the dwarves over. Setting up a teleportation circle was not going to guarantee their safety. With Barbara here, the only one that he could guarantee the safety of was pretty much just himself. At this time, Abel could see a pile of corpses that were not far ahead. These corpses were like empty shells. Some looked like they were ordered by Death Kai, while others were not. They must have been the leftover of the tree roots. Judging from how there was some oceanic spiritual beasts among them, he could tell that they must have been quite strong. Something caught his attention especially. There was a corpse of a dwarf. Abel thought to himself, is that the one that Bernie mentioned? Abel asked in a very straightforward manner, can you show me that body, Barbara? Was communicating to it through his Soul Speaker's ability. Without it, it would not have been possible to communicate with it. This was precisely because Barbara was a plant. It didn't have the complicated thought patterns of an intelligent being. The Titans gave it the ability to think on basic terms, but not so much in anything above. This became worse when the other Titans left. It's worthless, Abel, Barbara replied, despite pulling it over to Abel with one of its roots. Upon a close look, Abel could tell that there was a ring on the dwarf's corpse. It also had its magic armor intact, when the roots would have absorbed all the necessary gears long before. The ring seemed quite strange. It wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing one, but something about it seemed quite fascinating. He tried taking it off and putting it on his own finger. Perhaps it was because the master was already dead. His power of the will was easily injected into it. He declared ownership over it very quickly. At the same time, a dark golden light flashed over the surface of the ring. The Valia's ring. A voice was sent to Abel's power of the will. This was a ring that once belonged to a goddess. It was a magic item that was crafted and owned by the spirits. The other name was Divine Tool. When Abel's power of the will was injected into Valia's ring, he could tell that it was a portal ring. Unlike the ring he was wearing, there was enough space inside Valia's ring to fit an entire mountain. This was when he remembered the ring that Wizard Cyril handed. To him, that was a divine portal ring as well. Several battle forts were traded with it. That was when a shocking thought came to mind. This corpse must have belonged to a powerful advanced wizard before. Without such power, no one would dare to mess around in a place like this. He tried looking at what was inside. There were many materials that he could find. There was also magic equipment that belonged to the dwarves. As precious as the materials were, he didn't find any that he was particularly interested in. He was no longer the little wizard like he used to be. Anything that he could find on the Holy Continent, he could pretty much get them all through trade. So if he didn't want the magic equipment, then what he would look for must be the potions. Those who were strong would definitely need those too. As a grandmaster blacksmith and a master alchemist, Abel was sure to make any powerful magic weapons that he wanted. It was the same for alchemy potions, but he's already had an entire supply chain of people to get him any sort of ingredients that he might be interested in. That's when he saw a weird ship that was placed inside. Valia's ring. This was probably the ancient diving ship that was used for the expedition. Anyway, now was not the time to look. He picked it up and showed it to Barbara. Abel asked, "I like this ring, Barbara. Can you give it to me?" Not knowing the ring's worth, Barbara was pretty straight about this. "Of course, take it if you want." "Can you move, Barbara?" Abel asked again, placing the Valia's ring on the same finger as to where he put the portal beast ring on. The reason was quite simple. He didn't want to return a divine item to the dwarves. That was 3 divine items that he'd be wearing on. Himself, no one would think he would be wearing this many divine items. Barbara said calmly, "I'm stuck here, sorry. I won't be able to leave this place forever." It was not sad when it said so. Barbara was a plant, and plants couldn't move. Of course, it wouldn't feel sad to be locked up in a place for its entire lifetime. That was probably what the Titans thought when they created it to guard their temple. "May I visit the Titan temple then?" Instead of asking it directly, it was more of a question to test how Barbara would react. Barbara gave a surprisingly clear response, "Yes. The Titans left here already. This is a place that has lost its original purpose. You are free to look around." "Thank you," Abel said. "Can you send me up there then?" Because of Barbara's existence, no spells could be cast here. There was the option of digging a tunnel to the top, but that didn't seem quite right. "Sure thing," Barbara said, meanwhile raising Abel carefully with a root. Unlike last time, it was a lot more subtle as not to hurt him. And just like that, Abel was sent to the ground very smoothly. The root sent a message when Abel left, "Remember to see me, okay? It's quite lonely here." Abel replied in a guaranteeing voice, "It's weird being a friend with a plant, but sure. I'll make sure to visit a friend whenever I'm free." "Friend," the root continued to repeat the term. After that, it shrank back to the underground. On a side note, Barbara was never expected to have to stay at the temple for so long. The Titans definitely left too long ago. The good thing was that its obligation as a guardian was no more. The order was still intact, but nothing could be more important than friendship after the suffering of 10,000 years. Abel stood in front of the Titan temple. It was like he was entering into a nation of giants. He seemed to have acknowledged the connection between the dwarves and the giants, because no matter what, the sizes of the temples in front of him were actually pretty similar to that of the dwarves. They were equally tall, with equally big doors. They were all made with stones, too. The Titan temple had 2 large stone doors. While looking from down to up, he could see a lightning conjuring Titan that was carved into it. If the Titans were really the same size as this depiction, then they should have been about 10 meters tall in total. Abel placed his hands on the door. Upon pressing it, he could tell that this door must have been about 1 meter thick. Its weight must have been terrifyingly heavy. He breathed as loudly as he could. This was when all the power inside of him exploded. Golden combat Kai flashed across him, but the force that was released was only enough to make the door shake for a bit. This was quite strange because back on the Holy Continent, even the orcs couldn't really match him in terms of brute strength. "Come out, Johnson." Upon the call, a 10-meter black hole in front of him appeared. This was when Johnson came out. "Master," Johnson came out and bowed to Abel. "Push it open," Abel ordered it. After bowing in reply, Johnson walked to the front of the stone door, both of its iron hands pressed downward. The stone doors made deafening noises of friction when they were pushed forward. Abel could have done this himself, but this was a door stuck for about tens of thousands of years. It was probably stuck with the frame already, and despite how strong his power was, his small body could only move the bottom of this door. He couldn't make the entire door receive his strength. On the other hand, Johnson was not only much taller, but it was just stronger than it. This was why the stone door responded as soon as it exerted its force. So slowly and steadily. The millennium-old Titan temple's door was opened for Abel to see. As the giant door slowly opened, a powerful, imposing pressure came out of the room inside. Johnson faced it first. Since the force was so powerful, it couldn't help but take 2 steps back. As it was Abel's summoned creature, naturally speaking, Abel would feel the same imposing pressure that it experienced. He wasn't all that weak against it, though. Whether it was his spiritual or physical strength, he still had a very strong resistance against the imposing pressure. After the Titan temple's imposing pressure swept across him, he managed to stay on both of his feet. He was even able to help Johnson carry some of the weight. This way, it wouldn't have to take too many steps back as it tried to make the door open completely. And there it was. Once the door was fully opened, Abel began to see a fairly strange world. It was a world that consisted of the element of lightning. Countless sparks of lighting appeared in the thin air, meanwhile vanishing and reappearing as instances passed by. This made the entire temple shine in a blinding white. Johnson switched to its lightning-resistant multi-surfaced steel balls. Its resistance against lightning spells was put to the maximum. Abel didn't go with it immediately. His vow of the ancient shield was lightning-resistant too. But it was nowhere as effective as the defensive monstrosity that was Johnson. He would take a step back to see how it would against the defensive mechanism in this place. He couldn't tell what spirits this temple worshipped. All he could see was that there was an empty that kept appearing in his sight. It was probably a natural defensive mechanism, designed purely so that no outside trespassers would invade the Titan temple. Abel gave a command, "Be careful, Johnson." Upon hearing that, Johnson took a slow step into the temple after it made a bowing gesture. As soon as he stepped in, a very powerful force sucked it into the deeper part of the Titan temple. Even its 10-meter-tall steel body was not enough to resist this force. Abel was not fast enough to call it back, so the first thing he tried to do was to contact it with his soul chain. He was lucky that the call connected fairly quickly. From what Johnson told him, it was being surrounded by countless streaks of lightning as they attacked him round after round. If it were any other Abel-summoned creatures, they would have been severely injured by these lightning attacks. Johnson was a special case. Even without much of a special method to make an attack, its defensive ability alone made it one of the most difficult beings to defeat on the holy continent. It had the mana-burning ability, which helped it have a 75% resistance against all magic. It also had all sorts of defensive runes drawn on its body, making it just have very high resistance against mana in general. This way, even though the lightning attacks were hitting it straight on ever since it went inside the temple, they were not sufficient to inflict any real damage to it in a short period of time. Abel couldn't help but feel quite anxious, though. Johnson did possess resistance against lightning, but no matter how little the damage was, they would still accumulate over the very long term. This was when he decided to switch on the digitalization ability of the world stone fragment. The streaks of lightning in front of him might seem to be flashing at random, but he figured that there was some sort of pattern that they were showing. It turned out to be true. The lightning streaks were forming a strange pattern. However, because of how fast they were appearing, it was hard to tell their real forms. It was bright at one moment, then dark at next. Now that Abel switched on his analyzing tool, he tried to make sense of what he was looking at. He was an expert on runes, and he did quite a lot of research into runes. As unfamiliar as the runes in front of him were, it was relatively easy to figure out where the energy conversion point was. All he had to look for was where the energy was changing. He never really figured out a way to break this spell circle, though. He had read the relevant books. He did know some of the basics, but it had been only so long since he first became a wizard. There was also the issue of how he managed his time in the dark world. As he spent most of his time fighting there, he didn't really have sufficient time to make sense of his learning. He only knew a little more than amateurs for a complicated field as the production and utilization of spell circles. He did know a very simple method, though. He could disrupt its internal structure by causing an unstable change in the flow of this spell circle's energy. It was the method that was the easiest to comprehend, but at the same time, it was also the hardest to actually implement. This was because the mechanism behind spell circles was supposed to be kept as a secret. The creators would do as much as they could not to let the others know about them. Still, all attempts were futile in the face of Abel's world stone fragment's analyzing ability. It was pretty much his main reason for having the confidence to break this spell circle. He decided to use the lightning spell for it because, well, this was a temple infused with the element of lightning. There, a lightning spell rune appeared in his right hand, and he shot right at the balance point that he located. It wasn't enough to destroy the lightning spell circle, but at least he knew that his method was correct. He just needed to increase his output to deal enough damage by using his left hand as well. The lightning continued to shake constantly. At the same time, a message from Johnson came through the soul chain. There were a lot fewer lightning streaks beside it now. It was finally starting to gain the ability to move again. This was when Abel decided to do something that he didn't normally do. He took a part of his druid spirit and infused it into Johnson's soul. It wasn't something that he preferred doing, because he didn't like the idea of manipulating his summoned creatures' thinking. Sure, they were his summoned creatures, but he respected them. He didn't like the idea of brainwashing them, so to speak. Right now, he was using the lightning spell to attack where the lightning void's balance point was at. It wasn't ineffective, but there was still quite some time before he could actually break through it. This was when Johnson's power was needed. By sharing a part of his druid spirit with it, he shared what it was looking at. This way, everything that Johnson was looking at was what he was looking at. It was like there was a split screen in his field of vision. The world of lightning might be something very complicated to make sense of completely. But after gaining the second world stone fragment, it became much easier to do this mission. Next up, he planned to find the energy balance point inside of the lightning void. He planned first to observe it through his druid spirit. He would first digitize its movement, then use his main spirit to get a better picture for analysis. It was quite a process, as he would have to use up pretty much all of his spiritual powers. Once the druid spirit managed to locate the balance point inside the lightning void, it sent an image marked towards Johnson. Knowing where to hit, Johnson unleashed its super knight large sword from its back. It let out a very energetic scream, and just when it was about to hit the energy balance with full force, Abel also attacked it with his lightning spell. What followed next was a massive trembling. Then, the lightning energy exploded as though it had lost control. Imagine that. An entire world was destroyed. That was how it felt like with the lightning void. Under such strong trembling, the lightning inside the lightning void was activated at the same time. The lightning then started to crawl around like snakes. This was when the druid spirit, inside Johnson's body, felt the danger, tried to make a defense by transforming its entire body into a massive iron ball. The multi-layer steel ball covering it on all sides placed its head in the center. This was all thanks to the druid spirit. If it didn't respond fast enough, Johnson would have had to replace a lot more of its components. So even with the lightning-resistant runes and the multi-layered steel balls that were crafted with fine steel, Johnson still sustained quite a bit of damage. However, the special thing about Johnson was that as long as its head was intact, then there wouldn't be too much of a problem for it to survive. Anyways, after the last streak of lightning disappeared, the lightning void became a single dot that disappeared in midair. Abel could see Johnson standing only 2 meters away from him. It looked quite distraught, to be honest. Many of the steel balls on its body were destroyed. Still, after switching their places with the not-so-damaged ones, it could get back to its original form. Of course, Johnson was still quite mad about all this. It shook its massive body grumpily as it stood up. That hit was probably the hardest hit that it had ever taken. As for Abel, he was just really glad that Johnson was still alive. As his strongest defending partner, he had many hopes for it to work with him in his future missions. While his status as a wizard provided him with many offensive capabilities, he needed to make sure that there was someone or something to rely on for his lack of defensive capability. This was even the case, even if he was a double elemental head knight commander. The Titan Temple began to show its truth right after the lightning void disappeared. Abel could see the floor tile now. It was made of a single block of clear white jade, which just proved how ridiculously strong the Titans were, physically. Not just that, it was also quite hard to believe that such a large jade crystal even existed. There was only one possibility, and it was that this jade was made right here on very special ground. So the jade floor was made to be extremely durable. Otherwise, Johnson would have crushed it a while ago already. When Abel looked up, he could see that the top of the Titan Temple was decorated with a small sun. It was floating right on top of the Titan Temple, and it was flaring in a white light that shone on the ground. This made the entire temple seem quite sacred. Abel walked over to the gate and stepped on it. As soon as he did, a tiny lightning arc was passed to the bottom of his feet. It wasn't just any ordinary attack. If anything, it was like a special form of baptism that was supposed to improve his health. He could feel slightly numb from the sensation he was feeling. It was a bit of a shame, though, since his body had already grown so much that it could hardly have any effect on him. By walking slowly inside the temple, he could feel that his every step was attracting more tiny lightning arcs. He was back in the world of lightning. By the way, he was just starting to notice how spacious the entire Titan temple was. After walking halfway into the door, all he could see was an entire empty floor with nothing on it. It was like all the things that were here were taken away. The Titan temple was a very large building. It took Abel a bit of time to notice that, especially when he noticed how long it took for him to finally see the worship altar that was at the deepest part. The altar was made of gold. Even the ladder that stretched from it to the ground was made of gold. It was still a bit far from where Abel was at, but as a grandmaster blacksmith, he was sure that the structure was purely made of gold. On the altar, there was a statue of a Titan standing about 10-something meters tall. It held a lightning staff in its hand. At either end of the ladders, 2 more statues were about 10 meters tall. They were shaped like warriors with spears and armor. It was their job to guard the stairs against any who dared to walk on it. The more Abel walked forward, the more imposing pressure he could feel from the statue that was on the altar. Seeing how it could have been very dangerous for Johnson, he immediately told it to stop walking with him. He walked towards the golden altar alone. The imposing pressure emitted from the giant statue made him feel like he should stay still and make a bow. The imposing pressure made his body tremble slightly, but he could get himself back to an upright position. His pride told him not to be afraid of spirits because, as the wizards would have it, spirits were just beings that were stronger than most. There had been myths of ancient times where wizards had killed spirits, so he'd like to think of himself and the being in front of him as equals. The imposing pressure continued to become stronger and stronger, and just when Abel was close enough to touch the golden altar with his hands, a golden light flashed out of it. This when the imposing pressure became much more powerful than before. It was aimed towards Abel. It pierced straight through his body and went directly into his soul. His sight started to blur, but luckily his dragon essence repelled the imposing pressure quickly enough. So the Titan statue exhausted its energy quite quickly. Soon the imposing pressure it unleashed was longer a threat on Abel's side. He was starting to regain the energy to keep going, so he went on to inspect the golden altar and the 2 statues in front of him. Abel went to check on one of the statues. This is not a statue. The statues were lifeless, but he could clearly see molecules with irregular patterns on the parts that weren't covered with armor. He could even see through the blood vessels underneath. It'd be impossible to create such details through craftsmanship. He had learned how to make statues before, so he knew how real these anatomical parts were. As it turned out, this was actually a Titan's corpse. That was quite weird. He didn't understand why 2 Titan corpses were placed here. As soon as he placed his hand on one of them, the corpses disappeared and went straight inside his portal ring. This was his way of confirming that the Titan was actually dead. If it actually weren't, the portal ring would have taken in any animate things. After taking the first one, he went to put in the other one. He was lucky that he just got the Valia's ring. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to fit the 2 dead Titans. After he was done with that, he stepped onto the golden altar and followed the steps. He was quite curious about the Titan statue in front of him. He didn't know why a mere statue could unleash such terrifying, imposing pressure. And even now, even though it was no longer unleashing the overwhelming pressure, he could still sense a certain serenity that was coming out of it. However, he wasn't a Titan himself, so what he felt towards it was more curiosity rather than respect. He came to the front of the Titan statues to try to put it inside his Valia's ring, but it wasn't all that easy, unlike the 2 dead Titans. Both his mind and body were starting to feel intense stress that he never felt before. The statue refused to be put inside the ring. This was when he realized something. The statue was one with the entire floating island. They were not 2 but 1 item, and there was no way that he had the sufficient power of the will to fit it all in. To recover from having a huge portion of his power, of the will being drained, he tapped on his belt and consumed 1 bottle of the full recovery potion. While he couldn't recover the power of the will that was lost immediately, he did recover his physical health quite well. A shame, he said to the Titan statue as he shook his head. He was starting to notice something, though. There was a jade sign in front of him that was half a meter tall. Lightning arcs would flash across it once every so often. He should have noticed it earlier, but just then, all his attention was towards the Titan statue itself. But that didn't make sense now, because the world's stone. Fragment buffed his observation skill and focus. It seemed strange that he would see the jade sign when it was so big. There was only one possible explanation for this. The Titan statue was probably trying to hide this jade sign. If that were the case, the question would have to change to, at what point could he find this sign? He was certain that it happened right after when the imposing pressure exploded. The sign showed itself when the imposing pressure was weakened, which indicated that the statue was here to protect it from being found. He became even more sure of it when he placed his hand on top of the jade sign, because when he did, a very strong electrical current was sent straight towards his entire body. His druid spirit had to use up an entire bottle of the full recovery potion for it. As his body was turned to charcoal dark, a purple light flashed by to help him recover. The druid spirit's fully recovery potion helped him get through the danger this time. Cold sweat started dripping from his back. He had faced several life-threatening situations ever since stepping into the Titan temple. This was the only time that his instinct as a head knight commander actually sent a warning. He felt like he was really close to death back then. If it wasn't for the regenerative power of the full recovery potion, just then, the electrical current would have destroyed his body entirely. Whilst looking at the jade sign in his hand, he sighed in relief with the thought of having escaped instant death. Perhaps it was better if he did fewer such expeditions in the future. There were places that even his most trusted sense would not work. This made him feel quite uncomfortable. To be honest, because there were plenty of times where his life was saved because of it. Using the little power of the will that he had, he decided to have a good scan into the jade sign. The jade sign was a control card. It was the single device responsible for keeping the entire temple spell circle under control. Injecting his power of the will into it immediately activated the function to declare ownership over it. As soon as he became its leader, notifications were sent towards his brain. Instead of explaining why the Titans left, the messages were mostly descriptions of the temple in detailed length. Basically, this temple was built on top of an extremely powerful Titan. Since the other Titans tried to get the priest to resurrect it from death, they decided to build a temple right here, in the middle of the ocean. As for a reason for not doing this on land, it was because this Titan was originally a traitor. The Titans, as an entire race, weren't willing to see its rise. It was the same reason why Barbara was planted here. They decided to trap it in stone so no one could come to figure out the secret behind this once powerful Titan. Even in death, the powerful Titan continued to absorb energy all around it. It was the reason that its corpse didn't rot away even after tens of thousands of years. Knowing this made Abel quite hesitant, to be honest. He wasn't sure if he should give this temple to the dwarves, because while the temple was, technically, a Titan temple, the owner wasn't actually a real Titan god. As for what this powerful Titan did when it was alive, that was pretty much lost in records. He didn't even know if the priests were actually capable of resurrecting him. There was no telling what would happen if the dwarves did their attempt it. Most importantly, there was the existence of Barbara. If the dwarves tried to go to this place, they had to first gain access to the jade stone control card. Abel's already tried it then. The sign card didn't cancel the function to declare ownership over this temple. This meant that it was impossible to hand the signed card over to the dwarves, so Barbara would drain out all of their energy if they decided to come here. Wait, I'm at the wrong place, ain't I? Abel slapped his head. If the control card was in his hand, he would have the right to force Barbara to go elsewhere. Besides, there was no point in transferring the card to the dwarves. He could just leave them an empty temple to them. He decided to first shut down all the defensive circles inside the Titan temple with that in mind. He then disappeared from the temple in the flash of white light. Abel reappeared next to Barbara. "I've come to see you, Barbara." Barbara said sarcastically, "I've felt the energy of the contract, Abel. I think I just found myself a new master." Barbara was the guardian plant of the Titans. Without a master to serve, it had no goal to live on. Now that it felt the temple control card's presence, it finally regained a new purpose, a new notion to follow. Abel asked, "I'll help you change a place to be. Is that all right with you, Barbara? Barbara explained in detail, Master, you already have full access over the entire temple. You have the right to unshackle me, but let me remind you something. Every time I change a place to live, you'd have to provide a lot of energy for it to happen. Abel took out a perfect gemstone, sure. Is this good enough? Barbara replied very quickly, I'll need 10 of this, Master. Abel was a lot happier when he heard that. He just wanted to make sure that the gemstone actually would work. The number was not his concern. When 10 perfect gemstones were handed over, Barbara's roots started snapping as it left the ground that it was planted in. Its body was completely separated from the ground, and the stench inside of it was starting to lose a lot more. Barbara said obediently, I've made full preparation, Mater. Please, find me a new soil to place within 10 days, or else I will die from malnutrition. Abel opened his portal beast ring, sure thing. Get in my portal beast ring first. I'll find you a new place very quickly. After putting Barbara inside the portal beast ring, Abel looked around to see if there was anything that he was missing. When he was done, he went back into the temple to continue on his quest. He very much admired Barbara's strength. If it weren't for the fact that he would have spent so many perfect gemstones to move it every time, he would have carried it around as his trustworthy partner. Still, because of Barbara's existence, he had a place to be and a way to be protected. Think about it this way. When a powerful wizard came beside Barbara, his instantaneous movement would be of no use, and all his spells would have been banished. The entire area that it would have been mana-free. It was capable of unleashing absolute nightmares to any powerful wizards. He did try to get out of its reach through his head knight commander's ability, but he was still caught by it. No one on the Holy Continent would underestimate Barbara's true strength. Abel continued to stand inside the Titan temple. He's already taken all the powerful items here. What was left inside the temple was nothing but an empty shell. While the building was still quite valuable, immeasurable. In fact, he still couldn't help but feel the same towards the dwarves. They were the first ones that found it after all, and he only came here on behalf of their request. Judging from his friendship with the dwarves, he couldn't find himself to do something like taking over this entire place. I'll just leave this place to the dwarves then, so he thought, because he thought that he would still get to keep control over this place. After coming to a decision, he took out the teleportation circle plate that the dwarves handed him. He placed it on the jade floor, then activated it with his power of the will. 2 wizard dwarfs stood near the teleportation circle. Of the Goff family, although many batches of wizards were swapped on duty, this place had been guarded by wizard dwarfs continuously for the past 10 days. Wizard dwarf suddenly saw that a message had finally arrived after 10 days. He took out an identity card and ignited it with his power of the will. Soon Bernie and elite wizard Cyril appeared next to the teleportation circle. What happened? Is it a message from Grandmaster Abel? Bernie asked the moment he appeared. He didn't even have time to register the dizziness he got from the teleportation. Young Master, Grandmaster Abel has ignited his teleportation circle. We can go there now, the wizard dwarf replied. Young Master Bernie, you succeeded, Wizard Cyril said with an eye full of excitement. Most members of the Goff family were against the idea of Bernie sending Abel out to sea. Abel was their brother, and he made the best wine, so none of them wanted anything bad to happen to Abel. But the head of the Goff family supported Bernie, and he believed Abel could create a miracle. There were a lot of things he and Bernie knew that the other dwarfs didn't. Quick, tell the headmaster, Bernie quickly added. I'll go as well. If there is no problem, I'll come back to take you there, young Master Bernie. Wizard Cyril said with a smile. Bernie was not a wizard. He might get injured if he went into a mana-dense environment. Wizard Cyril, thank you so much, Bernie bowed. Wizard Cyril stepped into the teleportation circle and connected with the new special giant teleportation circle. He then ignited it with his power of the will and vanished into thin air. When Wizard Cyril appeared at Titan Temple, Abel stood by his side and bowed with a smile. Wizard Cyril, welcome. Grandmaster Abel, Wizard Cyril bowed back. He walked out from the teleportation circle into the giant temple. All of a sudden, he felt small and insignificant. The top of the temple was a sun-like glowing ball, filling the place up with holiness. Is this a giant temple? Wizard Cyril felt sparks of electricity coming from the ground, since the power of wizards was a lot more sensitive than normal commanders. He sensed a slight change in his body from that electricity, and his body began to strengthen. He suddenly paused with eyes full of shock. No need to explain. This place was an ancient site, no matter if it was a giant temple or not. You could not put a price on it. Just the fact that this place could straighten the body could drive people crazy. There were many ways to strengthen one's body in the Holy Continent, but they all had their limits. Combat Kai training could strengthen the body, but it needed talent and large amounts of stress on the body. Up to a certain point, it would plateau, and you would not grow anymore. Commanders went crazy for Combat Kai training, which allowed them to withstand the corrosion of mana, but that was the most they would grow. Head commanders were no exception. They could only develop a second attribute at most. They could not strengthen their body. Potions could strengthen the body, but most of them were way too expensive. Wizard would need to use potions to withstand the corrosion of mana ever since the start of their training. But those potions could only help them recover at most. They could not strengthen their body. One's body was very important to a wizard, but most of them were weak. This would not change until they became an elite wizard. This place was a direct method to strengthen the body. It would be valuable for the dwarfs and hugely beneficial for them even if it were not a giant temple. If a wizard could start with a strong body, they would no longer need to worry about taking potions. They could just get straight into their meditation and training. There were many other benefits of this place Wizard Tyrael had not thought of, but he was sure this place would do wonders for the dwarfs. I've confirmed that this place is called the Titan Temple. Abel made a welcome gesture and led Wizard Tyrael into the temple. Soon, they came across a 10 meters tall statue. A Titan, Wizard Tyrael was not Abel. He had been researching the giants for countless years. The dwarfs knew a lot about the giants, and he could immediately recognize the tribe of this statue. He also knew this place was a temple just by the way it looked. The prestige of this statue could be sensed. Even though the energy it gave out had weakened over the years, the rank was still extremely high. He did not know that Abel had already absorbed most of the energy from this statue. If not, Wizard Tyrael would be lucky if he was still alive. There were not many things in the temple, only the Titan statue and a golden shrine. Grandmaster Abel, can we go outside? Wizard Tyrael asked. Of course. I have already broken all the magic circles, and I've made sure there is no more danger. Abel smiled. Wizard Tyrael sighed. Actually, Abel did not search the Titan Temple. It might be dangerous, but there would be corresponding rewards. How could an ancient site like this have no treasure? Abel said there was no danger around, which meant he had already taken all the treasures. Still, Wizard Tyrael had great respect for Abel. He had searched an ancient site before, and the dwarfs had sacrificed a large amount of time, energy, and puppets to break all the magic circles. Abel had done so in such a short period of time. No matter which method he used, it showed that his ability to break magic circles was very strong. Wizard Tyrael did not move in a flash. This temple belonged to the Titan, the most powerful race of the giants, the ancestors of the dwarfs. Therefore he walked on foot, and Abel did not embarrass himself as well. The dwarfs had spent countless resources on flying boats to find this temple. It just showed how significant it was to them. When the two walked out of Titan Temple, Wizard Tyrael's jaw dropped. He would not expect in 1,000 that this temple was located under the ocean. There was strange energy separating the temple's waters, forming an underwater bubble of a few hundred meters. Wizard Tyrael, the energy here had driven out all the sea creatures, so it should be safe. But it's still good to send a few dwarf guards. The spiritual beasts in the oceans are a lot stronger than the ones on land, Abel said as he pointed around. He knew the dwarf's knowledge of the ocean, but he still explained. Grandmaster, I don't know how to express my gratitude. What you have done for dwarfs cannot be repaid by just 2 flying boats. Wizard Tyrael lowered his voice. An underwater domain, a safe underwater platform. What could this mean to the dwarfs? The dwarfs could use this temple to research the ocean. Although they could not travel too far from the islands, it was still a big step forward. Abel gave out a little smile and did not say anything. It was sad to give this place to the dwarfs, but he could not guard this place with the Duchy of Carmel's power anyway. He had already taken away the guardian beast Barbara. This temple had lost its most powerful defense, so only the dwarfs could replace it. Also, the dwarfs had great respect for this temple. If they knew Abel had stolen their temple, they would become enemies no matter how close they were. The cons overweighed the pros. Grandmaster, let's go back to the Goff family. I need to report this great discovery to the dwarfs. Wizard Cyril couldn't even wait. His faithfulness towards the gods grew as he looked around at this work of God. He had to report everything he saw to the elites of his family and the dwarfs. Wizard Cyril and Abel teleported to the Goff family. The headmaster of the Goff family had already arrived. The dwarfs bowed the moment they saw Abel, Grandmaster Abel. Their gaze was filled with gratefulness. Only a true brother would go out to sea for the dwarfs. Only 1 out of 10 could survive. Their already deep relationship was deepened once again. All the dwarfs could see from the excitement from Wizard Cyril's eyes. The giant temple they searched for so long had been found. The headmaster of the Goff family emerged and bowed. Grandmaster Abel, thank you so much. Bernie will bring you to have a rest. Headmaster, my honor. Abel bowed back with a smile. What happened afterward would be the business of the dwarfs. It had nothing to do with him. At most, they just needed to send some over to discuss the pay. Although the dwarfs said that they would give Abel 2 flying boats for finding the giant temple, it was not that simple. Abel's relationship with them was too deep to make any unfair trade. Grandmaster Abel, follow me, Bernie said with a smile as he led this very important person to be a guest lounge. After Abel left, the Goff headmaster turned his gaze at the excited Wizard Cyril. Wizard Cyril, how is it over there? He lowered his voice. As the headmaster, he had to confirm the condition before sending any men over, no matter how desperate he was. All the elders wanted to ask Wizard Cyril this question long ago. They just didn't want to embarrass themselves in front of Abel. A work of God, that place is a work of God, said Wizard Cyril, excitement pouring out. The headmaster and the other elders exchanged glares. They knew Wizard Cyril was in the know. He had seen quite a lot of ancient sites before. Headmaster, that place is a perfectly preserved Titan temple. Normal people can enter. You can go have a look. Wizard Cyril didn't know how to explain what he saw, so he suggested. Abel followed Bernie into a huge, luxurious construction. But Abel had seen too much luxurious things that could no longer make his jaw drop. There was nothing more beautiful in the Holy Continent than the Orwell Palace, and he owned that place. Bernie, you can go, I can stay here by myself, Abel said with a smile. He could see how desperate Bernie was to see the giant temple. If his father didn't demand, he would have teleported there already. Don't worry, Abel, someone will tell me about it later, said Bernie, acting like he didn't care. Just go, I want to rest by myself, I'm tired. Abel put up an irritated look. Bernie gave out a little smile and immediately ran off. Abel thought about the rewards he got as he watched the shadow of Bernie fade. The Ring of Valia was a godly dimensional object, treasured by the dwarfs, but Abel had risked his life getting them. So of course they belonged to him. This world had its own rules. The rewards obtained from an adventure belonged to the adventurer. This was why so many were willing to risk their lives on adventures. That godly dimensional object, the Ring of Valia, could save him a lot of hassle. He no longer needed to carry so many 10 square meters or 15 square meter portal bags. He looked into that ancient submarine in the ring. It was filled with magic circles he never saw and strange materials. They could hide the sense of the subject. The submarine could also become invisible with its magic circles, which was why that ancient dwarf could travel that far. He found 2 Titan corpses in the temple. Although he didn't know what to do with them, he knew the corpse of an ancient being must come in handy one day. Also, the gears on them were quite extraordinary. If godly objects were the work of God, those 2 sets of gears should be made by gods as well. Still, godly objects in the Holy Continent would only have 1 extra strong attribute at most, unlike the ones in the Dark World with many different attributes. The godly objects in the Holy Continent needed to use even more luxurious material and technical forgery skills. Since those were limited in the Holy Continent, godly objects were the pinnacle in some aspects. Just like that giant armor, it was made with something even Abel could not recognize. Its defense had reached the limit a gear could produce, and its special ability was still unknown. There was only one way to find out the special ability of a godly object, and that was becoming its master. Only Johnson could make use of such a big armor, so Johnson had to become its master. The armor set included a helmet, body armor, combat boots, iron gloves, and a spear. Since the corpses were still in the ring of Valia, Abel took out the full set of armor with his power of the will and summoned Johnson from his monster ring. Luckily, they were in the dwarfs' territory. All their construction was made according to giant size, so the 10-meter tall Johnson felt right at home. "Johnson, try on that armor." Abel pointed at the Titan armor on the ground. "Yes, master," Johnson bowed. Began to put on the armor one by one. Abel could feel its excitement through the soul chain. Johnson deeply respected Abel. He taught everything it knew. From Abel's manner to his habits, Johnson was the only one out of the summons who could do human rituals. Johnson was very thankful for this armor. It knew how hard it was to make something of this size. A normal furnace could not forge this, let alone the resources it would take. Abel thought about making armor for Johnson in the past, but he just couldn't find a big enough furnace. With this Titan armor, he no longer has to stress himself. "Johnson, declare yourself its master," Abel requested. Johnson was born with the power of the will. It followed Abel's instructions and began to communicate with the gear with his power of the will. Soon, this fully black armor started sparking and lightning. The lightning sparkles began to build until the entire Titan armor was engulfed in it. It was almost like it had become a different armor all of a sudden. "What handsome armor," Abel said helplessly as he looked at Johnson in that glowing armor. Johnson looked like a god in the sky. Imagine how much pressure those Titan back in the days would give their enemies in this thing. "Johnson, what ability does it have?" Abel asked. "Helmet, body armor, combat boots, and iron gloves each have a very powerful defense. When they are all worn together, an energy shield made out of lightning would appear to counteract spell attacks. If the armor got damaged, it could recover itself with lightning attributes." Johnson replied with the soul chain. It then flicked the spear in its hand, and a strike of lightning struck upon the floor, making a small hole. "Sorry, master, I have not fully grasped the power of this spear. Every time it can cast a level 20 lightning strike," Johnson said, looking at the hole he made. Although the hole looked small to Johnson, it was 1 meter wide. It looked more like a level 22 lighting spell than a level 20. Abel knew lighting spells like the back of his hand, and that strike was beyond the power limit of normal lighting strikes. Abel gave the spear a little look and seemed like it had a lightning strike enchantment. "Johnson, how's the normal attack?" Abel continued. "Its normal attack spear comes with lightning damage." Johnson waved around the spear again. Abel was very happy with this Titan gear. Johnson had always been a front-line contracted beast to him. As his strongest shield, Johnson would have another leg up with this Titan armor. This lighting spear had also made up for Johnson's weakness by giving it long-range spell attacks. This Titan armor could regenerate itself when damaged if given lightning attributes. Although this might be a hassle for others, all it took for Abel was a perfect yellow gem. But there was one downside. This thing was like a giant light bulb. He could not tell Johnson to do anything secretive as long as he had this thing on. Abel shook his head and gave his portal bracelet to Johnson. Only the portal bracelet can fit a giant armor like this. Another wizard would definitely lose his mind if he knew that. Abel had given his summon a portal bracelet. Portal objects were the dream of every wizard. Johnson carefully shoved the portal bracelet in his body. It was the safest place. The Titan armor retreated in the portal bracelet. It then reappeared on Johnson again. After a few times of putting it on and taking it off, excitement emerged from Johnson's chain. At the same time, Abel put Johnson back in the monster ring. Luckily, the monster ring was a godly object, so it could coexist with the portal bracelet. The value of the portal bracelet lay within its ability to swap gears, especially weapons. Abel rested for a night with the dwarfs. He did not enter the dark world. Instead, he had a good night of sleep. The next morning, when he arrived at the breakfast hall, Bernie and the Goth headmaster were already waiting for him. "Headmaster, you are too generous. I am a friend of the dwarfs," Abel quickly bowed. The Goth headmaster was extremely prestigious in the dwarfs. He was one of the top elites, on par with the emperors of the 3 kingdoms. His presence clearly showed his gratitude. "No, Grandmaster Abel, you are a brother of the dwarfs," the Goth headmaster said seriously. He would not joke around like other dwarfs. His words were official, officially affirming Abel's status in the dwarves. "I will forever remain a brother to the dwarves," Abel also replied seriously. "Grandmaster Abel, I've been to the Titan temple under the sea. It is priceless. Other than the value of the temple itself, its location could also do wonders for the dwarf's research." The Goth headmaster did not hide from Abel. He had seen the temple with his own eyes. Their opportunity was limitless. Just catching the fishes alone could solve a part of the food crisis for the dwarfs. Sea creatures were aliens to humans, but the dwarfs had looked into them. With that temple, the dwarfs could further advance their research. He knew the most powerful spiritual beasts ruled the sea. Since that temple was still in good shape, it meant that those powerful spiritual beasts nearby were either driven away or killed by it. He knew Abel had done something to break into that temple. That temple was now in a vulnerable state, so he needed to urge the dwarfs to put up the most powerful war machines on the island to guard the temple. As long as he could preserve the temple, the dwarfs would have a base underwater. He could send out dwarfs to hunt intermediate spiritual beasts in the ocean. The opportunity was endless. All of this was thanks to Abel, but how could they repay him if they couldn't figure out the price of that temple? "Headmaster, I've got something from the Titan temple as well," Abel smiled. The Goth headmaster could guess it even if Abel did not say it, but Abel still did it as an act of friendliness. "You risked your life for it, so anything you got should belong to you." The Goth headmaster waved his land and lowered his voice. The dwarfs had gotten quite a lot from ancient sites, after countless years of exploration as well. The headmaster made it clear that they agreed with the adventure rule of this world. "Grandmaster Abel, you have done a great favor for us this time. We do not know how to repay you, so we decided to give you an extra flying boat, and we can also set up a defense system for you in 10 cities. The Goth headmaster said. He had already discussed this with the other elites. Abel felt a lift in his heart. War machines and trigger systems were the main reason why the dwarfs were so powerful. A defense system was basically a combination of war machines and trigger systems. Equipped with countless crossbows, a city with a defense system was almost impenetrable. Back in the days, even Flying Flame was injured by going into a dwarf city. If Abel had not helped, it would have died already. This was how scary the defense system could be. That was why the Orc Empire rather invaded the humans than messing with the dwarfs. Countless trigger systems were set up around the borders between the orcs and the dwarfs, and no orc had ever made it through alive. The dwarfs would not sell their defense system no matter how much you gave them. Abel was the first exception they had made. Abel knew what the Goth headmaster meant by his words. They were willing to set up a defense system for Abel. In the Duchy of Carmel, Abel brought a promise with him as he left the Goth family. The Titian temple would always be open to Abel's blood-related kin. For now, the only blood-related family Abel had was the Bennett family. As for the Harry family in Harvest City, Abel needed to have his own children first. As Abel turned to his magic tower, he already knew what to do with Babala. What could be more important to him than Harry Castle? The Lord of Marshall had sacrificed everything for the castle, and Abel was becoming worried as his enemies got more powerful. If one day his enemy decided to attack Harry Castle when he was not around, Tower Spirit Flora might not be able to unleash its full power. Everyone living in that castle was basically normal citizens. Even the Lord of Marshall was a normal person. He could not live in a mana environment, so there were many wizard defense Abel could not set up. It only had a protection circle. However, those knights might be able to hold beginner wizards up for a while. Breaking that protection circle would only be a matter of time for intermediate wizards. Therefore, he needed another way to protect the Lord of Marshall. Babala was a type of guardian plant cultivated by the Titans, so it was perfect for the job. Abel was especially bonded with Babala's soul. It was linked to the temple control card, and Abel had been declared as the owner of that control card, so it had passively gotten control of Babala without making it a contracted beast. Abel and the Lord of Marshall sat in the underground room of Harry Castle. "Uncle Marshall, I've brought Babala to help you guard the castle." Abel took Babala out of his monster ring and said. Since Abel's soul was bound to Babala, he no longer needed to use his soul speaker ability. "Babala, this is my uncle. From now on, you will protect him and his castle," Abel said to the almost dried-up-looking Babala. "Abel, that thing can protect me." said the Lord of Marshall, looking at that strange, almost dried-up giant plant. Even its flower had a stinking smell. Yes, Babala looked miserable. The change of environment had given it a big hit. It only had 10 branches left. Without the leaves to nourish and its dried-up flowers, it would be a problem if it could even stay alive, let alone protecting others. Uncle Marshall, don't underestimate it. This thing can protect the castle for thousands of years. Maybe even tens of thousands. Abel lowered his voice and smiled. At that moment, small roots began to emerge from Babala and wrapped around a few perfect gems after the amount of energy was extracted from it. Even the naked eye could see the body of Babala begin to lit up. Liveliness returned to the flowers, but the stinking smell intensified. Countless small roots emerged from the main root and slowly penetrated the ground of the underground room. Although the Lord of Marshall did not know, Abel knew Babala had already built a personal dimension under Harry Castle. It was enough to protect Harry Castle as it continued to grow. Slowly, the underground of Harry Castle was surrounded by countless roots. It could now turn Harry Castle into a magic forbidden place any time and give the enemy a taste of the power of those countless roots. The reason why Abel had brought the Lord of Marshall along was to let Babala remember the Lord of Marshall's scent, so he could call Babala for help even when Abel is not around. Why is it so powerful? The Lord of Marshall asked. He didn't know the wizard's tricks, but he knew this thing was definitely not as simple. With Babala around, you don't have to worry about any wizard in the Holy Continent, Abel said softly. If Abel didn't sound so serious, the Lord of Marshall would have thought he was joking. Of course, Abel was not joking. As soon as the mana forbidden environment was ignited, a wizard wouldn't even be able to go against a knight. No wizard in the Holy Continent could break a mana forbidden environment. Abel did not tell anyone else about Babala. Its lifespan was basically infinite. It and Bardali would become the most powerful guardians for Harry Castle. There was no need for Bardali to meet Babala. Both of them were Abel's contracted beasts, so their souls were connected too. After Abel returned to his magic tower, he went into retreat again. The Duchy of Carmel had gotten used to it. Abel's sovereignty over his domain remained stable as conflict raged on in the Holy Continent. Other than the 3 big kingdoms, all the duchies were involved. The 3 big kingdoms did not interfere. A decrease in population was the best way to mediate a food crisis anyway. What could be a better way to decrease population than war? As the conflict intensified, even the 5 duchies connected with the Duchy of Carmel were not safe. The noble system of the human world was in chaos. Large numbers of noble families vanished or were taken over by other noble families. Normal rules did not confine powerful nobles. Their greed led them to invade small duchies. Duchies fell and new ones raised. Even though the food crisis continued, the price of land had increased. The Duchy of Carmel was the only remaining stable duchy, and no duchy dared to mess with it. Among the chaos, the dwarfs sent out many men to give Bakong City and Barley City a makeover, but not many people knew what that makeover was about. Of course, this was no secret to the 3 big kingdoms. Both the Kingdom of St. Anuel and Kingdom of St. Pirat had signed a peace treaty with the Duchy of Carmel, so both of them just asked a few questions and kept their nose out of it. On the other hand, the Kingdom of St. Ellis sent out some serious doubts to the dwarfs, since those constructions could threaten their sovereignty. Abel was a brother to the dwarfs, and they didn't offend the human law, so this short reply was used as a way to bite back at the Kingdom of St. Ellis. This had a big impact on the relationship between the Kingdom of St. Ellis and the Duchy of Carmel, despite their stability on the surface. Emperor Ambrose had personally ordered an assassin to kill Abel, but he would not send them out until Abel officially flipped the table. In the Kingdom of St. Ellis Palace office, Emperor Ambrose was talking with eldest Prince Derek. Father, why did you officially doubt the dwarfs for constructing a defense system for the Duchy of Carmel? You're basically picking a fight with Grandmaster Abel. The kingdom has put a lot of effort into forming a good relationship with Grandmaster Abel. Is this worth it? Prince Derek asked bluntly, since there were only the 2 of them in the office. He just couldn't understand his father's action. Derek, you are the head of the investigation department. You should know the Assassin Union is recovering, right? The Emperor ignored the question. Yes, the Assassin Union has gotten a lot of mission points from the chaos of the human world. Although they missed a lot as well, they had recovered around 70% of their original power. The prince nodded. You know Grandmaster Abel's personality. Do you think he would let the assassin union go easily? The emperor added. No, the prince replied. The investigation department had analyzed the personality of Abel. Derek, then you tell me, how would the assassin union recover? The emperor kept asking. Maybe the assassin union had given Abel some benefits to letting them go. Prince Derek thought his father was testing him. I've gotten news from the dwarfs and the elves that they have lifted the ban for assassin mission points. The emperor lowered his voice. How is that possible? Why would the dwarfs and elves do something like that? The prince had all the information in the human world, but he had not been paying much attention to the dwarfs or elves. Just the business in the human world was enough to take all the energy from him. I think Grandmaster Abel has seized control over the assassin union, and it only recovered so fast since he is so close with the dwarf and elves, the emperor added. Then shouldn't we be even nicer to the Duchy of Carmel and Abel? The prince was still confused. If Abel had seized control of the assassin union, the Duchy of Carmel would have gotten a lot of hidden power, even if they didn't look like much on the surface. No, because I have personally placed an assassin order on Grandmaster Abel, the emperor said with a bitter laugh. If he could go back in time, he would definitely not have done this no matter what. He was not expecting an organization with thousands of years of history could be wiped out by a young wizard. What? The prince yelled. Although he knew the corruption of politics, Abel was the king of a duchy, a true noble, a grandmaster blacksmith, a wizard. His life should not be threatened, no matter which identity he identified. Nobles were respected by many. If an assassin had failed, the ones who send them out would be banished. This placed a guarantee on the life of many nobles. It was the core stability of the human world. Now you know why I'm against the dwarfs building a defense system for the Duchy of Carmel. The Duchy of Carmel cannot get any more powerful. It will threaten our sovereignty. The emperor lowered his voice again. But Grandmaster Abel won't unleash a war with the kingdom just for an assassin order, right? The prince asked, irritated. He knew Abel, and he didn't think he would do something like that. There is something the investigation department does not know. The Duchy of Carmel signed a peace treaty with the other two kingdoms, but not the kingdom of St. Ellis. A spark of fury emerged on the emperor's face. Father, maybe it is because the Duchy of Carmel is a part of the kingdom of St. Ellis. So Abel thought there was no need. The prince couldn't believe what he just said. No matter if the Duchy of Carmel signed a treaty with the kingdom of St. Ellis or not, they should have let them know that they had signed a treaty with the other two kingdoms. Father, we can't go to war with the Duchy of Carmel. We don't have enough resources. The prince finally understood why the emperor had called him for discussion today. Only the investigation department knew how powerful the Duchy of Carmel was. If the kingdom went to war with the Duchy of Carmel, they would take a huge hit even if they won. The Duchy of Carmel had gotten too powerful too quickly. The human world was in chaos, so large amounts of knights and nobles rushed to the Duchy of Carmel. Since the Duchy of Carmel had taken over the Duchy of Kian, they had enough land to keep those knights. At this point, the Duchy of Carmel was just a hair behind the power of the kingdom of St. Ellis just by looking at this. Not even to mention the true power of Abel, it was a mystery. The emperor tried to resolve this personally by contacting Abel, but Abel kept rejecting him. He wouldn't even see the representatives he sent. If there was a slight chance he would make peace with Abel, he would have done that. To be honest, he was afraid of Abel's power. Someone who had killed many elite wizards, 6 elite priests, and wiped out an entire city. Any of these things could chill down his spine. He didn't want to pick a fight with Abel. He hated himself for ordering an assassin. It was a forbidden political move. Not many people have done it, no matter kingdoms or duchies. Once an assassin order was placed, the other party could strike back and place an assassin order as well. Abel knew this, and he would soon become the enemy of the kingdom. There was no way the emperor would be afraid of the king of the Duchy of Carmel was another person. Looking at the history of Abel, they noticed a pattern. Not a single one of Abel's enemies lived very long. They would either get into an accident or be murdered. It might be a coincidence if only one enemy got killed, but every single one of them was dead. Even if Abel wasn't the one killing them, he played a crucial part in their downfall. That was why Emperor Ambrose didn't want to become Abel's enemy. He didn't want war, but he also didn't know if Abel would unleash a big attack on the kingdom once he got even more powerful. He was ready to pay a big compensation to make up for his mistake before sending the ambassadors to Abel, but Abel just wouldn't change his mind. It was understandable. However, there was something he had not thought of. Abel's wizard ability was increasing too quickly. He might become an elite wizard in a few years, and he might leave the Holy Continent after that. When he leaves, he needs to make sure all his threats are gone. The Emperor had placed an assassin order on Abel, but their relationship was quite stable before that. If the Emperor was willing to place an assassin order even with that stable relationship, his family, his friend, Harry Castle, and the Duchy of Camel would definitely not be saved from the kingdom after leaving the Holy Continent. Another important thing is that he needed to put up a powerful image, making sure no one would mess with the Duchy of Carmel. The Kingdom of St. Ellis was perfect for this. As long as he could destroy the Kingdom of St. Ellis, no one would mess with the Duchy of Carmel, at least in the human world. This was Abel's plan. He might not have this idea initially, but it was inevitable as his duchy got more and more powerful. His final target was to kill King Ambrose. His greed grew as his domains got bigger. He wanted his family to live an even better life, and destroying a kingdom would bring out a better one. I've called the old man. He agreed to send out their 3 rank 17 elite wizards, on top of the 50 intermediate wizards and 20,000 knights of the kingdom. But even with that, I don't think we can't take him down. Emperor Ambrose lowered his voice. Fathers, the Wizard Union has a rule that elite wizards cannot get involved in the business of the common world if they found out that the old man had got involved with this. Prince Derek felt his heart lifted for a moment when he heard that the old man would help, but he was still worried. The old man is already a rank 18 wizard. No one can know about this in the Holy Continent, Emperor Ambrose added. Rank 18 wizards were the most powerful being in the Holy Continent, truly invincible. Even Abel had all kinds of legends attached to him. A rank 18 wizard had always remained at the pinnacle. They equaled God. It would be likely that the Wizard Union would mess with a rank 18 wizard and 3 rank 17 wizards for Abel. You could count the number of rank 17 wizards in the Holy Continent in one hand, and they were all friends. Father, there's still a big problem. Where do we find enough food for another big battle? Prince Derek began to accept the idea of going to war, so he began to plan. We will give out titles in the kingdom in exchange for food, Emperor Ambrose said with a dim look. It seemed like he already solved the food problem. Exchange titles for food. A pitying look emerged on the prince's face. How could a kingdom give out their titles for food? This would have a big impact on the noble system. Even if they won this battle, their losses would be serious. Abel didn't know what the Kingdom of St. Ellis had in store for him. He was still in retreat, and all the businesses were left to the lords since they were all given the permission to make decisions without the king. It had been 2 months since Abel came back from the sea. It was an early April morning, and he stepped out of the dark world once again. He relaxed in his elven garden with a glass of juice, but the voice of tower spirit Flora suddenly emerged. Master, the young Master Bernie from the dwarfs and Lady Carrie from the elves want to see you. They want to see me together. Abel couldn't believe what he just mumbled. He took a last sip of juice and vanished in a flash. Bernie was looking very desperate as they strode alongside Harry Castle. Lady Carrie by his side was also looking pale, just like a beast had traumatized her. She had remained still like this ever since she entered Harry Castle. Lady Carrie, what happened? Bernie noticed the depressed look on her face, so he immediately asked. Bernie, nothing. I just sensed a huge threat. Lady Carrie suddenly regains herself from her traumatized look. This is Grandmaster Abel's place. What threat can it be? Bernie looked around and asked in confusion. Suddenly, Abel appeared in a flash of white light. Lady Carrie felt her heart lifted the moment she saw Abel. The traumatized feeling immediately disappeared. She could help but gasp for air. Lady Carrie, what's up? Abel immediately realized something was wrong with her. Lady Carrie said she sensed a huge threat. Isn't that funny? Bernie laughed. Bernie was a regular dinner in Harry Castle. He knew this place was probably the safest place in the Holy Continent. 3 rank 17 wizards have died here. It was like a holy land for knights and wizards. No one would mess with it. However, Abel knew Lady Carrie had her reason. She was an intermediate druid, her sensitivity to plants was extremely high. Since she was not a regular here, of course, she would be monitored by the Babala underground. Babala also monitored Bernie, but it was impossible for him to notice Babala with his current ability. Since Lady Carrie's senses were so strong, the energy given out by a dramatically superior being was almost unbearable to her. Also, since Babala had just been moved under Harry Castle, it was still in recovery. It had not fully grasped all its power yet. Lady Carrie, I'm sorry that my new defense facility in the castle made you feel unsafe, Abel explained. Lady Carrie didn't know what facility Abel was referring to, but she knew Abel wanted to keep it a secret. She smiled and nodded. Bernie, it's been a while since you came. Why are you here today with Lady Carrie? Abel asked. Grandmaster Abel, I'm here today to do trade. I want 20 barrels of Grandmaster wine. Just tell me what you want, Bernie said awkwardly. He knew the benefits of Grandmaster wine. Although it was nothing too powerful, it could speed up the training of the dwarves. The amount he requested this time might be too much. Grandmaster Abel, I also want to buy 20 barrels of Grandmaster wine. Lady Carrie did not know the value of the wine, but she knew it was definitely not normal wine looking at Bernie's attitude. But it was expected. There was no way the dragons would personally ask them for normal wine. Grandmaster wine, why do you guys need that many? Abel asked in confusion. Since the price of food had shot up dramatically, most of the wine was brewed in the Duchy of Carmel. If he needed to brew more wine, he would need more food. If he wasn't so close to the dwarfs, he would have definitely stopped making wine. Grandmaster Abel, I'll be honest with you. Dragonkin's blue dragon, Emanuel, somehow found out about the Grandmaster's wine, so he asked the dwarfs. We have no choice but to bother you. Bernie put up a pity look on his face. Grandmaster Abel, the elves as well. Since I am close to you, my family sent me to buy some from you, Lady Carrie added. Actually, it wasn't the dwarfs or the elves' fault. He caused Emanuel's wine addiction. I know the blue dragon, Emanuel. I'll talk to him. The Grandmaster wine is low in production, so I'll explain that to him. Abel waved his hand in slight embarrassment. Abel, you wouldn't lie to me, right? Bernie was so shocked he even forgot his manners. Bernie, do I look like someone who lies? Abel bit back. Bernie really wanted to say yes, but he didn't say anything. Abel had never kept any secret from him unless it was something very sensitive. It was just that he had a hard time believing that Abel knew Blue Dragon Emanuel. That was a blue dragon, the dragon of the Holy Continent. How dangerous was the ocean? The dwarfs had sent out 7 flying boats, but only 2 of them came back. The reason why no spiritual beast attacked the ocean was because the dragons had turned the ocean into their backyard. Nobody understood the prestige of the dragon better than the elves and dwarfs. They always have been supplying resources for the dragons in exchange for a half-hearted promise that they would protect them. It was only until the very last moment. The dragons would show themselves to help. Seeing the looks on Bernie and Lady Carrie's face, Abel knew they didn't believe him, even though he put it bluntly. He laughed and took out a little piece of scale. Although it was not eye-catching, both Bernie and Lady Carrie suddenly froze up. They could sense dragon energy coming from that scale. Don't underestimate that scale. Normal people didn't know, but they knew it was a scale from an infant giant dragon. It was what guarded them, so every giant dragon would keep their scale as a token after they matured. Both Bernie and Lady Carrie were the elites of their race. They've seen those tokens from the giant dragons before. They could be used to summon dragons when their race was in crisis. A scale like that was a true treasure for their races. They were normally locked in the safest secret chambers, but Abel just took one out just like that. They could sense Blue Dragon Emanuel's scent on it, so Abel was not lying. A ray of blue light flashed on the scale, and a little pattern emerged on the surface. The pattern was not drawn. Every giant dragon was born with it. Abel, are you going to invite me over? I've been waiting. The excited voice of Blue Dragon Emanuel emerged. The words from the Blue Dragon made Bernie's jaw drop. He was in disbelief. How could a dragon sound this friendly? They were normally so arrogant. Lady Carrie was in the same situation. Although she knew a lot about Abel, she still couldn't believe Abel's relationship with the dragon. Druids tightly guarded the dragon swamp in the Double Moon Forest. She never heard of Abel or Bennett going there. She would never have expected that Abel ran into Blue Dragon Emanuel in the ocean. It was too much of a coincidence. "Emanuel, you free now? If yes, I'll officially invite you over to my castle as a guest." Abel laughed and said. It seems like Blue Dragon Emanuel had a scary amount of free time anyway. "Of course, I have free time. I just came back to the Dragon Swamp from my mission." Blue Dragon Emanuel laughed as well. "Emanuel, make sure you keep your vigor in. I have a lot of normal people here." Abel quickly added as he was reminded of the vigor of a blue dragon. Yeah, I'm on my way to the teleportation circle. Be there in a second." Abel cut off the connection with the scale and said to the blank space, "Flora, give Blue Dragon Emanuel the permission to connect to the castle." "Yes, master." Tower Spirit Flora voice emerged from mid-air. Since Abel's power and status had increased, he no longer needed to keep that much secret. Flora sounded more human than ever. You would not see a spirit like that every day. Bernie and Lady Carrie exchanged glances, but didn't say anything. As he was speaking, Blue Dragon Emanuel had already teleported to Harry Castle. "He really is fast." Abel scratched his head. "I'll go to greet Blue Dragon Emanuel. I'll be off now." He bowed to Bernie and Lady Carrie. "Grandmaster Abel, greeting Mr. Emanuel is important." Lady Carrie bowed back. Bernie also urged Abel to go faster. He didn't want Blue Dragon Emanuel to think the dwarfs and the elves were clinging to Abel. The dragons were known for not being reasonable. Abel disappeared in a flash of white light. He then appeared at the teleportation circle in 2 flashes. Lady Carrie was in disbelief once again as he saw Abel flash away. "The rumors are real. Grandmaster Abel really has become an intermediate wizard." She shook her hand and said to Bernie. Bernie knew what Lady Carrie meant by rumor was just the information the elves got through their investigation department, because the dwarfs were also doing the same. It was no surprise looking at Abel's rate of progress. In the past anyway. Bernie was more shocked at Abel's progress in forgery and metallurgy anyway, but it was most likely he didn't know much about being a wizard. Lady Carrie knew what being an intermediate wizard signified, so her shock was reasonable. "I won't be surprised if Grandmaster Abel becomes an elite wizard soon," Bernie said blankly. He has seen too many miracles from Abel, and it has always made him look at this friend of his differently. Blue Dragon Abel. Blue Dragon Emanuel stepped out of the teleportation circle and bowed. He was in a human form, but his skin still had that strange blue tone. "Blue Dragon Emanuel, welcome. You can just call me Abel." Abel laughed. "Abel, the defense of your castle is too scary." Blue Dragon Emanuel sensed the energy in the castle, and his face immediately changed. Although he couldn't identify what creature that energy belonged to, he knew it was definitely very powerful. That energy was neck to neck with the energy of a giant dragon. According to the Holy Continent rules, energy like that should not appear in the common world. "I've got a guardian from the ancient site. He agreed to protect my family and castle." Abel knew Blue Dragon Emanuel was referring to Babala. Babala was too powerful to hide, so Abel just told the truth. "You are lucky, Abel." Blue Dragon Emanuel also wanted to find a living guardian from an ancient site, but it was not that easy. Not many things from the ancient world could still survive to this day, let alone obtaining them. Every one of them was extremely powerful. "Let's change the topic. I have something to ask you. Let's head to the lounge. I'll get someone to prepare lunch." Abel made an inviting gesture. "Abel, just say it. I will definitely help you." Blue Dragon Emanuel said with a laugh as they walked. He knew Abel's potential, so his friendship with Abel was very genuine. The dragons were highly intelligent, more intelligent than any human, but they were not as cunning as humans. Their intention was a lot purer. The dragons had the natural ability to sense good and bad intentions. On top of their almost invincible abilities, they didn't need to plan any ill-intent plot or please anyone. They just do what they want. No need to ask the dwarfs or elves for Grandmaster. "Wine, all the wine in the Holy Continent is made by me," Abel said as he led Blue Dragon Emanuel into the castle. "Haha, I didn't know that. You should have told me earlier." Blue Dragon Emanuel laughed as he entered the lounge. When he saw Bernie and Lady Carrie, he immediately knew what happened. "From now on, the dwarfs and elves no longer need to give me Grandmaster wine. I will directly ask Abel for it." He waved at Bernie and Lady Carrie. Bernie and Lady Carrie immediately bowed in gratitude. The Grandmaster Wine mission their race had given them was way too challenging. As long as Abel could promise the dwarfs, he would make some master wine and Grandmaster wine for them from time to time, and make some lotion and conditioner for the elves, they would be very happy. Abel's status was too prestigious at the end of the day. A Grandmaster blacksmith, a master alchemist, and the king of the most powerful duchy in the human world. He was still willing to supply resources for the dwarfs and elves. Things like this were very rare. Blue Dragon Emanuel, I will send you some Grandmaster wine from time to time. I can't promise I'll give you a lot since, you know, the food shortage affects wine production a lot. Abel laughed and explained. Don't worry, the food shortage won't last more than 10 years. I can wait. Blue Dragon Emanuel brushed it off like it was nothing. The food shortage would not affect the dragons anyway. Bernie and Lady Carrie did not say a word as he watched Abel talk to Blue Dragon Emanuel, nor did they ask to leave. After a while, Steward Lindsay stepped in and bowed. Young master, lunch is ready. Please go to the dining hall with the prestigious guests. Blue Dragon Emanuel, you will definitely need to try the good food in my castle. We are known for it in the Holy Continent. Abel smiled and made a welcoming gesture. It has been many years since I've tried human food. Since you speak so fondly of it, I will definitely give it a try. Blue Dragon Emanuel laughed and stood up. Bernie, Lady Carrie, please come along as well. Abel turned and bowed to Bernie and Lady Carrie. Yes, Grandmaster, the two immediately bowed back. Although their faces didn't say much, Abel saw the unwillingness in their eyes. He suddenly realized not everyone could interact with a giant dragon normally. Although Blue Dragon Emanuel had retracted his vigor, both Lady Carrie and Bernie felt pressured just thinking about the fact they were standing next to a giant dragon. It must be torture for them. But at the same time, they could not reject an offer in front of Blue Dragon Emanuel. It would be a disaster if Blue Dragon Emanuel thought they weren't respecting the dragons. Blue Dragon Emanuel could turn them flat with one smack, so they wouldn't dare to risk it. They entered the dining hall, and Abel gave out the master seat to Blue Dragon Emanuel. He was the strongest of the bunch, and it was also reasonable to give out the seat because of his age. Lady Carrie and Bernie also did not say a word. Abel had done it out of respect. Although the master seat normally belonged to the owner, if a guest's status was far superior, it was reasonable to give it out. Blue Dragon Emanuel knew this as well, so he did not reject it. Although he had not interacted with Abel for long, they had become close very fast. If not, he would not pass down the crystal inhaling spell to Abel and gave him his contract scale. Steward Lindsay immediately knew the prestige of the guest as Blue Dragon Emanuel took the seat. Abel did not do that even when the elite wizards from the dwarfs visited. In fact, Abel had never done this despite the countless prestigious guests that showed up in Harry Castle. When the first dish was ready to serve, Steward Lindsay lowered his voice and said, "Be extra careful today." When the first dish was placed on the table, Blue Dragon Emanuel began to question. The human world's food had not changed much for countless years, but the dishes today looked a little different. "Abel, what food is this? It has been many years since I've come to the human world. I can't recognize these dishes." The method of cooking used in this dish was totally different from anything he saw before. "It is a steamed fish, sweet and sour pork, and steamed eggs." Abel introduced the dishes one by one. The aroma filled the nose of Blue Dragon Emanuel. Even a giant dragon could not resist the scent of the Horadric Q combined rabbit essence. As Abel was talking, he had already automatically stuck a fork in the plate and put some food in his mouth. Suddenly, an intoxicating feeling emerged from within. He soon regained himself, and a shocked look emerged in his eyes. He was a dragon. How could he be intoxicated by food? Wizards couldn't be impressed easily because of their age. They had seen too much joy and suffering in their lives, countless goodbyes and countless emotional impacts. Most wizards were numb to most things. However, their lifespan would still be nothing compared to a giant dragon. They might have curiosity when they were young and go out to explore during their prime, but they would mostly stay in their dragon swamp after that. Dragons wouldn't care much about most things, and there were not many things that could trigger emotions from them. Ever since Blue Dragon Emanuel ran into Abel, he got a sense of optimism from interacting with someone of his race. He had not felt this way for countless years. This was why he had to get Abel to invite him to Harry Castle. He needed to feel something different. This dish had given him exactly what he wanted, a different feeling. It was extremely rare. Abel, this food is really special. Blue Dragon Emanuel stopped his fork and exclaimed in admiration. Abel only got the chance to take one bite before. Blue Dragon Emanuel finished all the dishes and a glass of juice. Bernie and Lady Carrie was slow, so their fork and knife was still clean. Blue Dragon Emanuel, if you like the food here, I can order my men to teleport someone to you. Abel laughed. Abel was the only one who truly understood the value of these dishes, but it was still not as valuable as the Grandmaster's wine. The food shortage had impacted wine brewing too much. Countless lives could be saved with every glass. Abel, from now on, you are Blue Dragon Emanuel's brother. Blue Dragon Emanuel reached his hand on Abel's shoulder and patted. Bernie felt his heart drop when he saw the look of Blue Dragon Emanuel's face. How come a giant dragon could be this uncultured? He only ate Abel's food once and wanted to become his brother. But at the same time, he was extremely jealous. Blue Dragon Emanuel was not joking when he called Abel a brother. If Abel had a problem, the dragons would definitely help him. Bernie didn't know that Blue Dragon Emanuel had already recognized Abel as a brother when they met in the ocean. He just didn't say it out loud. All blue dragons were brothers, but since Blue Dragon Emanuel had gotten so much from Abel, he just had to show some gratitude. Abel was too weak at the moment, but Blue Dragon Emanuel was committed to turning Abel into a truly powerful figure. Steward Lindsay saw the guests were not full, so he quickly ordered the men to serve up some more food. Although Blue Dragon Emanuel was in a human form, he still had a blue dragon's stomach. These delicate dishes were mostly cleaned up by Blue Dragon Emanuel once again. When the lunch was coming to an end, a flash emerged in the hall. Master. Bardali, why are you here? Abel asked in confusion. Bardali had been guarding in front of the Assassin Union headquarters magic tower. Why did she come to Harry Castle? Although Bardali connected with Abel through the soul chain, it might disrupt his training if Abel was in retreat. Therefore, Bardali could only teleport to Harry Castle to find Abel. Master, the Kingdom of St. Ellis Prince Derek had gathered 20,000 knights, 50 intermediate wizards, a few hundred beginner wizards, 200 griffin knights, and even some elite wizards. They are all heading to the Duchy of Carmel now. Bardali bowed and said. Blue Dragon Emanuel looked at Bardali. She looked like a human, but she was not a human. It seemed like some kind of energy altered her. It was extremely evil energy. Even the dragons could not do that, so the thing that altered Bardali must have been more powerful than the dragons. He was shocked, but he also spotted a soul contract on Bardali. It was an unbreakable spell. Maybe Bardali was a product of the ancient time Abel got from an ancient site. As for the invasion from the Kingdom of St. Ellis, which Bardali talked about, he did not even care for a single bit. All he needed to do was to leak out some dragon vigor. And the horses of those 20,000 knights would drop immediately. A knight would lose half their strength without a mount, and those 200 griffin knights were just the same. As for beginner wizards and intermediate wizards, they were just like ants to Blue Dragon Emanuel. The only thing surprising to him was all those strange creatures that kept appearing around Abel. He loved this place. The Kingdom of St. Ellis is invading. Abel dropped his knife and fork and immediately stood to bow at Blue Dragon Emanuel, Bernie, and Lady Carrie. We have a problem. I have to go first. Abel, if there are any elite wizards coming, just leave them to me. Blue Dragon Emanuel said with a smile. He knew knights and intermediate wizards couldn't do much to Abel, but elite wizards might be a bit of a problem, so he offered to help. He was a giant dragon. He didn't need any excuse to strike back. Blue Dragon Emanuel, thank you so much. If I need your help, I will definitely ask for your support. Abel bowed in gratitude. Grandmaster Abel, do you need the dwarfs for help? Bernie asked. He was slowly getting used to Blue Dragon Emanuel being next to him. Bernie, no need. This is the business between humans. It's best you guys don't get involved. Abel shook his head. Bernie did not make a sound, but he was very thankful for Abel. The dwarfs should remain neutral in regard to human conflict. The Holy Continent was in chaos, and the humans were at war with each other. If the dwarfs got involved, it might shift the humans' attention towards them. Countless lives were lost in the human world anyway, so unleashing an attack on other races would have a lot of support. Lady Carrie wanted to say something, but she didn't. Her status in the elves was not as high as Bernie in the dwarfs. She did not have the authority to send out troops on behalf of the elves. Abel politely bowed and walked out of the dining hall. His face immediately sank, and he said, "Lindsay, tell the reporter to call my father, Earl Brooks, and Head Commander Bodley to come here." Since Abel spent most of his time in Harry Castle, most of the investigation department reporters were nearby. How come the investigation department did not know the kingdom is plotting an invasion? Abel said furiously. He had invested a lot into his investigation department, especially after taking over the Duchy of Kian. They still haven't realized it even after 20,000 knights were sent out. Your Majesty, the investigation department system was attacked by an unknown force 10 days ago. He has been trying very hard to fix it, so we missed out on this important information. Please forgive us, a reporter bowed. Although Abel didn't know how an investigation system worked, he knew the kingdom must have something more powerful. The kingdom must have kept a close eye on everything they did. Since their investigation system was newly built, the kingdom had directly wiped it out. "You can go now," Abel waved his hand. "Yes, Your Majesty." Abel was disappointed, but he also blamed himself. He decided he had to restructure the investigation department once he came back. Abel did not expect what triggered the kingdom was not his investigation department, but his dark power, the Assassin Union. Luckily, those two departments operated separately. Even if the Assassin Union took a big hit, it was not something a new duchy could wipe out. Since the use of teleportation circles was widespread. In the Duchy of Carmel, the people Abel wanted to see arrived at no time. After an hour, all the core members of the duchy were gathered in an office. "The Kingdom of St. Ellis is sending large amounts of men our way. Do we have another war on our hand?" Abel lowered his voice. Both Earl Bennett and Earl Brooks were shocked. They knew how powerful the Kingdom of St. Ellis was, and this kingdom was unleashing an attack on its own duchy. As for Head Commander Bodley, his eyes were filled with the yearning for war. His status had increased dramatically through war ever since. He came to the Duchy of Carmel. Even his domain was a few times bigger. War was the glory of a knight. Everything could be exchanged with war glory. He needed a good future for his offsprings, and he needed his family coat of arms to shine even brighter. "Why did the Kingdom of St. Ellis decide to attack us?" Earl Brooks asked in confusion. Earl Brooks, is a question like this even relevant anymore? Earl Bennett was not satisfied. Both were rulers of the Duchy of Carmel, so the tension for profit was inevitable. The noble family that followed each of them was starting to grow unhappy with each other. Abel didn't want this, but he also wouldn't help Earl Bennett even though he was his father. Earl Bennett was not only representing himself, but the benefits of the entire Bennett family. He wouldn't help Harry family in Bakong City as well, even though Earl Brooks was Abel's grandfather on paper, and he represents the benefit of the Harry family in Harvest City as well. As long as the conflict of the two didn't affect the duchy too much, Abel couldn't care less. The Duchy of Carmel was operating awkwardly. All the nobles were beginning to fight for power. Both the Bennett family and the Bakong City Harry family were getting more and more powerful. But no one had ever doubted the sovereignty of the Harvest City Harry family, even if Abel didn't care about how the duchy was run as a king. Even if the Harvest City Harry family only had two people, him and Earl Marshall. Abel was too powerful. All the wizards in the duchy were extremely loyal to this king. Large numbers of head commanders were also cultivated here, let alone those war machines and flying boats controlled by the royal palace. Most importantly, Abel's existence itself was a legend. Even without his wizard circle and knights, no one would go against him. Emperor Ambrose was the one who placed the assassin order last time in Bailey City. Abel lowered his voice. The earls suddenly felt their hearts drop. Both of them couldn't understand why the emperor would unleash another war after a failed assassin. "Father, Earl Brooks, you guys can order the troops. Head Commander Bodley, gather the knights. We will meet the Kingdom of St. Ellis before they arrive here." Abel did not explain too much since they were the only ones in the office. "Yes, Your Majesty." The three powerful figures of the Duchy of Carmel bowed. Warm weather was supposed to return in April, but spring this session was still affected by the drop in temperature. This extreme weather had slowed down the harvest of wheat dramatically. The farmers could no longer continue. Even the new farming techniques were not working, which made the humans even more hopeless. On a field on newly grown wheat in the Duchy of Thunder, a team of 20,000 were stomping on top. All the farmers nearby died with their eyes wide open, seeming like they were still waiting for their crop's harvest. "How long until we reach the Duchy of Carmel?" Prince Derek asked a head commander nearby. "Prince Derek, in half a day more. We will enter the domain of the Duchy of Carmel." The head commander bowed and replied. This powerful team of knights was led by the eldest Prince Derek from the kingdom of St. Ellis. The 200 griffin knights in the sky had wiped out all creatures along the way. Thousands of civilians and nobles were dead. More than 50 intermediate wizards set out, and this team wouldn't let anyone who saw them survive. This team had already destroyed the Duchy of Kian investigation system before they set out. This was what allowed them to get so close to the Duchy of Carmel. Originally, they were meant to go around the Duchy of Kian, but Prince Derek disregarded this suggestion. He knew Harry Castle was the true core of the Duchy of Carmel. If he could wipe out Harry Castle, the Duchy of Carmel would be done. Therefore, he chose to go through the Duchy of Thunder directly and directly enter the Duchy of Carmel. Although 20,000 knights looked like a lot, the Duchy of Carmel also had 10,000 knights. Maybe even more looking at how much they've grown in recent years. Other than the number of knights, their skills had also improved dramatically. You also couldn't ignore their resources. Normally, it would take 10 years to turn a beginner knight into an elite knight. But as long as you were gifted in the Duchy of Carmel, you can do so in just a few short years. Head Commander Bodley was the leader of knights in the Duchy of Carmel. His leadership skills were mighty, and he had driven himself in countless battles. Lastly were the gears. Almost all knights in the Duchy of Carmel had gear made Abel. Even normal knights wore wearing armor from the dwarfs. These were all benefits of being in the Duchy of Carmel. They were to make every knight in the 3 big kingdoms jealous. Although the Duchy of Carmel would lose to the kingdom of St. Ellis on numbers, their power was actually about the same. The kingdom of St. Ellis had sent out all of their 200 griffin knights, which was what Prince Derek worried about the most. The sky ships were too strong. If the griffin knights were not far superior in speed, they would be dominated in an air battle. Still, Prince Derek did not expect too much. He had the most confidence in his wizards. They had almost sent out all wizards in the kingdom, and they were ready to face the wizard circle in the Duchy of Carmel head-on. The only unknown was Abel himself. He had already calculated the power of all other wizards. Although Prince Derek was against this war, his father insisted. He knew his father had no choice, and he knew Abel would not let this grudge go easily. The Duchy of Carmel was doing too well. For some reason, Harvest City could still supply food for everyone despite their growing population. All the other duchies and kingdoms were dying for food, which made knights and nobles even more attracted to it. Everyone wanted to become a citizen of the Duchy of Carmel. If the Duchy of Carmel kept going like this, its power would eventually overtake the kingdom of St. Ellis. If they didn't stop them now, they might never have the chance. Prince Derek turned towards the 4 luxurious carriages among the team of knights. They were each separately responsible for carrying the old man of the kingdom and 3 rank 17 wizards. He immediately felt his heart lift. How powerful was the old man? The kingdom had gone through countless challenges over the years, and the old man had resolved it every time. He was a rank 18 elite wizard, a god in the Holy Continent. Prince Derek's gaze then turned to the 200 front. Line carriage in the supporting team at the back. They were all dragged by the strongest bull. There were war machines of the kingdom inside. With their cannons and stone throwers, they had enough power to destroy a city a few times over. Clack, clack, clack. A sound of horse running emerged, and a reporter from the kingdom returned with a body full of gray dust. "Report," he yelled. "Speak." Prince Derek did not look at the reporter. Instead, he kept looking forward towards the path to the Duchy of Carmel. "There is a military camp in our way," the reporter spoke loudly. "What? A military camp? This is the domain of the Duchy of Thunder." Since when did they gain a military camp? Prince Derek felt a cool breeze in his heart. He never heard of a military camp in his report before. The Duchy of Thunder was already extremely weak. All of their resources have been taken by other duchies other than a few big cities. If they weren't so close to the Duchy of Carmel, they would have been wiped out already. But even though they had survived, they still lost resources left and right every day. The kingdom did not tell the Duchy of Kian about their operation this time. They didn't want them to leak their information. But most of all, the Duchy of Kian couldn't do anything about it anyway. Ever since the 5 big duchies had gone to war with the Duchy of Carmel, they had become so weak they were on the verge of dying. Your Majesty, that military camp was not built by the Duchy of Kian. It had the Duchy of Carmel's symbol on it. The reporter bowed and said, "How is that possible? Where did they get the information? Didn't our investigation department already destroy their investigation system?" Prince Derek mumbled. If the Duchy of Carmel were not prepared, they would be able to destroy Harry Castle in no time with large amounts of war machines. 50 intermediate wizards and 4 elite wizards. But if the Duchy of Carmel were expecting the attack, both sides would need to fight a horrific war. Even if the kingdom won, they would take a big hit. At that moment, Prince Derek almost wanted to bring his troops back to the kingdom, but he had no choice. He was the leader of this battle, but not the one waging war. They had also brought so many weapons with them, so their troops could not move away quickly. War was inevitable. He had just not expected his plan to be broken. "Everyone stop, set up the camp," Prince Derek ordered. The troops soon halted on command. They were well all trained, and soon the setup began. The knights flashed with combat kai, and large amounts of wood were carried forward at immaculate speed. Prince Derek turned to the 4 luxurious carriages. "Old man, we have a change of plans. The Duchy of Carmel troops are waiting up front. Their camp has been built." He bowed in front of the 4 carriages. "Derek, you direct the troops. I won't question it. My 3 brothers and I will only show ourselves to kill." Abel, the old man, was very calm. It was as though nothing could make him afraid. Prince Derek regained his confidence and bowed. "On command, get the cannon and stone throwers ready. Send out more patrols and all the Griffin Knights. I need to know how many troops the Duchy of Carmel sent out." He walked and turned to a head commander. He already decided to fight a big war with the Duchy of Carmel. There was no return. On the other side, Abel was listening to a report from his own Griffin Knight. He had been waiting here with 10,000 knights for days. It was a rare opportunity to test out his troops. Fighting a real war was a rare experience. Abel was not planning to unleash a surprise attack. It was not possible considering how many Griffin Knights, intermediate wizards, and patrols the prince had. He needed to win perfectly. He needed to show anyone who wanted to mess with the Duchy of Carmel how powerful they were. Head Commander Alibi was a Griffin Knight. He had mastered how to ride a flying mount and became one of the 14 Griffin Knights of the Duchy in a short period of time. Griffin Knights were the most prestigious knights of their Duchy of Carmel. It was the easiest for them to obtain war glory. Because of this, 400 hungry Griffin apprentice knights were waiting for their opportunity in the Duchy of Carmel. Now they had an opportunity. As long as an official Griffin Knight had grown weak, an apprentice Griffin Knight would step up. Head Commander Alibi also used to be an apprentice Griffin Knight, but he had become an official one after years of hard training. An official Griffin would be granted a bow named after the palace, the Harry Bow, as well as the best training conditions. He cherished his identity, so he was pleased that the kingdom of St. Ellis decided to go to war. As long as he could get more war glory, he would become a noble of the duchy. He was not the only one with this idea. In fact, most knights in the Duchy of Carmel had been yearning for this. The idea of losing never even came across their minds after seeing the scary sky ships and the power of the legendary King Abel. It was at that moment, Head Commander Alibi sensed danger through the griffin under him. He quickly gazed around and discovered he was getting surrounded by 10 Griffin Knights from the kingdom of St. Ellis. Those 10 Griffin Knights were all very experienced. They almost locked down every direction Head Commander Alibi could go. However, they missed one thing. They did not know how powerful the Harry Bow was. Head Commander led that team of 10 Griffin Knights, and the other 9 were commanders. On paper, they could destroy Commander Alibi. However, he unleashed his first arrow when a Griffin Knight was just around 400 meters from him. That Griffin Knight was about to dodge. With the speed of his Griffin, that shouldn't be a problem. Griffins had undergone arrow dodging training, so an arrow shouldn't be able to do anything to them in 400 meters. But not a hairy bow. With Abel's forgery skills, the quality of his hairy bow had increased. They were also made with the best materials. Even without a gear, just pulling on an attributed hairy bow would make a head commander afraid. Commander Alibi had a gear, so he only needed to use 80% of his force to pull on the hairy bow. This allowed him to shoot out 100 arrows without stopping. Under such power, arrows almost vanished as soon as they were shot. The air sounded like it was getting penetrated and was soon followed by the screams of griffins. A griffin knight from the kingdom of St. Ellis was shot. The second arrow followed immediately before the second. Griffin knight could even react. The third and the fourth, not a single griffin knight could dodge the arrows. The griffin knights needed to rely on their griffin's own ability to dodge, and they could not block. Because they needed their griffins to be as fast as possible, they couldn't wear any heavy armor, let alone a heavy shield. Most of them only had bows and arrows, as well as a long spear for close-range battles. Also, since they were expecting the sky ships from the Duchy of Carmel, they needed to rely on their speed even more and keep their defense to a minimum. Therefore, all of them were hopeless against an attributed hairy bow. In a few short breaths, only 4 out of those 10 griffin knights remained. The only one who successfully blocked an arrow was the head commander. Although the hairy bow was powerful, it was not enough to penetrate the head commander's ice combat Kai armor. "Quick, get out of here. Report that the enemy has a powerful weapon," the griffin head commander yelled and turned. There were 200 griffin knights from the kingdom of St. Ellis in the sky, and 20 of them had dropped dead already. The kingdom has lost the sky battle. They lost in weapons. The griffin knights from the Duchy of Carmel were very careful. They were warned not to hurt the griffins if not necessary, so they all aimed at the knights. As the griffin knights from the kingdom retreated, they realized the griffin knights from the Duchy of Carmel did not chase after them. Instead, they returned to the Duchy of Carmel's camp. They had gotten the war glory they wanted anyway. What's happening? The griffin head commander couldn't understand why the griffin knights from the Duchy of Carmel would retreat as well. They were clearly winning. A whistling sound set off. And all the griffin knights front the kingdom of St. Ellis gathered into a battle formation in the sky. Although 20 griffin knights were dead, their griffins were still alive. Just like that, a battle formation of 200 griffins was formed in the sky. Through their combat Kai, an ice armor emerged on the body of every griffin knight. They were still extremely powerful. They were used to being invincible in the sky, so they would normally attack in small groups. They would gather into a big formation like this. They were still knights at the end of the day. Formations were crucial. The mission they got was to investigate the enemies. So they did not get into a formation front he started. Abel gazed up at the 200 griffins in the sky with eyes full of greed. Although he already had 40 griffins, they had only bred 2 extra griffins for Abel, and those 2 griffins still couldn't fly or form combat Kai faster years of training. It seemed like they needed another 10 years of training. "Blue Dragon Emanuel, I want those 200 griffins," Abel said to Blue Dragon Emanuel, who was eating beside him. Since the Blue Dragon had come for a visit, Abel brought the chefs along with him to the camp. "Griffins are so weak. What's so good about them?" Blue Dragon Emanuel shook his head and jumped to the sky. As a blue dragon, Emanuel had the natural ability to control air. That's why he could still fly in human form. Although it was not as fast, a short acceleration shouldn't be a problem. The griffin knights from the kingdom of St. Ellis were shocked to see a human flying out from the camp of the Duchy of Carmel. That human looked strange. His skin was shining in blue light under the sun. "Get ready to attack," they yelled. The ones responsible for documenting the military power of the Duchy of Carmel put away their lambskin parchments and held up a bow. "Answer." Blue Dragon Emanuel gazed coldly at the Griffin Knights formation. Although their combat Kai was getting brighter and brighter, he was not worried. An arrow engulfed in frost short out from the bow of those Griffin Knights leaders. It was at that moment Blue Dragon Emanuel let loose a strand of his energy. As the ruler of the ocean in the Holy Continent, his power was undeniable. If he unleashed all his energy at once, not many humans on this battlefield would still be alive. Therefore, to satisfy Abel's demand, Blue Dragon Emanuel only let loose a tiny bit of energy, just a tiny bit. Suddenly, The griffin of the leader of those griffin knights began to lose control. Knights could not sense the dragon energy, but griffins could. The energy of a giant dragon had driven all of those 200 griffins insane. They had no choice but to obey. The griffins then began to attack their owners with their beaks. It seems like the dragon vigor of Blue Dragon Emanuel and Abel was a totally different level. Abel could make the griffins go insane, but he couldn't control them to attack their owners. At that moment, those griffins had to offload the unbearable dragon vigor they sensed with their owner, so Blue Dragon Emanuel could easily make those griffins attack their owner. Most of the knights would not expect their griffins to turn on them, as hundreds of them had dropped from their griffin at an instant. Afterward, those griffins began to attack other knights. In a short while, 200 ownerless griffins were up for grab in the sky. Even commanders could not survive when being dropped from such height. Only 10% of them had survived. Blue Dragon Emanuel couldn't care less about the griffins, so he flew back to the camp. "Blue Dragon Emanuel, you are amazing," Abel said with a smile when Blue Dragon Emanuel returned. "It's nothing." Blue Dragon Emanuel smiled and added, "Those weak griffins are useless anyway. If you want, I can gather a bunch of dragon beasts for you from the dragons." Blue Dragon Emanuel still felt like he didn't do much, so he offered another idea. "The dragon beasts are too strong. As you see, humans will not have the ability to control them," Abel said helplessly. Dragon beasts were unique and scary spiritual beasts. They had the blood of a dragon, which made them very powerful. On paper, they would be the best mounts. But because of their power, not many humans could withstand dragon blood. Maybe only a small amount of elite wizards could do. But did they need a mount at that point? Even if they gathered a team of dragon beasts, it would be another problem to put away their arrogance and listen to humans' command. Abel loved that idea, but it just wouldn't work on him. Although griffins were not strong, they could work perfectly with knights, which allowed them to unleash their full potential. The same could be said on land. Mount wolves were not the strongest, but they could work perfectly with humans. That is what a good mount was. It didn't have to be the strongest thing out there. Humans, I just can't understand them. "Abel, I'm hungry." Blue Dragon Emanuel returned to the dining table again. "Griffin Knight No. 24, go select 200 apprentice Griffin Knights and make a Griffin team out of them." Abel smiled after Blue Dragon Emanuel left. "Yes, Your Majesty." Griffin Knight No. 24 bowed with excitement. As a leader and a member of the 14 Griffin Knights, he could finally create a medium-sized team of Griffin Knights with 200 extra Griffins. This would be the only team of medium-sized Griffin Knights other than the Kingdom of St. Ellis, but the kingdom had lost their team anyway. As far as Griffin Knight No. 24 knew, the kingdom only had around 200 Griffins. With 200 Griffins caught, the kingdom could just forget about their remaining Griffin Knights. "Hear my command, send out the skyships, guard the sky," Abel said. Up to that point, the skyships were still in dock, since Abel didn't want to scare away the Griffins. But now, Abel no longer had to hide. After Abel said his words, a Griffin Knight flew towards the back of the camp. After a while, 5 skyships raised towards the sky. The bursting crossbows on the ships were shining in a cold glow. The glowing ball on the lightning spiral was also fully charged. The entire skyship was like a glowing treasure in the sky. "Where are the Griffin Knights? How come none of them returned?" Some time had passed and the prince was still waiting. He had sent out all of them at once because he didn't want to lose any of them. Griffin Knights were just like knights on the ground. The larger their number, the more powerful they would be. 200 Griffin Knights were basically invincible in the sky. Even elite spiritual beasts were hopeless in front of them. However, such a powerful team had vanished without a sound. How could anyone possibly accept this? The kingdom had sacrificed countless time and effort to cultivate those griffins. Abel only had 14 griffins. If he didn't keep feeding them with the third goddess spring water, there was no way they could breed 2 infant griffins in just a few years. The kingdom had spent countless resources throughout hundreds of years to form this team of 200 Griffin Knights. Their numbers could only fluctuate around 200. They just took too many resources. The prince roared and kept quiet. His face was looking very bad. The kingdom had taken a big hit after losing those Griffin Knights. The sky was getting dark. Both Prince Derek and Abel decided to continue the battle tomorrow. A battle of this size could only have a direct face-off. Any sneaky plan would not work. Night arrived. The camps were fully lit up. The 5 sky ships above the Duchy of Carmel were like 5 little suns with their shining lightning spirals. Prince Derek roared again. The investigation system of the kingdom only said Abel had 3 skyships. At first, he wanted to take advantage of the speed of those Griffin Knights to unleash a long-distance attack on the skyships. But since all their Griffin Knights were gone, the kingdom of St. Ellis no longer had a way to deal with those skyships. The two extra skyships that appeared made him even more furious. He yelled and ran out into the night. In the morning, 2 giant teams of troops were gathered again in the Duchy of Thunder's territory. Abel stood at the front of his team of knights, with Blue Dragon Emanuel, Bernie, and Lady Carrie by his side. Abel, humans are so boring. Can you even call this a war? With just a single roar, they will all drop dead. Blue Dragon lifted the Grandmaster's wine and said. It seems like Blue Dragon Emanuel was feeling a little embarrassed for eating and drinking so much from Abel. However, Abel was already very thankful for those griffins. Abel asked if the Blue Dragon Emanuel wanted to come, and he said he would just watch by the side. Abel was worried that Blue Dragon Emanuel's roar would hurt his own men as well. Nothing could block a dragon roar. But maybe Abel had actually thought too much. With Blue Dragon Emanuel's power, he could direct which side his roar would affect. Blue Dragon Emanuel did not insist. He would help no matter what if the Duchy of Carmel was losing anyway. The result was set before the war even began, but Prince Derek was still filled with confidence. Confidence from his old man. The reason why Bernie and Lady Carrie came along as well to watch the war. They were there for their own pleasure, not as representatives of their family. The men of both sides were ready to go. They were only a few thousand meters apart. A war could set off at any moment. Duke Abel, you did not pay taxes to the kingdom and disrespected the sovereignty of the kingdom. Today, I represent Emperor Ambrose and declare war. You will need to pay. Prince Derek yelled with a few head commanders by his side. His words painted Abel as a horrible person, but everyone knew it was exaggerated. Not paying tax and disrespecting the sovereignty of the kingdom were both lies. The Duke of the Kingdom or King of a Duchy were both prestigious titles of a noble. But Abel's identity as a Grandmaster Blacksmith and a wizard was as prestigious as an emperor of a kingdom, perhaps even more prestigious in the eyes of knights. Prince Derek, Emperor Ambrose placed an assassin order on me. The Duchy of Carmel was still supplying the kingdom with food before that. The kingdom is the one who sent out troops. Can you really say I disrespected the kingdom? Abel did not give in. Instead, he yelled even louder. Abel sent a shock to the kingdom's troops. He was telling the truth. The kingdom was the one who picked the fight. Also, Abel was a Grandmaster Blacksmith. His weapons were every knight's dream. If a knight could obtain a weapon from Abel, it would be their treasure. Abel had a crucial place in their heart. They would not do this if the kingdom did not insist. Since they realized the kingdom was the one who wronged Abel, of course, they began to doubt themselves. They would be ashamed of themselves as knights. Abel was very prestigious. He would not lie in this situation. History would be written by the winner anyway. Abel, no need to lie. I have a personal order from Emperor Ambrose here to take back your duke title. Your coat of arms will be scrapped. Prince Derek increased his volume as well. His words were a disgusting trick to cause chaos for the men in the Duchy of Carmel. Once the kingdom decided to take away a title, they would not take back their words. Taking back a title took the noble management department's approval, operated by the 3 big kingdoms and the Wizard Union. Just like the original noble family of the Duchy of Carmel, there was no way the kingdom of St. Ellis could take away the king of a duchy. This easily without the help of other kingdoms and the Wizard Union. Prince Derek, did you forget that my domain was granted by war glory? My number in Miracle City was K3516. My total war glory is 34,477 points. My title and domain were granted for serving the human race. Do you think the kingdom really has the authority to take away my title? Irritation emerged on Abel's face. He couldn't tolerate what the prince had done anymore. Although many people knew that Abel was granted his domain because of war glory, they didn't know how many points he had. 34,477 was an astronomical number, enough to make the heart of every knight sink. However, The knights from the Duchy of Carmel were filled with pride. The ones from the kingdom, on the other hand, were filled with shock and chaos. The limit of the human world had been broken. Why did countless knights and wizards risk their lives at Miracle City? For the service of the human race, but most of all, it was for war glory. Any resource could be exchanged with war glory. It could turn you into a noble, give you a coat of arms. It was the basis of the human world. For noble with more than 30,000 points of war glory could be banished by the kingdom. Was this currency of the human world still valid? The knights from the kingdom of St. Ellis grew, confused all. Of a sudden, the prince did not look good. He did not expect this at all. He hoped the knights from the Duchy of Carmel would be the ones in chaos, but it backfired. Most of the powerful knights and commanders had served in Miracle City, and all wizards had served at least a few years. In the past, the humans and the Orc Empire were at constant war, so Abel's war glory had reminded them how important Abel was once again. The kingdom of St. Ellis had blamed a great hero. How could a prideful knight and wizard tolerate this? Abel talking to you is a waste of time. Attack! The prince was growing desperate as he yelled. He waved his hand, and a head commander next to him held up the flag of the kingdom. He ignited his combat kai and yelled, "Battle formation." Afterward, 20,000 knights from the kingdom began to get into their formation and ignited their combat kai. No matter how unwilling those knights were, they could no longer go back. Once a battle formation was set, they could only move forward. Battle drums! Abel lowered his voice as he saw the enemy approaching. Two head commanders began to bang on a giant drum made up of countless bones. That drum was Abel's spoils of war from the orc. Battlefield, anyone with a strong arm could use it. It was convenient. Dong dong, the sound of drums emerged, and red light began to glow on every knight from the Duchy of Carmel. They suddenly felt like they had endless energy, and their war horses got stronger too. The opposite was happening to the knights from the kingdom. They had ignited their combat kai and were charging forward, but suddenly some of them had grown distracted, and the weaker ones fell off their horse. The orcs' battle drum, a commander from the kingdom yelled in horror. They had fought in the orc battlefield, so of course, they heard about this drum. Although not many of them had actually seen one, they all knew it was the scariest spoil of war. The only thing that could counteract an orc battle drum was a dragon horn, but Miracle City was the only place with one, not even the three big kingdoms. Defense, defense! The commander from the kingdom yelled frantically. He no longer wanted to attack anymore. If the curse from an orc was so easy to break, no way they would spend hundreds of years perfecting it. The effort of countless elite priests had gone into making these drums. Prince Derek's face began to twitch. If he didn't have a defense treasure from the kingdom on him, he would have dropped down like some knights already. But still, he knew he couldn't continue like this. The sound attack was the hardest to block, which was why the orc battle drum was so scary. A white light flashed next to Prince Derek. A hand grabbed him and he vanished from the spot. Old man! Prince Derek was feeling so dizzy he almost couldn't recognize the wizard who saved him was the old man of the kingdom. The old man was no longer smiling. Instead, he was furious. There were no longer any men alive beside him other than 50 intermediate wizards. The fate of the kingdom's knights was set as soon as the orc battle drum sound erupted. It had an attack range of 5 miles, so there was nothing those knights could do. The only ones that could flash away beyond 5 miles were intermediate wizards, and above, even beginner wizards were left to die. Prince Derek expected a brutal fight. He never expected it to end like this at all. Derek, don't disappoint me. I've already sent 3 elite wizards to Harry Castle. They were powerful enough to wipe out the wizard circle of the Duchy of Carmel. They will bring back Marshal Harry and use him as bait. For Abel, the words of the old man sounded especially vicious. He was a man of his own rule. He would achieve his goal by any means necessary. If the kingdom knew Abel had an orc battle drum earlier, they would have never faced them head-on. On the other hand, Abel no longer cared about what happens next. Those 20,000 knights and beginner wizards could not move as long as the orc battle drum continued. They were helpless against his men. Bernie and Lady Carrie were speechless. Could you even call this war? It was supposed to be an ultimate war for knights. The place was supposed to be breached in blood afterward. How come it had ended after just a few banging of a drum? Although the orc battle drum could not do much to elite wizards, it was still very effective on anyone weaker. Both Bernie and Lady Carrie knew this. The kingdom of St. Ellis had fallen in Abel's trap. If they knew Abel had an orc battle drum, they would have tried their best to maintain their relationship no matter what. Since Abel had an orc battle drum, the only way to attack Abel was through an elite wizard. But Abel was proven to have the power of an elite wizard himself, so the result wouldn't be good even if they won. Blue Dragon Emanuel, some wizards have run. I'm worried that they will give me trouble. I'll go handle them first, Abel said with a smile. I'll come along. Blue Dragon Emanuel didn't want anything bad to happen. Thank you, Abel did not reject. Blue Dragon Emanuel had told him the one who saved the prince was a rank 18 wizard. He had never fought with a rank 18 wizard before, so it was best to bring Blue Dragon Emanuel along. Abel vanished in a flash with Blue Dragon Emanuel grabbing his shoulder. Abel could see the spot of Prince Derek and the old man very well. The commander spirit had already locked them down. As long as they didn't go beyond his 10-mile range, they could not escape. Abel, you have the guts to chase after me. Prince Derek ground his teeth after seeing Abel emerging from afar. He was not expecting Abel to do this with 50 intermediate wizards. Derek, mind your noble manners even in the face of your enemy. The old man lowered his voice. The old man's gaze turned towards the blue-color-skinned Blue Dragon Emanuel on Abel's shoulder. He could clearly sense that Abel was a rank 15 wizard, but not that blue-skinned man, so he did not initiate an attack. He was shocked at Abel's speed. Abel was already ranked 15, and it seemed like it wouldn't take long for him to become an elite wizard. He began to regret his decision. What was the point of forming an enemy with such a gifted genius? He knew very well a person like Abel would leave the Holy Continent soon anyway. But it was too late, and he had to kill Abel to save the kingdom of St. Ellis. If he let Abel escape, Abel would be an elite wizard the next time they met. Grandmaster Abel, becoming your enemy was the worst decision the kingdom has ever made. If possible, I hope we can settle this peacefully. The old man lowered his voice. Although that was what he said, powerful energy blasted out of his body. Abel felt suppressed like never before. His wizard core felt stiff. It was dominated by energy from a much more powerful wizard. He had been suppressed by an elite wizard before, but not a rank 18 elite wizard. It was unexpected. He could not even make a spell as a rank 15 wizard, which meant no intermediate wizard could do anything in the face of a rank 18 wizard. The old man really wanted to kill Abel on the spot, but that blue-skinned man standing beside him seemed totally unaffected by his suppression. Blue Dragon Emanuel did not strike back. He was there to keep Abel safe, but he also wanted to see how strong Abel was. Abel was not just a wizard. Wizardry was just one of his many abilities. Johnson, come out, he yelled, and a black hole appeared in front of him. A 10 meters tall giant flashing in white light walked out. Johnson was wearing the T-Itin armor Abel gave it. The long spear in his hand was sparkling in lightning. Flying flame, white snow, come out, Abel continued. He could no longer hide his abilities. If he didn't go all in, perhaps he would be killed by that elite wizard. The old man was shocked at Abel's summons. He knew about Johnson, but that armor on it was clearly from ancient times. The energy it transmitted was so powerful, he was almost certain that an ancient god made it. This was beyond his understanding of Johnson. Johnson's ability was made public, so all powerful kingdoms and organizations needed to know about it. However, he never heard of such armor on Johnson. Johnson could already fight off a rank 17 wizard, but now it was even more powerful. The old man was even more afraid when he saw flying flame and white snow. Flying flame was clearly a 4-legged flying dragon. But the old man was not a normal wizard. He could tell flying flame was a young 4-legged flying dragon. White snow was a little weaker, but it was still at the Holy Continent's pinnacle of spiral beasts. It was at least neck to neck to rank 18 wizards when it comes to power. What Abel had summoned had made the old man lose his hope. He might be able to fight off Johnson and white snow, but he would be hopeless against flying flame. Abel did not stop summoning. 9 spirit guardian knights appeared by his side. Abel had almost shown all his power at once. He put Black Wind back to the monster ring, vanished from the spot, and appeared on the back of Flying Flame. In the face of such power, Abel felt the safest on the back of Flying Flame. Grandmaster Abel, you have contracted a young dragon. If you surrender, I will not report this to the dragons. If not, then wait for the dragons to take you down. The old man lowered his voice. Rank 18 wizard, who are you? Abel did not care about the nonsense that the old man had said. I am the guardian wizard for the kingdom of St. Ellis. I'm at the back of the royal palace. It's best if you just let go of all the knights and wizards. You can't stop an elite wizard from escaping. Especially a rank 18 one, the old man said with a threatening voice. If you can make it back alive, then go report me to the dragons, Abel said in an embarrassed voice. Grandmaster Abel, you are so stubborn. When the dragons find you, you will know how powerful they are. Your whole family and duchy will be burned to pieces, the old man said furiously. Blue Dragon Emanuel, are the dragons really that unreasonable? Abel said, looking at Blue Dragon Emanuel on the ground. Abel, power is reason. The dragons will only recognize power, Blue Dragon Emanuel said with a smile. He then turned to the old man and said, but no one had ever used the dragons to threaten someone. Old bastard, you spotted someone contracted a young dragon and you didn't immediately report them. Instead, you wanted to get something out of it. That's a disrespect to the dragons. You will be punished. Blue Dragon Emanuel's voice sent an unbearable shock to the old man. That was a giant dragon. No wonder he didn't even budge when the old man just showed his rank 18 wizard energy. Please don't, Dragon Majesty. I will immediately report it to the dragons. But at that moment, the old man also realized Abel looked like such a good friend with this Blue Dragon Emanuel in front of him. Of course, he would have known that Abel had contracted a young dragon. Hopelessness began to arise from the heart of the old man. If the dragons wanted to punish them, he should just keep quiet. It looked like Abel has an extraordinary relationship with the dragons. If not, a giant dragon wouldn't stand next to him like this. That explains everything. Grandmaster Abel, I've sent 3 rank 17 wizards to Harry Castle. You better let me go, or else I will kill your father. The old man yelled. He no longer cares about the knights and beginner wizards. He would be happy if he could just take back Prince Derek and 50 intermediate wizards. Abel, 3 little rank 17 wizards are going to Harry Castle for a visit. Even I'm scared of your castle, Blue Dragon Emanuel said with a laugh. Blue Dragon Emanuel, if you want, next time I'll introduce you to it, Abel laughed back. He also wanted to see who is more powerful, a blue dragon or the guardian of an ancient Titan temple. Blue Dragon Emanuel didn't need to attack Babala when they met. Just standing side by side could roughly see their power. Next time, Blue Dragon Emanuel continued to laugh. Abel then turned to the old man. Although he was laughing with Blue Dragon Emanuel, he was still furious. Taking your opponent's family hostage was frowned upon in the wizard world. Blue Dragon Emanuel, please do me a favor. Don't let this elite wizard escape. I'll treat you for a drink afterward, Abel said loudly. For an uncontrollable elite wizard like the old man, they would have a lot of hassle in the future if they let the old man escape. Don't worry. I've already locked him down. As long as he didn't go outside of the Holy Continent, he can't hide from me. Blue Dragon Emanuel smiled. The old man felt his heart froze. He quickly scanned the trace with his power of the will, but he couldn't find anything. Dragon Emanuel would not lie, so the only thing he could do now was to capture Abel and threaten Blue Dragon Emanuel with him. However, Abel was on the back of a flying dragon. His chance was low. Johnson, look after this elite wizard for me. Don't let him escape. Abel turned to Johnson and said. Afterward, he sped towards those 50 intermediate wizards with Flying Flame and White Snow. The 9 Spirit Guardian Knights also flashed and followed. The old man knew Johnson couldn't move in a flash. It was way too big for it, so it couldn't stop him from escaping the battlefield. As he was still thinking, Johnson suddenly turned into a giant beam of light and arrived by the old man's side. Luckily, the old man reacted just in time and ignited a flash and reappeared 300 meters outwards. An ice blizzard spell then followed from his hand, and gray clouds appeared in the sky. But before the blizzard even ran down, Johnson turned into a beam of gift again and arrived by the old man's side and struck his long spear forward. The old man moved in a flash again. The blizzard only poured down at that moment, but Johnson was already no longer there. The old man realized what Abel meant by "don't let him escape your sight." Johnson was so fast. Almost no spell attack could stop it. It was not that the old man didn't want to use a speedier low-level spell, but even a stupid person knew it would be impossible to penetrate that shining armor without a powerful spell. Johnson was too quick. It dodged every spell from the old man. The battle had become a chase. Johnson followed its owner's instructions and never let the old man escape its sight. The old man just could not flash away from Johnson, no matter how fast he cast the spell. Soon, Johnson had followed the old man out of the battlefield. Abel did not care. He had a guarantee from Blue Dragon Emanuel. The old man could not escape. Abel's target was those 50 intermediate wizards, and they were shocked to see the spirit guardian knights. Some of the wizards could recognize a spirit wolf, but they couldn't guess what could have merged with those half-dead beings. It was the priest's skeleton, and the spirit wolves were summoned by druids. These two things belonged to two totally different worlds. Any priest could recognize the identity of those spirit guardian knights. Those wizards did not expect the spirit guardian knights to move in a flash. Some of them were struck, but an intermediate wizard's defense was not something that could be penetrated in one strike. However, 3 unlucky wizards were hit by the 50% open wound rate of the spirit guardian. Knight's iron sword, a long slash was opened from their chest. The wizards began to flash, and each of them started their attack as well. Blizzard, fireball, firewall, and nova spells flew around from all directions. The knights kept flashing for close body attacks, but it was not easy to get close to a prepared intermediate wizard. The weakness of those spirit guardian knights were on display. The spirit guardian knights also didn't have a one-strike, one-kill ability. Although their rune word gears were very powerful, it could just open up a wound at most. At that moment, the spirit guardian knights could just dodge the spells, not attack. But of course, Abel would not let the spirit guardian knights fight those wizards alone. White snow spat out a cloud of ice and engulfed the grounds. 2 intermediate wizards did not react fast enough and got frozen. Although they had their broken ice armor as protection, it still slowed them down. The result of being slowed down in front of white snow turned into scattered blocks of ice, with a few genial slashes of its claw. Flying flame followed. It was more direct. It unleashed its powerful dragon vigor. Although the range was not big, it still sent a shock to many wizards. Afterward, chains of white fireballs lashed out. All this time, Abel kept his safety first with a move and a flash spell pattern glowing on his left and unleashed a chain of lighting from his right. The level 22 chain of lightning could strike 9 targets at once. He ignited 2 of them, and 18 intermediate wizards were struck. Flying Flame's fireball, on the other hand, had immediately turned 5 intermediate wizards into ash. The 18 wizards that were struck by Abel lightning took a big hit, but the scariest part was yet to come, the numbing effect. Abel did not show any mercy and unleashed another chain of lightning and burned those 18 wizards into black. In a short while, half of the 50 intermediate wizards from the kingdom were dead, and the others had lost the will to battle. Run, they yelled and scattered frantically in all directions. Moving in a flash was fast, but Flying Flame's speed was not bad as well. Most importantly, any wizard would pause for a moment when Flying Flame unleashed its dragon vigor. Pausing in battle could kill you. They were hopeless against Abel and Flying Flame's attack. The battle ended quickly, but 10 wizards have escaped. Abel did not chase after them. Instead, he put away his rewards and connected with Johnson through the soul chain and located its location in his mind. Flying Flame speeded forward, and Blue Dragon Emanuel jumped on its back as well. "I'm too lazy to fly. The human form is too slow," Blue Dragon Emanuel said with a laugh. Flying Flame did not have the guts to say no. It could only keep flying. Soon, Abel spotted Johnson and the old man fighting in a valley. Maybe the old man thought Johnson's giant body would be limited in a valley, so he chose this terrain. But he was wrong. Instead, the old man's spell was the one getting limited. He could not use a lot of direct spell attacks because of the trees. Abel did not have the chance to join the battle. His wizard core was suppressed once again. White snow was too slow, and the spirit guardian knights were put away by Abel, so they couldn't join the fight as well. Flying Flame did not use its most powerful fireball. Instead, it turned into a beam of black light and grabbed the old man with its sharp claws. The old man spread out his power of the will. Though he could sense flying flame coming, but he could not attack. Both his hands were lit up in the move in a flash spell pattern, so he could move away quickly. The dodged flying flame's attack and flashed away, but flying flame followed. Abel and Blue Dragon Emanuel watched the fight like spectators. Abel couldn't help but admire the old man's power. The scariest thing was the rhythm of his spell casting. He could dodge both flying flame and Johnson's attack in a flash without being nervous. It was almost instinctive to him. Flying flame was one of the fastest things in the world. But the old man could still dodge it. "Grandmaster Abel, how about this? I will capture Emperor Ambrose and let you do anything to him," the old man said as he kept flashing. "How will my heart settle if you don't die?" Abel lowered his voice. "Okay, if you're going to be like this, then I will go to the Duchy of Carmel right now and kill anyone I see. Try to stop me." A murderous gaze flashed in the old man's eyes as he yelled. Johnson sped towards him as he yelled. He was distracted, but he was in an instinctive flow of flashing since he thought that was all Johnson could do. It was also at that moment a white fireball flew towards the old man from flying flame. His rhythm had been broken, but he didn't worry too much. He was still at a safe distance with Johnson. However, lighting suddenly flashed on Johnson's spear, and a strike of lightning shoot out. They had been fighting for half a day, and Johnson had never used this lightning spear ability. It could only use it 10 times, so it would not use it was not totally confident. Since the old man was distracted by Abel's words and flying flame's fireball, it gave Johnson a chance. The speed of lightning definitely lived up to its name. In a flash, the old man was struck. The old man had been the guardian of the kingdom of St. Ellis for countless years. His status was equal to that of the Grand Emperor, so he definitely had quite many treasures on him. Although the level 20 lighting strike was powerful, it was dramatically weakened after 2 passive defense gear flashed on him. Still, he was numbed. Just when Abel thought he could put an end to this battle, the old man flashed again. Bastard move in a flash scroll. Abel, it was a great opportunity and the old man escaped. Abel, I will make you regret this. I will wipe Harry Castle flat. The old man no longer cared about anything not about the kingdom of St. Ellis or himself. He just wanted Abel to pay. He had roamed around in the Holy Continent for countless years and never experienced anything like this. He almost just died in the hands of 2 summons. He wanted to head to Harry Castle because his 3-rank 17 wizards were there to support him. He believed his 3-rank 17 wizards were already in control of Harry Castle. As long as he had Abel's stepfather in his hands, he could easily escape. He never thought his move in a flash would bring him to hell instead. The energy of humans was limited. Even though they might not catch him for now, he would still get tired after a few days. He didn't have enough energy to match a young dragon and an iron giant. Once he got tired, he would be killed. He didn't want to be killed, so heading to Harry Castle would be his safest bet. "Abel want me to do something," Blue Dragon Emanuel whispered. "Don't worry, I want him to go to my castle," Abel whispered back. They were not in any immediate danger, and the old man said he was going to Harry Castle. In the past, Abel would be worried, but Babala was there. Abel had been on the back of flying flame for hours. And he finally understood what it meant by, only a flashing wizard is a true wizard. In the past, he killed a flashing wizard, not because of the spell, but because they had not fully mastered it. Now he fully realized how hard to stop a truly skilled wizard moving in a flash was. The old man had only been hit once. Both the speed of flying flame and the lightning spear of Johnson could not take him down. His move in a flash was really just a flash. Also, with countless moves in a flash scroll, he always maintained his distance with Abel. However, Abel did not let the old man drag out the distance. Flying flame was the fastest thing in the sky, and nothing could stop Johnson on the ground. The saddest one was white snow. It did not have an extra fast enchantment, so it was far behind. Still, it was connected with Abel through the soul chain, and they knew each other's locations. The old man was not having a good time. He had not moved this frantically for countless years. The kingdom spoiled him. He almost forgot what it was like to be a wizard back in the days. His breaths became rapid. Luckily, it did not take much mana to move in a flash. The only thing was that he could not attack. He soon saw patches of farmland. The number of crops was beyond his imagination, but he did not have time to investigate this fascination. Harry Castle had gotten Abel's warning. Everyone had gone to the dungeon and ignited all the protection circles. They should be safe. All the wizards had returned to the magic tower, and Tower Spirit F. Laura had ignited its defense as well. Abel, I have arrived. Get ready to regret your actions. The old man laughed frantically and flashed into Harry Castle. However, his laugh soon came to a halt. His 3 rank 17 wizards were right in front of him, and they were all tightly bound by roots coming out of the ground. They were some of the powerful wizards in the Holy Continent. A trap, the old man thought to himself. He instinctively tried to flash again, but he just couldn't ignite the spell pattern. My magic is forbidden. He knew about a mana forbidden circle, but any wizard with a brain could sense it. He quickly discarded this idea, but he also couldn't think of what else it could be. Not being able to use mana was a wizard's nightmare, and he never heard of anything else that could produce this effect besides a magic forbidden circle. Suddenly tens of roots emerged below him and formed a big web around him. His power of the will scanned through his portal bag, and a few potions appeared beside his mount. He bit down viciously. Scattered pieces of crystal glass blasted out, and he drank the potions down with the blood on his lips. But he couldn't care anymore. Those roots appeared too fast. It was his only option. All of a sudden, his power and strength had increased a few folds. Afterward, a magic knight sword and a magic shield appeared in his hands. The old man blocked with the magic shield in front of him, and put the sword in an attack position like a knight. Abel began to measure the old man's poses from the sky. Abel, is that the guardian you brought back from the ancient times? Blue Dragon Emanuel asked, looking at the roots from the ground. He could clearly sense special energy coming from it, and he knew the old man could no longer use his magic looking at his actions. It was scary. Attribute attacks were the most powerful attacks of any race, but this guardian could counteract all of them. It's Babala, it's quite friendly, Abel said with a smile. Both Blue Dragon Emanuel and the old man on the ground could not understand what Abel meant by friendly. The old man struck his sword towards the roots of Babala. Abel couldn't even make a scratch on those things with his rune word iron sword, let alone the old man. It was like hitting a rock. The old man felt a sharp pain in his hand, and his magic sword exploded. Abel reached out with his power of the will. He did not even need to use a spell, and he had grabbed hold of his magic sword. Bastard, you used my magic sword to attack me. Abel recognized a familiar marking on the knight's sword. That sword was not only made by Abel, but was one of the rare ones made of condensed iron. But when he thought about the old man's status, it made sense he would have something like this. He was just disgusted by the idea of someone using his own weapon to attack him. The roots on the ground tightly wrapped the old man. He could no longer move other than his eyes. His magic shield was left alone on the ground. Babala, good job, Abel said with a laugh as he jumped down from flying flame. A little root reached out from the ground and rubbed against Abel, seemed like it really liked Abel's compliment. Abel did not look at the old man. Instead, he turned to the 3 rank 17 wizards. They looked quite foreign. He had never seen them before. It was not hard to understand. Most wizards rarely go outside of their magic towers anyway. Mr. Wizards, the Duchy of Carmel did not wrong you, and the Wizard Union had stated that elite wizards could not get involved with the business of the common world, but you have tried to kill my family and friends with the kingdom of St. Ellis. Abel's words were very dull, but the atmosphere around him dropped as he spoke. Threatening another's family was what Abel hated the most. Even during his weak days, he had bombed the wizard circle in the Duchy of Kian because they attacked Harry Castle. The 3 elite wizards moved their eyes frantically. They wanted to speak, but they were too tightly bound by Babala. If Abel hadn't commanded Babala, or it didn't have so many perfect gems for food, those 3 rank 17 elite wizards would have been already sucked dry by Babala. Babala let them speak. Abel waved his hand. The root covering the mouth of those wizards let loose, but their body was still tightly locked up. The prestigious Grandmaster Abel, please forgive us. 2 elite wizards spoke immediately. It was very hard for them to reach where they were. The longer they lived, the more afraid of death they became. The longer Babala kept them alive, the more their desire grew. They just couldn't talk to plants, so they could not beg for mercy. Abel had arrived, and the old man was captured as well. They had to beg for mercy. They would do anything to survive. I was thinking of directly killing all of you, but you guys are one of the few human elites. The human world will lose a lot if all of you die, so. Abel paused as the 3 elite wizards looked at him with eyes full of yearning. So the only way for you to live is to give a part of your soul to me. I will turn you into the guardian wizards for the Duchy of Carmel. Abel followed. No, Grandmaster, you can't do this. We can give you enough compensation. You can't do this. Although they couldn't move, elite wizard Dina still yelled with all his might. Abel turned away. Giving out a part of one's soul was an act of full submission. A soul card could be made with the part of the soul, and the owner of that soul card could control their life and death. Giving out the soul was not an easy decision to make, so Abel gave them some time to decide. He then turned to the old man with a cold smile on his face. The root on the old man's mouth lifted. The prestigious Grandmaster Abel. I will give my soul to you. I will do anything on your command, the old man said immediately as soon as the root lifted. Abel was a little speechless. He never knew the kingdom of St. Ellis had a rank 18 wizard as guardian. Rank 18 wizards were the most powerful wizards in the Holy Continent. More powerful wizards would not stay in the Holy Continent. They would go to other continents through the super teleportation circle. Elite Wizard Dunn was a rank 18 wizard as well because of Abel's wine. He had returned to the Holy Continent for retirement. After fighting in other continents for countless years, so he had the perfect right to stay. Unlike Wizard Dunn, the old man had hidden his power for all these years for the sole reason of enjoying the luxury of the kingdom. The reason why Abel had given those rank 17 wizards a chance was that it would be a big hit to the elite human fighting power in the Holy Continent. The old man, on the other hand, was the guardian wizard for the kingdom. He was the royal palace's ancestor, so he was not a part of the Holy Continent's fighting power. He hid his ability and didn't come out when needed. This had violated the command of the Wizard Union and had no sense of morality. Abel didn't want a wizard like this to live. I don't like you. I also want the Holy Continent to know the Duchy of Carmel's power. Abel gazed into the yearning yet hidden with hatred in the eyes of the old man and lowered his voice. Grandmaster, please let me live. I will do anything for you. I can bring Emperor Ambrose to you. Please. The old man yelled with tears pouring out of his eyes. If the hatred in his heart was not so overwhelming, his acting would have been perfect. He could sense Babala pressing down. He could no longer hide his hatred, and his hatred only affirmed Abel's decision. Babala, I'll give him to you, but don't damage his things. Abel shook his head and said to Babala, Abel, I have an unlimited amount of wealth. If you let me live, I'll give all of them to you. The old man felt Babala's squeeze as he yelled madly. When he saw that Abel did not even budge, his hatred began to emerge. Abel, you will regret. The kingdom of St. Ellis is not as simple as you think. You will regret Thigh. Afterward, his voice faded. Babala had covered his mouth again. Small roots began to reach out and penetrated his body. Slowly, all kinds of energy within him was absorbed into Babala. Babala was a good kid. It was not picky. Without Abel's command, it would have sucked all of the old man's magic gear dry as well. Abel let Babala suck the old man dry on the spot to impact the rank 17 wizards. He needed some elite wizards on his side. Although the wizards in the Duchy of Carmel was strong, he didn't have any elite wizards. Elite wizards were the final support of a kingdom. Since the kingdom of St. Ellis was destroyed, taking over their land was inevitable. Those elite wizards would be the best support. Babala understood Abel's intention as well. The last bit of life faded from the eyes of the old man, and Babala let loose. Gently, all the clothes and gear of the old man were thrown to the ground. The body of the old man was also thrown to the ground. A white soul beam then shot towards the sky from his forehead. It was the last bit of dignity of the old man. This soul beam stated that another elite wizard had died in Harry Castle. 4 elite wizards had died in Harry Castle in total. The place where most elite wizards had died in the Holy Continent. The death of the old man sent a great shock to the 3 rank 17 elite wizards. They would have never imaged his passing like this. The death of every elite wizard would go down in history. Elite wizards were rarely killed, but now a rank 18 wizard, a friend, had died right in front of his eyes. This shock was a lot more impactful than Abel's words. They had lived too long, a luxury they've been spoiled with. If those elite wizards were courageous at heart, they wouldn't stay in the Holy Continent. Other than a small number of elite wizards, most elite wizards who stayed in the Holy Continent were the ones who failed the examination of the Miracle Wall. The truly powerful ones had left long ago. Abel no longer said anything threatening, and the wizards had lowered their heads and put their pride away. The prestigious King Abel, I will give you my loyalty. Elite wizard Dina dropped to his knees. The other two elite wizards also followed and dropped on one knee. Bardali, come here. Abel looked at the three rank 17 wizards and connected to Bardali through the soul chain from afar. Yes, master. Bardali's voice emerged from the soul chain. After a few seconds, a white light flashed on Harry's teleportation circle, and Bardali appeared. She then flashed again and arrived next to Abel. Master, I'm here, Bardali bowed. All you elite wizards, give a part of your soul to Bardali. You will forever listen to her commands. Abel lowered his voice and looked at the wizards on their knees. The three elite wizards felt unbearably humiliated. It wasn't as bad if Abel took their soul, since Abel's status was equal to the empires of the three big kingdoms after he destroyed the kingdom of St. Ellis. However, this female wizard was clearly a servant. Slowly, their humility turned to hopelessness. Do you have a problem? Abel lowered his voice as Babala began to squeeze again. No, we don't have a problem. The wizards had already given up their pride, so they lowered their heads again. Above their unsettling faces, three faint beams of light flew out from their head. Bardali grabbed the lights and brought them to her own head. Elite wizard Dina saw Bardali had directly brought their souls into her head and begged again. The prestigious King Abel, we have given out our soul. Please turn our souls into soul cards. She is an intermediate wizard. Her lifespan is shorter than ours. When she dies, we will die too. Lifespan? You really want to compare your lifespan with Bardali? Abel gave out a gentle laugh. My dragon god. You guys really want to compare lifespan with an immoral. Blue dragon Emanuel also laughed. Bardali's ability had increased a few times already with the endless resource of Abel. But of course, not as fast as Abel. This was not the scariest thing about Bardali. Her body had been altered by hell. Unless an external force killed her, she was basically immortal. Therefore, Abel had always protected Bardali. He had ordered her to the safest place and rarely put her in risky situations. Bardali had dwelled around the Assassin Union headquarters. Other than Abel, no one had spotted that place in the past thousands of years. It was the safest place. She would be the guardian of Abel's offspring along with Babala and Tower Spirit Flora. The hidden base No. 7 in the Orc Empire would also be the asset of Abel's offspring. Okay, all of you are now wizards of the Duchy of Carmel. We will treat you accordingly. Do you want me to build a new magic tower for you or tell Johnson to move your old one here? Abel waved his hand and said as Bardali bowed and left. The prestigious King Abel, our magic towers are in the kingdom of St. Ellis. If possible, we want to take back some of our belongings. Elite wizard Dina bowed. He felt his energy returning, but they had already given out their souls. Still, he found a little pride when Abel said they would be treated accordingly. Don't worry, the kingdom of St. Ellis will soon be mine. I will build another 3 rank 17 magic tower in the Harry Castle Wizard Circle for you. I hope you can give my wizards some guidance in the future. Abel bowed gently. Abel's attitude was no longer as threatening. He had accepted these 3 elite wizards after they had given out their souls. Elite wizard Dina stood up straight. He realized there was not a single person in Harry Castle. No one saw how embarrassing they were. Their pride was safe at last. 3 rank 17 wizards had become the guardian wizards of a duchy. Although this was not a good look, the Duchy of Carmel was no ordinary duchy. Exceptional was Abel's change in attitude. He did not command them but spoke in a respectful tone. This had brought back a lot of their pride. Let's go back to the troops. Abel put away the old man's belongings and said. The troops couldn't be left alone for too long, and his battle with the old man had already lasted for a long time. He also needed to head to the kingdom of St. Ellis to take back what he deserved. He put flying flame and white snow back in his monster ring, and left with blue dragon Emanuel and the 3 elite wizards. The danger diffused once again. The citizens of Harry Castle came out under the castle again. Other than a bit of mess in the square, there were not many signs of battle. only a soul beam that signified a horrific battle. Bardali also returned to the hidden Assassin Union headquarters. That place needed a wizard to hold down. Abel, Blue Dragon Emanuel, and the 3 elite wizards appeared on the troops' closest teleportation circle. They then flashed and arrived within the troops again. The base they built had become a prison camp. Other than a few unlucky knights who got brain damage from the orc battle drum, most of them had recovered after the drum sound had ended. 20,000 knights and a few hundred beginner wizards were captured. A situation like this was not uncommon in the Duchy of Carmel. 10,000 knights looking after 20,000 knights was a lot easier than a few hundred knights looking after 10,000 knights like last time. They wrote down their names one by one and were given a number for their weapons and warhorse. Many have died in this battle, but most of them were the final resort of the kingdom. Only a small amount of them had practiced combat kai anyway. Their souls were turned into pieces as soon as they heard the orc battle drum. Then they were turned into energy for the drum. When Abel returned, he saw a busy scene of his men hard at work. They were counting the large amounts of resources, food, and war machines the kingdom had brought along with them. Most of those resources, especially those war machines, had not even been used, and they had become the spoils of the Duchy of Carmel. Your Majesty, the 20,000 prisoners are now secured. We are now counting the spoils. The Kingdom of St. Ellis Prince Derek wants to see you. Head Commander Bodley arrived at the office and bowed. Head Commander Bodley, you've done a great job. I've organized the wizards to come and look after the prisoners, reorganize the knights, and will head to the Kingdom of St. Ellis tomorrow, Abel said with a smile. He was feeling good. With 20,000 knights and large amounts of wizards, the Kingdom of St. Ellis was basically hopeless. As long as he acted fast, the Kingdom of St. Ellis would be Abel's. Also, this would be a great chance to let his men experience what war is like. Yes, Your Majesty, Head Commander Bodley replied in excitement. Attacking a kingdom was the dream of every head commander. The rise of a new kingdom would go down in history, and he could become a part of it. Bring me the prince, Abel added. Prince Derek was such an insignificant character that Abel almost forgot about him. Soon Prince Derek was brought to the office. His face was pale, his luxurious robes filled with dirt. It was not a good look. The first thing he saw was the 2 rank 17 wizards sitting beside Abel. He knew who was the master of this office just by looking at those wizards' respectful posture. Prince Derek felt his heart drop. He could imagine what happened to the old man, but he just couldn't believe it. The prestigious King Abel, I demand to be treated as a noble prisoner of war, and I request for my knights to be treated equally as well. Prince Derek fixed up his clothes and bowed. Ha 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 ha, Abel began laughing. He never expected the prince to say something like this. Prince Derek just couldn't get rid of his arrogance. The prince changed. He couldn't understand why Abel was laughing. He was a noble, the son of an emperor. He should be treated with respect, even if he lost a war. He should be wearing clean robes with a glass of wine in his hand and a servant by his side. Instead, he was pushed around by knights and didn't even get a cup of water. Prince Derek, the war still hasn't ended. Let's talk about being a prisoner afterward, shall we? Abel's laughing stopped. What do you mean, we lost? All my troops are prisoners, are you? An idea suddenly flashed in Prince Derek's mind. He immediately stood up straight and added, what did the old man do that makes you think the war had not ended? Maybe the old man had done something so traumatic Abel couldn't declare victory. Maybe he would even let them all go at the end. Hope started to arise from the prince's eyes. Oh, that rank 18 wizard, Abel nodded and asked. What happened to him? Prince Derek asked. He couldn't understand Abel's tone. His gaze turned towards the 3 rank 17 wizards. He actually didn't feel too good when he first entered the office, but he was still hopeful about the old man's ability. It was the embodiment of invincibility in the kingdom. He lived too long and he was tired. He will become history just like your kingdom, Abel said bluntly. The old man is dead. The prince mumbled something he couldn't even believe, but then he realized what Abel was implying. He quickly yelled, you want to attack the Kingdom of St. Ellis? You own the Duchy of Carmel, you can't do that. Prince Derek, I'm a bit confused by your logic. The kingdom can attack me, but I can't strike back. Every kingdom rises from war. When the Kingdom of St. Ellis is destroyed, I'll make a more powerful kingdom." Abel said it almost like it was reality. "No, you can't do that, you traitor," the prince yelled. Abel couldn't bother to talk with him anymore. The prince had been in the spotlight for too long. He had forgotten what it was like to fail. A knight came in and dragged him out. The sun began to set, and large amounts of wizards arrived from the Duchy of Carmel. They took away the 20,000 knight prisoners. Even Abel's teacher, Wizard Morton, had also come to help. Abel did not bring any wizards from the Duchy of Carmel with him in this attack. Their wizard circle was too weak. Even with large amounts of resources, it would take more time to develop with their low starting point. Handling 20,000 knights shouldn't be a problem for them. Those hundreds of beginner wizards were already in mana-forbidden circles. They were hopeless. The original camp set up by the Kingdom of St. Ellis did not go to waste. They became the resting ground for the Duchy of Carmel's knights. When the sun rose the second day, Abel was met with a roar of excitement when he appeared in front of the knights on Black Wind. "Long live the king!" Their roar covered the ground, and even the prisoners on the other side could hear their excitement. The contrast was so unbearable the prisoners from the kingdom couldn't help but lower their heads. "I, King Abel Harry, will lead you, my loyal knights, to rise a war with the ruthless kingdom of St. Ellis. They used all cheap tactics to achieve their goals, and they don't deserve the holy title of a kingdom. That title should only be given to the brave and powerful, and we will be the one to take over." Abel's voice was amplified by his combat kai, and everyone could hear him clearly. The word "St." in the kingdom of St. Ellis represented the kingdom's holiness. Abel's intention was clear. "We will fight until the death for King Abel." The 10,000 knights roared again. Their spirits were high. The 5 flying boats landed from the sky and opened their compartment. The knights stepped in by groups, and soon they left the camp. Abel vanished from the spot and reappeared on the top of the leading flying boat. The rank 17 wizards beside him followed. Everyone was filled with excitement. The only one relaxing was the blue dragon, Emanuel. He leaned back at the table with Grandmaster wine in his hand and a table full of food. He couldn't understand why the humans are so excited about status. They are weak anyway. The dragons could turn them all into dust in one blow. Anything prestigious wouldn't matter at that point. But then he felt a little speechless when he thought of Abel's age. He should just let him do whatever he wanted. Blue Dragon Emanuel came along to protect Abel. At least that's what he thought, not the Grandmaster wine and those delicate dishes he had every day. In the kingdom of St. Ellis's royal palace, Emperor Ambrose was desperately waiting for the war report. It had been a few days since he sent his men out to the Duchy of Carmel, but he hadn't gotten any report back. "Your Majesty, we still haven't got any news. Should we send men out to investigate?" Duke Ernest bowed and suggested. "Not yet, maybe the war is still going on, and Derek hasn't got time to report." Emperor Ambrose couldn't make a decision. He wouldn't believe such a huge team would lose. But at the same time, Derek would report even if they lost. Was there a problem with the communication circle? He never expected that Abel had used the orc battle drum. Under the drum sound, those men couldn't even make a sound, let alone report. The 10 intermediate wizards that escaped were still hiding in the forest of the Duchy of Thunder. They were terrified. No one has ever seen anyone kill intermediate wizards like chickens. They were dropping dead in groups. They were the reporting wizards of the kingdom, but all that was in their minds was to hide. They wouldn't even dare to go to the closest teleportation circle. Abel might be waiting for them. Abel would definitely be proud if he knew those intermediate wizards were thinking of him like this. "If we can't connect with the troops by tonight, we'll directly connect with the communication circle of the old man." Emperor Ambrose lowered his voice. The old man was too prestigious. The kingdom would not connect with him directly until the last moment. Emperor Ambrose felt his heart lift when he thought about the old man. With the old man by his side, anything could settle. How could a little duchy be a problem? A dull atmosphere covered the royal palace. The lords did not say a word. They felt too good about this. It was the afternoon, and 5 sky ships emerged from the sky of Denon City. Ding, ding, ding. An ear-piercing bell sound erupted, followed by chaotic footsteps. Although there were not many knights in Denon City, it was the core of the kingdom of St. Ellis. All the guards were highly skilled. As the sky ships were approaching, crossbows began to emerge from the city wall of Denon City. "Wizard Dina, bring the other 2 wizards to clean up the guards of the city wall," Abel said, standing on a skyship with a telescope in his hand. Although the skyships could survive crossbows' attack for a while, any damage on his skyships would be unnecessary. Those were too expensive, and he didn't want to make them all over again. "Yes, your majesty," the wizards bowed. They had handed their soul to Abel, but they still needed to prove themselves by cutting off their final connection with the kingdom. Destroying the defense of Denon City was the perfect method. Abel nodded, and the 3 rank 17 wizards disappeared in a flash. After a few more flashes, the wizards appeared in the city wall. 3 elite wizards fighting against a city war had never happened in the history of the Holy Continent. A single elite wizard was powerful enough, let alone 3 of them. "I won't kill you if you jump down the city wall." Wizard Denon did not attack immediately. Instead, he yelled. The elite wizards stood 500 meters apart on the city wall. Unbearable energy emerged from their bodies. It was not suppressive, but it was threatening. The moment their energy emerged, some soldiers screamed and rolled down the city wall, with hands covering their heads. A few weaker guards were immediately frightened to death. Blood gushed out from their mouths as they dropped to the ground. There were only around 30 men remaining on the city wall, and none of them could do anything in the face of elite wizards. A crossbow was not something a single man could operate, so those scattered men picked up their swords and rushed towards the elite wizards. "Stupid," elite wizard Dina mumbled, and a fiery spell pattern emerged from his hand. Although those wizards were not looking good in Harry Castle. It was not because they were weak, it was because Babala was too strong. The 30 guards were turned into ash after a few steps. The 3 elite wizards did not stop. They kept making their way towards the royal palace and destroying every war machine along the way. The 5 skyships passed through the city wall of Denon City with an unstoppable force. It was the biggest city of the 3 big kingdoms, and there was fear in the eyes of every citizen. What happened? Why was the alert bell rung? Emperor Ambrose stood up with his heart dropped. "Majesty, there are skyships outside of the city wall. All our defenses are down." A knight quickly stepped in and bowed. "What? The Duchy of Carmel is here." The emperor took and stepped back and fell back to his throne and mumbled. If the skyships are here, where were his powerful men? No wonder why he hasn't been able to connect with Derek. He took out a card from his waist and jammed a mana gem into it. A white light shot out. After a few flashes, the communication circle on the card was ignited. It was a communication circle accessible by normal people. This card was Emperor Ambrose's final lifesaver. It could directly connect to his old man. His heart grew desperate as the lights kept flashing. "Quick, quick, my old man, please answer me," his heart yelled. His desperation did not go to waste. Finally, the flashing stopped and they were connected. "Old man, where are you?" the emperor asked immediately. "Old man, I'm Abel." Abel was standing on the sky ship when he felt something flashing from the spoils of the old man. The voice of Emperor Ambrose emerged as soon as he ignited it. Emperor Ambrose's hand dropped and the card fell to the floor. It was almost unimaginable to him that his old man would lose, but it was hard to deny since even his communication card was on Abel's hand. "So rude," Abel said as he put away his communication card. "Your Majesty, the skyships have penetrated the city wall. They are heading towards us." A knight speeded into the stuffy palace. The emperor's face was ashen. Almost all the knights from the kingdom had been sent out to attack the Duchy of Carmel. Where could they find anyone to take down those sky ships? "Your Majesty, you should leave now with the royal knights. As long as you are alive, the kingdom will be fine." Duke Ernest bowed. "Yeah, Majesty, please go. The kingdom needs you," the other lords said as well. Most of the lords nudged the emperor, but Emperor Ambrose himself was contemplating. There was a teleportation circle next to the palace. As long as he stepped in, he would be able to disappear from Denon City, but this also meant he had given up this city's sovereignty. This city was the core of royalty. Could he really do that? Emperor Ambrose was still contemplating, but Duke Ernest gave a royal knight a look. That royal knight quickly stepped up and dragged the emperor by his shoulder. "No, I would rather die with the kingdom. I won't leave," the emperor yelled and struggled. Although he was yelling very loud, that royal knight couldn't feel the emperor resist. The emperor knew very well that as long as he stayed alive, He would be able to connect with the other big nobles of the kingdom of St. Ellis. They could even take down the Duchy of Carmel. He could also find the other two duchies, sign a treaty with them, and ask for their help. There was hope. He didn't want to stay. He didn't want to become a prisoner emperor. There had never been a prisoner emperor in history. Emperor Ambrose, I'm sorry, but you can't leave. Just when the emperor was being carried outside of the door, a white light flashed, and elite wizard Dina appeared with a bow. Wizard Dina, why are you here? Where's the old man? The emperor did not realize Wizard Dina had already become Abel's man. The emperor had lost his face. Seeing an elite wizard he knew was like seeing a lifesaver. Emperor Ambrose, I am now the guardian wizard for the Duchy of Carmel. I will forever remain loyal to King Abel's command. Wizard Dina said with a murderous gaze. His emperor's mistake turned him from an immaculately prestigious elite wizard to the slave of an intermediate female wizard. He couldn't wait to burn the emperor into ash but knew that was Abel's business, so he put his anger away. As for the old man, he had turned into a soul beam, the third one in Harry Castle. Wizard Dina followed. That soul beam was burned into his mind. It belonged to a rank 18 wizard. It was the first time he saw something like that. All your troops have been captured by the prestigious king. Abel along with your son. Wizard Dina emphasized each word. Each was like a cut to the emperor. Impossible, the old man is the most powerful wizard in the Holy Continent. He is invincible. My troops are the most powerful troops in the Holy Continent. It is impossible for a little duchy to destroy us. You are lying. Emperor Ambrose yelled back, his finger pointing at Wizard Dina. A cold flash sparkled in Wizard Dina's eyes as he took a step forward. The Royal Knight combat Kai exploded, but he was struck by an ice pole from Wizard Dina before he could even make a move. The Royal Knight turned into an ice block with a furious look on his face. It seemed like he would remain like that forever. Wizard Dina's victory was effortless. Their ranks were too far apart. The emperor still had his finger up before Wizard Dina quickly grabbed him by the finger. Wizard Dina couldn't even bother to use a spell. He pressed down, and the emperor's finger broke. Although he couldn't take the life of the emperor, no one would doubt him for breaking the finger of someone pointing at an elite wizard. Your Majesty, Duke Ernest quickly stepped up and helped the emperor up. He then looked up at Wizard Dina and lowered his voice. Wizard Dina, how could you do this to the emperor? Haha, Wizard Dina replied with a cold laugh. The other two elite wizards had blocked the other two exits of the palace. All the lords of the kingdom had been captured. The 5 sky ships began to land. As the gates lowered, groups of knights in full armor neatly walked out. They quickly made their way out of the royal palace and seized control of the city. Abel disappeared from the sky ship and appeared in front of the royal palace in a few flashes. The prestigious King Abel, the 3 elite wizards bowed. Although that was all they did, it meant a lot, considering that they were elite wizards. Even during the peak of the kingdom of St. Ellis's power, those wizards had not acted this respectful to Emperor Ambrose. Abel smiled and gently bowed back. He then turned his gaze to the emperor, drenched in cold sweat holding his hand. Nice to see you again, the great Emperor Ambrose. It has been a long time, hasn't it? Abel said in a dull voice. Abel, what do you want? The emperor lowered his voice. Emperor, you are too embarrassing. Your manners are disappointing. Abel shook his head with a cold look on his face. The prestigious King Abel. Please forgive the emperor's embarrassment. Your wizard hurt him. Duke Ernest quickly stepped up and bowed. Conflict could break out at any moment. Hurt? Wizard Dina was just doing what he is supposed to do. Abel waved his hand. Duke Ernest was a cunning old man. He wanted to test Abel and the elite wizard's relationship, but they really were close. Thank you, Majesty. Wizard Dina bowed. Being respected even after giving out his soul had made him look at Abel in a new way. Although he did not have freedom, it seems like it wasn't a bad thing to become a guardian wizard for the Duchy of Carmel. I'm here to request the throne. Emperor Ambrose no longer has the power to take this position. And his family no longer has the right to control the kingdom, Abel said as he patted on the back of the throne. No, I would rather die, the emperor yelled. His worst nightmare had come true. A gut-wrenching pain emerged from within, compounded with the pain on his finger. The kingdom of St. Ellis belonged to his family. His ancestors had built this place with blood on their swords. Even the scary young wizards in front of him were cultivated by the kingdom. How could he agree? Emperor Ambrose, if you sign a contract saying you are willing to give out the kingdom, I will make sure your family stays noble. You won't have much power politically, but all your wealth will be untouched, Abel said with a dull smile. The best way to take over a kingdom was to force the emperor to willingly give it out. This way, the kingdom could be intact, and conflict wouldn't break out at the core. If he couldn't do this, then he would have to use force. This would take more time since he had to seize control of the city one by one. Although the kingdom was very weak with most of their knights gone, there were still some stubborn ones. And if they took too long, the other kingdoms might intervene. Abel hated problems, so he always resolved things in the simplest way. Abel, just give up. The kingdom of St. Ellis has stood for thousands of years with countless loyal nobles. You can turn the kingdom into flames, and they would still be standing by my side. The emperor yelled with his face pale as a ghost. Abel's face palmed himself. The emperor's behavior gave him a headache. He just couldn't understand. His solution he had out was the simplest way to resolve this. Emperor Ambrose, maybe I'm too kind. The smile on Abel's face vanished, and he lowered his voice. You should have expected this ever since you placed an assassin. Order on me. If you don't want to do this the simple way, I'll just have to kill every single person in the royal palace. I will then search every single person in your bloodline and make your family completely disappear from the Holy Continent. That's what you get for wanting to kill me. The words of Abel send chills down every lord's spine. They wouldn't be nervous if another person had said this, but Abel was dominating the situation. There was nothing he wouldn't do. The prestigious King Abel, please let me talk to the Emperor, Duke Ernest begged. Okay, Duke Ernest, I'll give you some time, Abel said with a cold face. Duke Ernest then turned to Emperor Ambrose. He was his blood brother. If Abel really was going to kill all the royals, his family would be the first one in line. Your Majesty, things have already reached this point. Please think about your family, about your children. Let them live, Duke Ernest begged again. Ernest, are you scared? Are all of you scared? You are my lords and you are scared. The kingdom is ours. What would the kingdom be with the royals? Emperor Ambrose looked insane. He pointed at the lords despite a broken finger. Wizard Dina, please take some blood from the emperor and make a bloodline circle. I want to know every single person connected to him. Abel had lost patience with the emperor. Although it was a bit of a hassle, a single city couldn't stop with 5 sky ships. The emperor had already made his choice. The prestigious Abel Majesty, please wait. Duke Ernest quickly stepped up and bowed again. Duke Ernest, what do you want? Abel lowered his voice. Majesty, if Emperor Ambrose died, Prince Derek would inherit the throne. If Prince Derek died as well, I would inherit the throne. The words of Duke Ernest had sent a shock to not only Abel but everyone on the spot. It was a crime to take the throne. But as the enemy of St. Ellis' kingdom, the Holy Continent would not disapprove of Abel's actions. At most, it would just get a little messy if Abel killed all the royals. But the meaning behind the words of Duke Ernest was clear. He suggested Abel kill his majesty. This was most frowned upon on the Holy Continent. It was enough to make his soul torture for eternity. Abel never thought about this, because he didn't expect anyone in royals to ask for their soul to be tortured for eternity. Duke Ernest, are you sure? Abel asked, confused. Yes, I'm sure. I want my son to live. Certainty flashed in Duke Ernest's gaze as he lowered his voice. Wizard Dina, bring the prince here. Abel turned to Wizard Dina and said. Silence fell on the palace once again. Emperor Ambrose gazed at Duke Ernest with a pair of bloodshot eyes. It almost like he was going to bite his face off. Wizard Dina was fast. With a teleportation circle, Prince Derek was brought to the palace after 10 minutes. Majesty, the prince is here. Wizard Dina threw Prince Derek on the ground and bowed. Prince Derek, your father just said he wants every royal to die with the kingdom of St. Ellis. I agree, Abel lowered his voice. Abel, Majesty, I'm a noble. I asked to be a prisoner of war. I don't want to die. He yelled frantically. It seems like Derek didn't get the point, or maybe he was so scared his brain had been damaged. Shut up, the royals are not afraid to die. It's our dignity, the emperor said upon seeing his son's behavior. Father, you lived a long life. You have been emperor for so many years. You did everything you wanted. I'm still young and I lived a hard life even as your heir. I don't want to die. The prince was emotional. The emperor felt like he was almost looking at a stranger, but he was his heir, the kingdom's future emperor. Abel was not interested in the drama between this father and son. He gazed at Duke Ernest, and Duke Ernest immediately knew what to do. "Derek, I'm sorry, but there is only one way to save the royals, and that is to kill Emperor Ambrose and you. After I get the throne, I will hand over the kingdom to Majesty Abel." Majesty Abel had agreed to not kill the noble once he got the throne. Duke Ernest lowered his voice again. Prince Derek was caught off guard by these words. He then turned his gaze back to the emperor and hesitated a little, but soon his hesitation faded. He took out a knife and plunged it towards Emperor Ambrose's neck. The emperor grabbed him by the hand and struggled for his life. All of a sudden, everyone's jaws dropped as they looked at the Prince Crazy rolling on the ground with the emperor. At the end of the day, the youngster still won in strength. The emperor was no match to him. Since both of them were prestigious royals, they did not practice combat kai. Prince Derek leaned on top of the emperor and plunged his knife. His eyes were filled with chaos. "You want me dead. You want me dead," he yelled as he increased his force. The emperor tried to move the prince's hand away from his hand, but more and more blood marks began to open up. He could not get the knife off his neck, and his struggle slowly stopped. His hands let loose with his eyes wide open and spit out his last breath. "He is dead. I'm now the emperor. I'm now the emperor." The prince stood up and yelled at the stiff emperor on the ground. Duke Ernest was shocked. At first, he just didn't want his son to die innocently under the fury of Abel, but he did not expect the prince to finish his business for him. He was thinking of killing Prince Derek after killing the emperor. He would then hand the throne to Abel and kill himself with all his sins. But is that really necessary anymore? "Abel, Majesty, I'm now the emperor. Don't kill me. I will give the throne to you." The prince stepped away from the corpse of his father and said loudly to Abel. Abel felt like he just watched an exaggerated drama. The ruthlessness of royal power was on full display. "Wizard Dina, please go to the Wizard Union in Angstrom City and the Kingdom of St. Ellis on my behalf and request a kingdom sovereignty transfer. Ask them to come here immediately." Abel turned to Wizard Dina again. "Your Majesty, I can't request anything from the Wizard Union in Angstrom City or the Kingdom of St. Ellis." He wasn't too familiar with Abel's identity. He knew that Abel was a Grandmaster blacksmith, but he didn't know his power in the Wizard Union. "Don't worry, just say my name and no wizard will reject me." Abel smiled and waved his hand. "Yes, Your Majesty." Wizard Dina bowed and left. Duke Ernest helped the prince rest. "I also want all the big nobles in Denon City to join the kingdom transfer ceremony. The ceremony will start in an hour, and I want every big noble to be there." Abel turned to Duke Ernest and lowered his voice again. Abel was very happy with Duke Ernest. Knowing when to retreat was a good thing. Abel didn't have much desire for power in the common world. He had only reached this point because he had no choice. If the kingdom maintained a good relationship with him, no way he would end up standing over the royal palace like this. "Yes, Emperor." Duke Ernest changed the title and bowed. "I hope all the lords can help Duke Ernest as well." Abel then turned his gaze to the lords. "Yes, Your Majesty," the lords replied. The men came and put away the corpses of Emperor Ambrose. Then another group of men came and cleaned up the place. At last, the servants came and put up some decorations. Abel stood in front of the throne. He did not sit down, but no one would bother him. The knights from the Duchy of Carmel had seized control and locked down Denon City in under half an hour. All the nobles did not resist. Some intermediate wizards tried to leave, but they were blasted into ash by the sky ships. That was the power of sky ships. The city had been taken over by the Duchy of Carmel in no time. Time passed. Carriages carrying nobles arrived in front of the royal palace one by one. They carefully stepped in and kept their mouths shut when they saw the silhouette next to the throne. Suddenly a white light flashed next to Abel, and elite wizard Dunn appeared with a bow. "Grandmaster Abel, I never thought I would see this day. You're too attached to the power of the common world." Abel knew Wizard Dunn was just giving him a kind reminder as a predecessor of his wizard line. "Wizard Dunn, I just want my family to be safe. I have no choice but to do this." Abel sighed. If Abel wasn't so powerful, he would have been killed long ago. But he managed to pull through his struggle one by and to end up where he was. "Grandmaster Abel, you are now a rank 15 wizard." Wizard Dunn was shocked again when he noticed Abel's wizard rank. Abel no longer needs to hide his scent with a transformation necklace. No one would threaten him with his status. and with Babala as the guardian of his castle, he no longer had to be scared. Also, with his throne in the Duchy of Carmel and soon the Kingdom of St. Ellis, he would be one of the most prestigious persons in the Holy Continent. Not to even mention his relationship with the dwarfs and the elves. No organization or kingdoms could do anything to him. Elite wizard done, I've been training hard. Although Abel brushed it off like it was nothing, it was still very hard for Wizard Dunn to accept his words. Wizard training was the hardest training in the Holy Continent. Abel was only 18 years old, and he had reached rank 15. Was he going to become the first 20-year-old elite wizard in the Holy Continent? Wizard Dunn was speechless. Abel was not only a wizard, but a grandmaster blacksmith, and now the emperor of a kingdom. His growth was guaranteed. There was nothing Wizard Dunn could say. Grandmaster Abel, if you want to be the emperor of this kingdom, the Lightnings will definitely support you. Wizard Dunn lowered his voice. The Lightning Wizard line was only exclusive to the gifted ones. It was the most powerful wizard line, and Wizard Dunn was the most powerful wizard of the bunch. Grandmaster Abel, sorry I've come late. White light flashed next to Abel again, and Wizard Lorenzo appeared with a bow. Before even getting the chance to reply, another white light flashed nearby, and Wizard Allenby appeared. Sorry, Grandmaster, I'm late as well. I was caught up with something. Wizard Allenby bowed as well. I'm very grateful that you two have shown up. I hope it's not too much of a bother. Abel smiled and bowed back. The Wizard Union was the most powerful organization in the Holy Continent, and the transfer of the kingdom would need to go through them. This was the power of the Wizard Union. Although they couldn't get involved with the business of the common world, everything was still under their control. The Wizard Union in Lion City had shown Abel a lot of respect for sending 2 elite wizards. There were 3 elite wizards in the Lion City. If they didn't need an elite wizard to guard the city at all times, all of them would have come. The prestigious Emperor Abel, prestigious elite wizard Dunn, prestigious wizard Lorenzo, prestigious wizard Allenby, and everyone who came to attend. I will represent the Kingdom of St. Ellis as the host of this ceremony, Duke Ernest said loudly and bowed at the guests below the throne in a new luxury robe. Most of the big nobles could guess what was about to happen, but their hearts were lifted when they saw Duke Ernest appeared as a host. It meant war was not about to happen. Instead, it would be a peaceful transfer of sovereignty. This was what all the nobles wanted to see. None of them wanted to put their wealth at risk. Today, Emperor Ambrose has gotten sick, and we tried our best. He is now with the spirit. As the heir of the kingdom, Elder Prince Derek will automatically become the emperor, Duke Ernest announced loudly. His words had sent chatter around the palace. The emperor's health was always very good. What sickness could possibly take his life? When they saw Abel sitting in front of the throne, the chatter stopped. Duke Ernest bowed, and Prince Derek walked out in a fur robe with a crown on his head. He was holding a scepter, and the atmosphere in the palace grew heavier with each step he took. The prince did not have the vigor a prince of a kingdom was supposed to have. His face was pale. He had just killed his father, and all the ministers saw it. He had been tortured by these thoughts all night, but he didn't have the guts to stand up to Abel. The knights from the Duchy of Carmel were spread throughout Denon City and the royal palace. Steward Burbridge replaced even the royal steward. He was the steward of a duchy, so he was the most suitable candidate. Under these circumstances, the prince couldn't do anything. He had only killed his father to save his own life in the first place anyway. The prince had never experienced any failure in his life. He could do the most unexpected things when his life was threatened. As a noble, as the heir of a powerful kingdom, he should have held his sword high and led the knights to take back the throne. But the reality is often different from stories. In the face of a crisis, the prince had killed his father and transferred the kingdom to Abel to survive. The scepter in his hand was a luxury. It had thousands of years of history, and the prince has been yearning for it ever since he saw it. But he didn't expect it gone as soon as he got it. Everything suddenly felt like a dream. The prestigious Duke Abel, I, the Emperor of the Kingdom of St. Ellis. Emperor Derek, am willing to give the throne to you. The Linnate Wizard Union and the elite wizard of the Kingdom of St. Ellis will be the witness. The prince felt the energy in his body fade after he said these words. His knees grew weak as he dropped to the ground. No one would care about him from this day on. His glory days were over. He had become a normal noble without any political power. The great Emperor Abel, please take your scepter. Duke Ernest stepped beside the prince and snatched the scepter from his hand. Abel stood in front of the throne and played around with the scepter with a smile on his face. He lifted it high and said loudly to the nobles below, "I, Abel Harry, am now the new emperor of the kingdom of St. Ellis. I pledge to resolve any problems the kingdom is going through. I will maintain peace and protect the rights of the nobles. The kingdom will only get more powerful under my lead." "Long live the emperor," the nobles bowed. Abel's words were simple. He did not let the host, Duke Ernest, guide the ceremony. Although this was against the tradition, no one would question a powerful emperor. "If all the nobles promise their loyalty to me, I promise your rights and power will not change," Abel added, and sent calmness throughout the crowd once more. Those nobles expected a big change, but Abel's words were like a joyous ray of sunshine. The nobles all had their own ideas before the ceremony, but they all decided to pledge loyalty to Abel. Abel did not have a choice as well. He did not have enough talented people to run a kingdom, so he needed the nobles. This world was not like his past one. Not everyone could write a book. Knowledge was valuable, and only the ones who inherited knowledge could take care of business. Big families would often keep their knowledge secret, and only the talented ones in the family would get that knowledge. The ministers were also surprised. Abel's intention was clear. Their status was guaranteed as long as they were loyal. Pleading loyalty to a new emperor was the tradition of the kingdom. Although Abel had gotten his throne through violence, the ministers weren't concerned. Most importantly, Abel had gotten his throne in the kingdom of St. Ellis through an official transfer. Abel waved his hand, and nobles immediately quieted down again. "Duke Ernest, you will become the head of your family from now on. I will officially invite you to take care of the business of the kingdom," Abel said with a smile. Duke Ernest was caught off guard a little. He thought Abel had maintained the noble's status to maintain stability, but for him, the head of his family, it meant that his status was unchanged. The only difference was that his family was no longer the royal family, but the family of a duke. A drop in status was expected anyway. There could only be one royal family, and that was the Harry family in Harvest City. "Isn't the emperor worried I'll turn on him?" A dark thought emerged from Duke Ernest, but he soon thought about those 5 sky ships. Those tens of thousands of fully black armored knights, those 3 rank 17 wizards, and the force that killed a rank 18 wizard, and his mind was clear. No one would dare turn on Abel. His power was invincible. "The great Emperor Abel, I, Duke Ernest, and my family will forever remain loyal to you, to the Harry family and the kingdom of St. Ellis. Please accept my loyalty." Duke Ernest dropped to one knee and said loudly, "Duke Ernest, I, the kingdom of St. Ellis Emperor Abel, accept your loyalty." Abel took out a knight's sword and gently tapped on Duke Ernest's shoulders. Abel was pleased looking at Duke Ernest. It meant that the original royal of the kingdom was now under his command. He was initially worried that some stubborn royals might revolt, but they could no longer do that on paper. In regards to loyalty, Abel couldn't worry less about his magic contracts. As he looked into the gaze of the nobles, the result was clear. This kingdom would soon be his. He stroked his hand on the throne and gently took a seat. Ever since Emperor Ambrose was dethroned yesterday, no one had sat on it. With Diana City under his control, the kingdom was officially Abel's. Although there were many nobles in the kingdom, they all had connections with each other. This was especially the case for big nobles, and most of them were located in Denon City. That was why Abel had passed through all the other cities and arrived at Denon City's capital. But of course, he would not be able to do this without 3 elite wizards and sky ships. The defense of this city was no joke, even without knights and wizards as guards. Abel did not feel extra powerful sitting on the throne. He gave a little smile and stood up again. "Duke Ernest, help me organize some loyalty contracts for the nobles. I'll head to the dining room with the wizards first," Abel said and turned to Wizard Dunn, Wizard Lorenzo, and Wizard Allenby. He then gave a bow. They disappeared in a flash of white light. Duke Ernest sighed. Maybe Abel was not lying. He really didn't care much about the throne. The kingdom had reached this point completely due to Emperor Ambrose's mistakes. If he didn't pick a fight with Abel, their family would still be the royal family. Abel and the 3 elite wizards reappeared in the dining hall. Steward Burbridge had everything organized. The water spirit fruit juices were prepared, and he bowed as he saw Abel. Grandmaster Abel, I heard the old man of this kingdom is a rank 18 wizard. Wizard Dunn said curiously. Yeah, rank 18 wizards are too hard to deal with. He gave me some trouble. Abel lightly nodded. His words made Wizard Dunn speechless once again. Being a rank 18 wizard himself, he knew how powerful a rank 18 wizard was. A wizard's suppression would grow dramatically once they reached rank 18. In the face of any lower rank wizard, he could almost fully suppress their spells. Grandmaster, Linnate City will provide benefits to the kingdom. Me and Wizard Alenby promise we will not give you 1 penny less, Wizard Lorenzo added. Linnate City was a revenue stream for the kingdom of St. Ellis. They had credit points to exchange resources. This was why the Duchy of Carmel struggled to even support 3 to 4 wizards, while the kingdom could support 50 intermediate wizards as well as a rank 18 wizard. This signified the importance of Linnate City, and Abel knew this. His restaurants in Linnate City provided him with endless amounts of credit points, which was how the Duchy of Carmel could get so many resources for knights and wizards. Of course, his knights and wizards' progress was also due to the potions he made as a master alchemist as well. For now, his knights and wizards was still very much dependent on him, but he couldn't run a kingdom this way, and he would leave the Holy Continent one day. The kingdom would need to sustain itself, so he could not disregard the importance of Linnate City. Wizard Lorenzo, the kingdom will forever be the friend of you and Wizard Alenby, Abel laughed. Grandmaster, Linnate City will always be your friend as well, Wizard Lorenzo smiled back. He respected Abel just by his Grandmaster Blacksmith status alone, but now that he realized he was a rank 15 wizard, he knew Abel would also become a powerful wizard one day. He was already close to Abel due to his investment, which deepened his care even further. Grandmaster Abel, what happened to Wizard Dina and the other 2 elite wizards? Wizard Dunn saw that they had a special relationship with Abel. Not only Wizard Dunn, Wizard Lorenzo and Wizard Alenby were very curious as well. There were not many rank 18 wizards in the Holy Continent, so rank 17 wizards were already one of the elites. Every move they made would bring big changes to the landscape. They have pledged their loyalty to me. They are now the guardian wizards of the kingdom. Abel smiled. Grandmaster, I hope you can treat them well. We can't afford to lose any elite wizard in the human world. Wizard Dunn lowered his voice. 40 intermediate wizards had died in this battle between the kingdom and duchy. Wizard Dunn felt hurt because of this since they were all members of the Wizard Union. Wizard Dunn have only kept them to preserve the elite fighting power of humans. They had committed a crime, and I wanted to punish them just like the old man. Abel lowered his voice as well. Wizard Dunn knew the meaning behind his words. He just wanted to say some good stuff about the elite wizards, but they were too proud of themselves, and those 3 had clearly done something wrong. All Abel needed to see was that they had threatened his family. He was very generous in tolerating this behavior. As for how to treat those elite wizards, no one should question him. Breaking the soul contract of those wizards was impossible, and Abel would not let them go easy. They should have expected this when they committed their crime. Grandmaster, I won't talk about this anymore. I just hope you can treat them kindly. This way, you will get the respect of other elite wizards as well. Wizard Dunn shook his head. Wizard Dunn truly wanted Abel to be good. If another elite wizard had found out that Abel had taken the soul of 3 elite wizards, some buzz would be generated among elite wizards. Wizard Dunn, as long as they serve the kingdom, I will treat them with respect like any guardian wizards. That's good, Wizard Dunn nodded. Grandmaster, are you planning to claim the throne just like that? Do you need a big ceremony to let everyone in the Holy Continent know? Wizard Lorenzo saw the atmosphere was growing tense, so he suggested. The 3 elite wizards got what they deserved for messing with Abel. Abel had already done more than he should for keeping them alive and let them continue to serve the human race. He wasn't Wizard Dunn. He wouldn't argue with Abel because of this. Wizard Dunn was Abel's teacher's teacher. Wizard Lorenzo had no right to comment on Abel's behavior, so he would much rather change the topic. The kingdom still needs some time to settle, so maybe I will have a ceremony in June. By that time, I will definitely invite you all. Abel smiled and said, after a moment of hesitation. We will come even if you don't invite us. Wizard Dunn laughed loudly. Gaining sovereignty of the kingdom was a lot easier than Abel expected. This was mostly the case because of those 20,000 knights he got. They were almost all the knights from big noble families. With them on Abel's side, all the big cities had surrendered to Abel in just 10 days. Abel kept himself busy during this time, mostly accepting loyalty from big noble families. Although most of the time, the head or the most talented member would represent the entire family, it still kept Abel busy for 10 days. After that, almost the entire kingdom was under Abel's control. Those 20,000 knights also pledged loyalty to their new emperor. Now, Abel had more than 30,000 knights. They would be the most powerful just by number alone, not to mention their skills. The most powerful fighting force was still the air force of the kingdom. The 5 sky ships could carry 10,000 knights into any battlefield at any moment, and they were very powerful on their own as well. The 200 Griffin Knights were also unaffected by the handover of the kingdom. The most important ministers and nobles had forcefully signed a magic contract. This secured their loyalty and sovereignty of the kingdom. With this rate of progress, the ceremony could now happen in May instead of June. Abel also wanted to get this over with, so he could fully concentrate on his training. In the kingdom of St. Anwal, Emperor Aldous contemplated the gold-plated invitation letter in his hand. All the ministers stood around him. Even Prince Lancy, who had a special relationship with Abel, was there. "Your Majesty, our kingdom has always been very good to Emperor Abel. Attending shouldn't be a problem. The Wizard Union will send their representatives as well. It should be a good way to deepen our relationship." A minister stepped up and bowed. Yeah, the Duchy of Carmel didn't even use much effort and completely swallowed the kingdom of St. Ellis. Maybe he is planning to swallow us as well, another minister added. All the ministers knew how powerful the kingdom of St. Ellis was. The Duchy of Carmel was already strong in the first place, and with the support of all nobles from the kingdom. Abel's status as an emperor was secured. Those ministers were afraid, mostly because Abel had gotten an orc battle drum. The only thing that could counteract it in the human world was the dragon horn in Miracle City. Without it, no team of knights could attack Abel, no matter how large the army. "Father, can I say something?" Prince Lancy bowed and said. "Lancy, you are the closest to Grandmaster Abel. Speak up." Emperor Aldous nodded. His son was Abel's friend, and he wanted to know if he had another idea. "Father and my ministers, the Grandmaster Abel I know is a training freak. He cares about wizard training the most. But he is not soft on his enemies. Back in the days, he stayed in the orc battlefield by himself, and no orcs messed with him," Prince Lancy said as he recalled his days of fighting alongside Abel. "You never saw him during the day. Other than doing missions, he would stay in his room and do wizard training. Do you think a wizard like this would get lost in political power? He had only become the king of the Duchy of Carmel because he got so much war glory from his Battle of the Orc mission. The Wizard Union had to grant him something," the prince explained. "I don't believe a powerful wizard will care too much about political power, and I believe Grandmaster Abel is not lying. Emperor Ambrose did place an assassin order on him and attacked the Duchy of Carmel. Grandmaster Abel was just doing self-defense, and he had gotten the kingdom of St. Ellis as a result. I think we should keep a good relationship with Grandmaster Abel and the kingdom of St. Ellis. Don't become their enemy. He is a wizard. Killing enemies is in his nature," the prince added. "Well said. Abel is not a politician. He is not an emperor that inherited his throne. He is a powerful wizard. Killing off enemies is in nature. Emperor Ambrose had miscalculated this, and that was what cost his throne." Emperor Aldous nodded and lowered his voice. His respect for Prince Lancy had deepened. Out of all the princes in the palace, Prince Lancy never stood out. It was too bad he was a wizard. He could never inherit the throne. If Abel's Grandmaster Blacksmith's identity weren't so much higher than his wizard identity, the Wizard Union would not let him become an emperor as well. "Lancy, prepare your things. We will head to the kingdom of St. Ellis for the ceremony in May." Emperor Ambrose stood up and put away the invitation letter. The kingdom of St. Pirit's Emperor Manfred had also received the invitation letter, so he called over Duke Chesterton. An emperor like him did not have time to attend a ceremony like this. He would much rather have fun with his ladies. "Duke Chesterton, you have congratulated Grandmaster Abel on my behalf. Just say I'm sick and can't attend." Emperor Manfred shoved the invitation letter to Duke Chesterton and said, Duke Chesterton did not tell His Majesty that Abel sent him a personal invitation letter as well, so he just bowed and accepted. "Your Majesty, I will represent you in the ceremony and maybe sign a new peace treaty with Emperor Abel." "Do you agree?" Duke Chesterton added. "A peace treaty they just settled. Do you think they will attack us?" Emperor Manfred really couldn't care less, but everything Duke Chesterton did would need to go through him. Duke Chesterton felt a little irritated. Although most people in the kingdom knew he was the one making all the decisions, no one would replace him if he didn't. Forcing Emperor Manfred to care was impossible. He only cared about having fun, and their kingdom had to hide this because of dignity. The kingdom of St. Ellis more powerful than us. They even have new elite wizards, so signing a peace treaty with them is best. Duke Chesterton explained patiently. "Whatever, just sign it then." Emperor Manfred waved his hand and walked away. As his footsteps faded, he added, "Duke Chesterton, just do what you like as you go along." "Yes, Your Majesty." His eyes were filled with disappointment. Other than the Orc Empire, the Elves, the Dwarfs, and all the big organizations had gotten their invitation letter as well. The Kingdom of St. Ellis ceremony was getting closer. The 5 big duchies in the Kingdom of St. Ellis had also sent out their representatives to recognize their new emperor. Since Abel had his sky ships and Griffin Knights patrolling the skies, the pirates sent out by those duchies almost disappeared overnight. All the duchies and big nobles did not want to mess with a kingdom with enough food, large amounts of knights, and an invincible air force. Those 5 duchies needed a powerful sovereign anyway. If the kingdom did not recognize those duchies, they would have fallen already, considering how weak they were. Abel did not reject those duchies, but he had made it clear on their contract that each duchy could only obtain a certain number of knights and the amounts of supply they would give to the kingdom each season. Although those conditions were harsh, the duchies had no choice. They needed the protection of the kingdom. The signing was quick. In just a few days, all 5 duchies returned to the Kingdom of St. Ellis again. Large numbers of knights began to make their way throughout the duchies and put up their guards. On May 5th, the sun rose from the ground. The signs of war in Denon City were washed away with time. The grounds were cleaned and houses rebuilt. The Harry family's golden dragon coat of arms could be seen throughout the city as knights patrol within the peaceful streets. Today was a special day. The great emperor was putting up a grand ceremony. Copious numbers of nobles emerged in Denon City on their luxurious carriages a few days ago. Countless citizens gathered along both sides of the Victory Boulevard before dawn to witness their new great emperor's show of military strength. It was a tradition every emperor had to do after claiming the throne, but this time Abel had gotten his throne through violence. So everyone was especially curious. Not only were the citizens, but the duchies and other kingdoms were interested as well. They had heard a lot about Abel's power through all kinds of reports. Now they finally had the chance to witness with their own eyes. A protection circle was set up in the center of the square in front of the palace. Inside, it was a 100-square audience platform with 20 smaller ones by the side. 20 lighting spirals were placed in front of the platform by guards. "Your Majesty, you can change your clothes now," Steward Burbridge said carefully. He had tremendous amounts of respect for Abel. He never thought that a young noble, the child of a coat of arms knight, could become the emperor of one of the most powerful kingdoms of the human world. Although Abel didn't think he was that different, he was a new man in his steward's eyes. "Burbridge, thank you." Abel put down his book and smiled. He stood up and went to the change room. The tailors of the palace were already waiting for him. They bowed the moment they saw Abel. "Stand, what clothes did you prepare me today?" Abel waved and asked. Both Abel and Steward Burbridge did not know anything about clothes, so they let the tailor take care of all of it. "The great Emperor Abel, we repaired 3 sets of suits for you. Please pick one." A tailor lifted cloths from a table and said. The tailor had worked very hard. Abel did not give them any clear instructions for this grand event, so he could only make 3 sets and let Abel pick. Abel sighed as he looked at the suits. Each of them was priceless, just looking at the materials alone, not to mention the countless gems and jewelry that go along with it. "I'll pick this one." Abel pointed at a dim gold color one. It was the least flashy one from the bunch. Still, the color was made up for with the countless gems and jewelry. Your Majesty, this suit is made from the material sent by the elves. It was from the fur of a golden lion. The tailor carefully put the suit on Abel's body as he explained. Every well-known organization in the Holy Continent knew about this ceremony, so all countries and species sent gifts. Even the enemies of the humans, the Orc Empire, had given him something through their connections. At first, Abel was not planning to invite the Orc Empire, but he had to because of this. The dim gold color suit perfectly reflects the muscles on his physique. Every stitch was perfectly considered to maximize his dominant energy. I'm very happy with it. Abel looked at his reflection in the crystal glass and nodded with a smile. Abel's affirmation sent joy throughout the heart of the tailor. His family had been serving the royals for generations. Since Abel was the new emperor, his attitude would dictate if he could continue his family legacy. Abel stepped out on the platform in his suit, a wave of applause. All the citizens on both sides of Victory Boulevard were cheering for their new emperor. Is Grandmaster Abel really afraid of dying that much? In the audience, a big noble from the kingdom of St. Emanuel said in a mocking tone. Shut up, don't drag us along if you want to die. A wizard in wizard robe rudely interrupted. His gaze was fixed on the 20 lightning spirals. The mocking of the big nobles was not coming from a kind-hearted place and seemed like it was triggering the lightning spirals. That wizard knew how scary the lightning spirals were. According to rumors, it had killed an intermediate wizard in seconds. If those 20 lightning spirals were ignited, not only that big noble, but the entire audience would die along with him. Of course, that wizard did not know that Abel had let the palace guardian spirit operate those lightning spirals, so it couldn't attack the audience. Abel smiled and waved his hand. He then turned to the kingdom of St. Emanuel Emperor Aldous and bowed. Welcome, the great Emperor Aldous. Thanks for your invitation, the great Emperor Abel. Emperor Aldous bowed back. Abel then turned to the kingdom of St. Pirit Prime Minister and bowed. Duke Chesterton, welcome. The great Emperor Abel, I congratulate you on behalf of Emperor Manfred. It's my honor to attend your ceremony. Duke Chesterton bowed back. Grand Duke Edwina, Duke Albert, welcome. Abel then came across a young elf couple and immediately bowed. Grandmaster Abel, I hope the elves will forever maintain peace with you. Grand Duke Edwina smiled. Abel then came across a master blacksmith dwarf, the Honorable Master Robin. I am very honored that you have come. Grandmaster Abel, this old man is here on behalf of the Blacksmith Union. You definitely need to show me your new work after this. Master Robin laughed and bowed. Of course, Abel continued to smile. Afterward, he turned to 2 elite wizards and said, Welcome, my prestigious wizards. Grandmaster Abel, we are old friends. We are here to represent the Wizard Union. Wizard Lorenzo and Wizard Alenby bowed back. Finally, he turned to an elite priest in a black hood and bowed. My prestigious elite priest, I hope your visit means peace. Grandmaster Abel, that's exactly why I'm here. The Orc Empire has lost too much, and I hope I can sign a peace treaty on behalf of my empire with the great kingdom of St. Ellis. The black-cloaked priest owed back. Abel smiled but did not reply. Things like this took time to discuss. Still, he was very surprised that the Orc Empire had sent out an elite priest. The Orc Empire had no choice. Their military force, especially the air force of the Kingdom of St. Ellis, was way too scary. Those 5 sky ships and 200 Griffin Knights could dominate the sky. The scariest thing was the carrying capacity of those skyships. They could carry 10,000 knights into any terrain they wanted. This defied the rule of war. Initially, the Orc Empire had set up a wall outside of St. Ellis's kingdom, but now it had become a joke. Therefore, the Orc Empire had to choose, but to show good intent to Abel despite everything he had done to them. Abel also greeted Wizard Dunn and the representatives from the dwarf Goff family. The platform was not big, but almost all the most powerful forces of the Holy Continent were gathered there. Especially the one in the center, they were the most prestigious. 10 notes of horns emerged, and the audience quieted down. Afterward, a galloping sound came from a horse running. Head Commander Bodley appeared in a full set of magic armor and his equally muscular warhorse. The great Emperor Abel, your men's are ready for review. Head Commander Bodley said, with his voice amplified by combat Kai. My Captain Bodley, begin, Abel said in a low voice. On command, review begins. head commander Bodley bowed on his horse and yelled. Afterward, the 21 lightning spirals began to flash, and 21 beams of lightning shot up to the sky. It exploded into stardust and vanished. "That's overkill. How can they make a machine do that?" a few dwarfs lamented on the little audience platform. Using powerful lightning elements, as attacks were already beyond their imagination, let alone fireworks to please the eye. It was an insult to the machine. If Abel's wine wasn't so good, and those lightning spirals weren't so powerful, they would definitely flip the table. However, this was different in the eyes of human wizards. Unleashing lighting elements in such a controlled manner was a clear reflection of military strength. Most wizards did not look good. Those things had the power of a powerful wizard, and it had been ignited with a trigger. Other than a few elite wizards who were confident fighting against one or two, most wizards were horrified. This was what Abel wanted. The status of wizards was too high. A bit of horror should bring them down to earth and make them easier to manage. Ugo, a wave of wolf howling sound emerged, making every knight on the spot grow tense. They placed their hand on their swords. Afterward, a team of 200 knights emerged. Although their number was not as spectacular, each of them was equipped with a Mount Wolf, the Mount Wolf from the Orc Empire. The Black Cloak priests felt their hearts drop. Their eyes flashed with emoticons under their hood. It was the Orc Empire's pride to have their Mount Wolf named the No. One mount in the Holy Continent. Although there were some Mount Wolves in the human world as well, there had never been a full team of 200 knights on Mount Wolves. This meant the kingdom of St. Ellis had found a way to domesticate them. Their warhorse always limited the ability of a knight. There were more powerful mounts, but most of them couldn't get into a knight formation. Knights were always more powerful in a team. When they get into a knight formation, their strength will multiply. The appearance of Mount Wolf in the Victory Boulevard sent a shock to the civilians, followed by huge applause. The power of Mount Wolf was no longer exclusive to the Orc Empire, but their kingdom had obtained it. The kingdom also had the No. One mount of the Holy Continent. The ruler of the two other kingdoms began to search their heads as worry began to emerge from within. Knights were the core of a kingdom, and mounts were the most attractive thing to them. If the kingdom of St. Ellis had found a way to domesticate Mount Wolves, it could attract all the most powerful knights. The ruler of the two other kingdoms exchanged gazes. They both had one idea in mind: a peace treaty. They had to sign a peace treaty. However, Abel was not happy at all as he gazed at those 200 Mount Wolves. Although they seemed fine to others in regards to their control of Mount Wolves, they were total amateurs in the eyes of a double-attributed head commander with black wind, such as Abel. Maybe he needed to start sending this team of knights out. The human world was at constant war anyway, so it was a good time for them to get some practice. When the 200 knights arrived in front of the platform, they ignited their combat kai and yelled, "Long live the great emperor." Abel waved his hand to signal to the knights and audience. After the Mount Wolf knights stepped aside, a knight formation made up of 60 knights emerged. The experienced ones in the audience could already tell that their shields and swords were all magic weapons. Still, this was nothing compared to a team of knights on Mount Wolves. When this knight formation neatly arrived in front of the platform, they yelled, "Long live the great emperor." Afterward, fiery red and white combat kai armor appeared in their body. Although their tone was a little mottled, no one would say anything. All 60 of those knights were head commanders. The sharp-eyed knights in the audience realized they have never seen those head commanders before. This team of 60 knights was all cultivated using the dragon blood wall-breaking potion. They all signed a magic contract, so their loyalty was far greater than any other knights. Those 60 head commanders had shocked the audience once again. The number of head commanders in a kingdom had dictated their core strength. Although both the kingdom of St. Pirit and the kingdom of St. Emanuel had more than 60 head commanders as well, turning all of them into a team was impossible. Every head commander was prideful. They were the pinnacle of knights, so no way they would get into a formation for eye candy. This was the case with the dwarfs and elves as well. Their top-level fighters were all very prideful. Having 10 of them was already very amazing, and they could persuade more top-level fighters to join through rewards. Therefore, they only fought for them for assets, not loyalty. A smile emerged on Abel's face as he looked at those 60 head commanders. They were his core. Intermediate wizards would not want to mess with those knights. Even elite wizards would have a hard time breaking their defense. The 60 head commanders sent applause through the civilians. Again, wizards were too mysterious. The power of knights was more easily translated. Head commanders were the pinnacle of knights, according to legends. With 60 of them in a kingdom, most civilians were so excited some of them had almost gone crazy. 40 giant hammer warriors immediately followed after the head commanders left. Each of those warriors was 2 meters tall. Their giant hammer was a special kind of weapon. 10 of them were given by the kingdom of St. Pirit as a gift to Abel, and after he took over the kingdom of St. Ellis, he discovered another 30 of them. The giant hammer warrior was often just for show. They took way too much energy to train, and they were not practical for normal battlefields. At that moment, they did exactly what they were supposed to. Their 2 meters body and their giant hammer caused another applause in the audience. They all felt like they saw some scary war machines. The civilians couldn't tell they were just for show at all. Long live the great emperor. Although the number of giant hammer warriors was not shocking, their voices were loud as thunder. No surprise there, it was in their training. Most of the audience had seen a lot. With 40 giant hammer warriors, it meant the kingdom of St. Ellis had also reached a high standard when it comes to their etiquette. Or in other words, Abel had taken over the kingdom of St. Ellis so quickly that almost all of its initial military force was preserved. After the giant hammer warriors, 5,000 high-level knights and warriors appeared on the Victory Boulevard in magic armor with magic sword and shield in their hands. 5,000 high-level knights and warriors stepped forward with dominating energy. Their scale was totally out of this world, and they had all got into a battle formation. Their energy intensifies with each step, causing the audience to yell even louder, "Long live the great emperor." Abel smiled at his men. He had spent a lot of effort on them, and he was happy. Each of those knights was rewarded with a set of magic gear forged by Abel when they signed a magic contract. Without the time difference in the dark world, the holy forgery tool Horadric mallet, and a grandmaster blacksmith's ability, he could have never made this many weapons. This was more than anything a grandmaster blacksmith dwarf could make in their entire life. Am I mistaken? Those are all magic weapons. The audience on the platform began to mumble. Unlike the civilians, they realized what was truly on display. They are all Grandmaster Abel's work. A blacksmith dwarf's eyes began to sparkle. He couldn't even believe his eyes. Those 5,000 sets of magic gear were all made by Grandmaster Abel. They were enough double the power of a knight. That's a luxury, truly a luxury, Emperor Aldous sighed. He suddenly felt like a poor man. Yeah, only Abel Majesty could do something like this. Duke Chesterton nodded with admiration. They knew they would not be able to buy 5,000 sets of magic weapons, even if he used up all the wealth in his kingdom, let alone the ones from Grandmaster Abel. Even if they had enough wealth, where could they find 5,000 sets of magic gear? The dwarfs would need to clear out their generational inventory to achieve something similar. Grandmaster Abel, your forgery skills are too powerful, said Master Robin. His own forgery skills were very close to a grandmaster, and he couldn't help but sigh. Abel smiled, but he did not reply. He knew he had shown quite a lot today, but it was the only way to declare to the world. He wanted peace. He had to show everyone something so frightening that they wouldn't even think about messing with his kingdom. The 5,000 knights took a long time to pass through the center platform, but no one would let their eyes rest. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. When the last knight passed through, the grounds began to shake. Afterward, a neat row of 500 war puppets emerged in a battle formation. Each of them was holding a bursting crossbow. All the audience on the platform suddenly stood up, even Master Robin. The little war puppets were the work of dwarfs, but they normally needed a magic circle to operate. Once they left their magic circle, a spirit would not be able to control them. Another way to operate those war puppets was manually by a dwarf. But this would dramatically reduce a puppet's fighting power during the battle, since they would lose control once the dwarf who operates them dies. Those little war puppets were walking along Victory Boulevard without a magic circle, at least for the next 1 mile of road. There was only one explanation to this, and that was Abel had somehow gotten a spirit that could control puppets from a long distance. Abel never told me about this, Bernie mumbled by the side of the little platform. His status was not high enough to be on the main platform. So Abel had organized him on the closest side platform. Bernie was more shocked than anyone when he saw those puppets. He was the one who sold those things to Abel, and Abel had always used them in a magic circle. The black-hooded elite priest was also not looking good. He saw them in action before. They were the things that destroyed the Orc Empire. He's literally invincible. These words simultaneously emerged in the mind of Emperor Aldous and Duke Chesterton. How could anyone defend against those puppets? Was it even possible? Invincible was the only way to describe them. Even if you sent wizards to attack them, how many wizards would it take? Those puppets could be rebuilt, but wizards were very hard to cultivate. The 500 puppets did not make a sound. They stopped in front of Abel and gently bowed to signify their respect. Actually, Abel was the one controlling those puppets throughout the Commander Spirit. With its scary range of 10 miles, it was enough to cover the Victory Boulevard. Another crazy applause erupted in the audience. Those metal things were 4 meters tall, and each of them was holding a bursting crossbow. The pressure it gave out was more powerful than anything that came before. In the face of this, any enemy would feel hopeless. Long live the great emperor! Although the puppets did not speak, the civilians shouted again. An immense pride for the kingdom emerged from their heart. With such a powerful military, no one would want to mess with them. Right after the puppets sent a shock throughout the audience, 100 giant stone throwers emerged. To make them move forward, Abel had personally invited some masked blacksmith dwarfs to do alterations. The originally fixed base of the stone throwers was replaced with metal wheels. Each was dragged by a bull, and its speed was nothing extraordinary. This speed wouldn't do much in an actual battle, but it was enough for this review. These stone throwers were altered from the ones Abel got from the war. However, most of the civilians have seen stone throwers on the city wall. Seeing them moving slowly on the ground was quite astonishing. Each was 10 meters tall and made the ground shake as it moved along. There was a team of operators on the top of each stone thrower. They were specialized professionals, and each of them was looking at their emperor with deep respect. Long live the great emperor! Their voices were a little drowned out by the metal wheels rumbling, but it did not stop the audience from cheering again. Fewa, the kingdom of St. Pyrrhot's Duke Chesterton, let out a long breath and said to Emperor Aldous next to him, "This show should be over now." "Yeah," it sent a chill down my spine. Emperor Aldous replied without hiding his feelings. Both of them knew their own kingdoms were hopeless against what the kingdom of St. Ellis had just shown. Can't you see? This show of military power and the chant of Grandmaster Abel's men are basically adding to his own personal worship. Duke Chesterton added, shaking his head. "That's understandable for a new emperor," Emperor Aldous replied. Normally during a military parade like this, the troops would yell, "Long live the kingdom," then "Long live the emperor." However, the kingdom of St. Ellis troops had merely yelled, "Long live the great emperor." I have no idea what Grandmaster Abel was thinking. I heard he is already a rank 15 wizard. He is most likely going to leave the Holy Continent the next level up. How can anyone inherit his throne in the future if he fosters so much personal worship? Duke Chesterton said quietly. Grandmaster Abel is only 18 years old, and the Harry family only includes him and his stepdad. It seems like there wouldn't be anyone inheriting the throne shortly. Emperor Aldous said quietly as well. Is he trying to keep the throne forever? Duke Chesterton couldn't help but add. He then exchanged glances with Emperor Aldous. Abel was 18 years old, and he had become a rank 15 wizard. How long would he live? So what if he left the Holy Continent? He could still come back. Although normal wizards might not support the expense of using a super teleportation circle, it was nothing to Abel. Just look at his credit points in Lion City alone. If Abel was an elite wizard, he would be able to use a super teleportation circle every month. 100,000 credit points were how much it cost to use a super teleportation circle. This would send any normal wizard to bankruptcy, but it was just a month of income to Abel. Now that he became the emperor of the kingdom of St. Ellis, his credit points in Lion City would increase once again. As the two leaders of the other two kingdoms interacted with each other, he realized Abel's intention of this military parade. There is more. Duke Chesterton suddenly pointed at Victory Boulevard and yelled again. He was correct. After the 100 giant stone throwers had passed, more than 200 Griffin Knights lowered mid-air and slowly flew along Victory Boulevard. The Knights ignited their combat Kai armor as they flew past the audience. Although only 4 of them had an attributed combat Kai, this move showed one thing: they were all commands. Long live the great Emperor! The Griffin Knight yelled with their voice amplified by combat Kai. Griffin Knights were the pride of the Kingdom of St. Ellis, and they were often kept like treasures. They were rarely shown to the public. However, this legendary team of knights was flying right next to the civilians. Crazy cheering erupted again. The civilians had finally got the chance to witness the pride of their kingdom. In the past, the Griffin Knights were personal guards for the royals. Each of them was fostered by a dead knight. They were a true mystery. However, Abel had a better way of controlling them. All he needed was to give every gifted knight a magic contract. Then he wouldn't have to worry about loyalty ever again. This was a long-lasting solution. Even an immortal wizard like Bardali could not break a magic contract. I'm very surprised that Grandmaster Abel is showing his Griffin Knights in a parade. Emperor Aldous could no longer hide his admiration. Griffin Knights were the only team of flying troops in the Holy Continent for the humans. In the past, the Kingdom of St. Ellis's team was only hair more powerful than the other 2 kingdoms. Now it was more powerful than the 2 of them combined. Of course, the Griffin Knights are not the most powerful thing in Grandmaster Abel's Air Force. Duke Chesterton exclaimed. He, too, was very jealous that Abel had kept the entire team of Griffin Knights from the Kingdom of St. Ellis perfectly. Will the number of Griffin Knights shoot up under Grandmaster Abel's? Emperor Aldous mumbled in confusion. Just sign the peace treaty and we will be fine. Duke Chesterton no longer felt like talking. The Griffin Knights passed by quickly and speeded back to the sky behind the platform. Afterward, they began to form different battle formations in the sky. This unexpected show caused another round of applause. Even the guests on the stage had their gaze fixed on those Griffin Knights. The Kingdom of St. Ellis had kept them as a secret for too long. No one has ever seen a sky battle formation before. Making the kingdom's secret weapon public was not only a show of strength. Abel's message was clear. He would start using them publicly from now on. Maybe they would even be a regular in normal battles. What was the true strength of the kingdom? After the Griffin Knights left, the meat of the show was only beginning. 5 skyships emerged from the sky of the Victory Boulevard, and everyone could see just how big they were. Although the side windows of the ships were not open to expose the bursting crossbows inside, most of the audience on the platform knew what was inside from the information they've got personally. Lightning spirals flashed white lights from all corners of the sky ships. Everyone has already seen the power of those machines before the parade. A row of men was standing on the deck of the sky ships. Their gaze was filled with loyalty to Abel. Most of them had come from Harry Castle or Bennett Castle. They were Abel's most loyal followers. The real commander of those sky was actually not those men. It was not even the captain, it was the spirit within the ships. As soon as someone disobeyed Abel or developed some ill intentions, the lightning spirals would recognize them as enemies. No one could escape in the face of 10 lightning spirals, not even Abel himself. Those triggers were the most powerful defense. Abel was very confident on the skyships, especially their spirits. Long live the great Emperor! Silence dawned over the audience as the skyships flew over, making the men's voices on the ships even clearer. The audience couldn't help themselves. They were shocked. Those things were beyond their imagination. They were flying ships. Although some people had seen them when Abel first invaded Denon City, they were too far away. It was a totally different experience seeing them up close. The pressure those giant things gave out was almost unbearable. Pride began to arise from the dwarfs among the quiet audience. They were the ones who made those things. The other members of the audience, on the other hand, had lost all their will to mess with the Kingdom of St. Ellis. These war machines were enough to make anyone feel hopeless. The only thing that could attack the sky was a crossbow. But those ships were made entirely out of metal. Arrows wouldn't do much. Not to mention, attacking from above was a far great advantage. Only the dwarfs knew the true value of those skyships. If you thought 5,000 sets of night magic gear were high value, each of those sky ships would be 10 times as much. The dwarfs would not sell those ships to others. The price was just the raw materials alone. The labor was not even taken into consideration. Countless master blacksmiths had also contributed to the magic circles on those ships. Altogether, their value would be an astronomical number. It was unimaginable for normal people. The great Emperor Abel, your troops will fight to the death for you. Head Commander Bodley emerged on the platform again on his horse and yelled. The look on the audience towards him had completely changed. He was the captain of this military. He should be treated with all the respect in the world. He had fought alongside Abel countless times, which was what made them trust each other so much. My captain, take the troops to rest. Abel smiled and nodded. Yes, your majesty, Head Commander Bodley replied. Under a row of command, the troops began to retreat in neat order. My palace has a cocktail party. Everyone is invited. Abel then smiled at his guests. The guests smiled and bowed. No one would reject an offer of this level. Not only was the leader of the two other kingdoms, the representative of the elves and dwarfs also would not leave at this time. They wanted to know Abel's plan so they could work with him better. Abel walked down from the stage, and every civilian cheered crazily. Countless civilians would have a sore throat after today, but no one would care. Civilians were not like the nobles. They didn't care who the emperor was. They would be happy as long as they have enough food. This was something Abel could do. Although supplying food to an entire kingdom would be hard, St. Ellis's kingdom was wealthy at the end of the day. Making it through till the next harvest should be fine. The civilians had witnessed the power of their new emperor. They did not have as many thoughts as the guests. They just knew their kingdom would be safe from now on. No one would want to mess with power like this. Your Majesty, the report is here. Most of the nobles had stopped their suspicions. Looking at the response from the citizens, most of them had become very loyal to you. Steward Burbridge said to Abel as he led the way. The Duchy of Carmel's investigation department had merged with the one from the Kingdom of St. Ellis. Initially, some nobles felt a little dissatisfied after Abel claimed the throne due to benefits, but it all vanished after they personally witnessed the power of the kingdom. Abel was not planning to let those dissatisfied nobles go easy. He would take away their status once they made a move. The change in authority would cause some tension. It was unavoidable. He had only gotten the throne so easily because he had smoothly seized control over Denon City and forced the original royals to transfer there. Power, he also had 20,000 knights in captivity, so the royals had no choice. Knights were the core strength of nobles. Without knights, the nobles would be vulnerable. Abel has shown his power through the military parade and shocked countless nobles. Keep an eye out. Let me know as soon as any unusual things happen in any city. The Griffin Knights and Mount Wolf Knights needed fresh blood to grow. Although Abel's words were soft, it still sent chills running down Steward Burbridge's spine. Abel had no choice. He had no time to take this slowly. He needed to get back to his training. Once the kingdom was settled, he would go on a retreat. Yes, your Majesty, Steward Burbridge bowed. Abel stepped into the change room once again and changed his clothes for the party. It was a show of respect for his guests. It was a crimson-red luxury robe with flower embroidery. Inside, he wore a silk white shirt to show his gratefulness instead of dominance. It was more suitable for a party. As soon as Abel finished changing, Steward Burbridge stepped up and said softly, Earl Bennett wants to see you, your Majesty. Invite him over, Abel nodded. Soon, Duke Bennett stepped in with a new luxury suit. He looked ready to attend the party as well. Your Majesty, he bowed. Father, there is no one around. There is need to be this polite, Abel said helplessly. Your Majesty, you are the Emperor. Other than the gods, everyone has to treat you with respect, Earl Bennett said stubbornly. Father, what brings you here? Abel didn't want to argue with him, so he just got to the point. Earl Bennett had undergone formal knight training. Loyalty to a master was in his blood. Abel was his son, but he was not a member of the Bennett family. According to the noble rules, Abel was no longer his son. Abel was a member of the Harry family. Therefore, it was best to keep his respect when Abel claimed the throne. Abel did not have many family members. He would only have a few, even if he counted the ones from the Bennett family. The Lord of Marshall didn't want to leave Harry Castle and didn't want to get involved in politics, so Earl Bennett was the best candidate. Your Majesty, my abilities are limited. Maybe I should go back to the Duchy of Carmel. I am not skilled enough to run a kingdom. Earl Bennett bowed in slight embarrassment. Abel immediately knew his intentions. As a normal knight who grew up in a small noble family, becoming a knight with a coat of arms through his war glory was already amazing. If Abel wasn't so powerful, Earl Bennett would stay as a knight with a coat of arms guarding Bennett's castle forever. Running the Duchy of Carmel was already reaching his limit. With his current status and ability, making nobles throughout the kingdom was even harder than what he was doing. Father, the Duchy of Carmel will merge with the kingdom after a while. The original Duchy of Carmel will no longer exist. So don't even think about going back. Abel smiled and waved to the tailor, signaling him to go away. After Abel saw the tailor bowed and left, he continued, "When the kingdom settles, I will make both you and Uncle Marshall a duke. The Bennett family will become a part of the royal family. In regards to managing, I will tell the ministers to give to the corresponding knowledge. Zach is still growing, and he will have children in the future. You also want the Bennett family to be glorious, right?" Knowledge was priceless. It was the core of all noble families. As the emperor of the kingdom of St. Ellis, the amount of knowledge he had access to in his kingdom library was almost endless. Only kingdoms could inherit knowledge like that, which made Abel feel more grateful that he could smoothly take over the entire kingdom. If not, he might need to spend many years just to fix up minor stuff like this. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Earl Bennett bowed in excitement. Abel had always treated the Bennett family as equals, so he just couldn't thank him enough. When people thought about the Harry family, they were no longer thinking about the Harry family in Bakong City, but the one with Abel and his Uncle Marshall in Harvest City. Originally, they were just a branch of the Harry family in Bakong City, but now, Abel's status was already miles ahead. The Harry family in Bakong City has been treated very well. Since his Uncle Marshall didn't want to get involved in politics, Abel had given his power to his father, the head of the Harry family in Bakong City, Earl Brooke. Abel has not only moved Earl Bennett to the kingdom, but he also moved Earl Brooke as well. "Father, I want to establish a state-run system like the elves. I have the most say, but I won't contribute much. Most of the kingdom's business will be taken care of by my trusted men." "What do you think?" Abel said, and gazed at Steward Burbridge from the side. Although Abel did not say it bluntly, he knew it was top secret. Steward Burbridge quickly put up a serious look and did a bow. He pretended he heard nothing. It was way too groundbreaking. "Your Majesty, you don't want to manage the kingdom?" Earl Bennett asked in confusion. He knew he was a wizard, and wizards don't care about political power, but he was the emperor of a great kingdom, the pinnacle of existence in the Holy Continent. "Yeah, I got this idea since the Duchy of Carmel, but I just couldn't achieve it." Abel nodded. The Duchy of Carmel was not small, but managing it was still quite simple. There was no need for a structured system to make everyone consent. However, the kingdom of St. Ellis was filled with tension between duchies. They also needed to maintain their relationship with the other two kingdoms. It was not something a small number of men could do. If Abel didn't let others manage the kingdom, it would greatly impact his training. Wizard training was his core. It was more important than any status, and he knew this very well. The benefit of being a wizard was his lifespan. If Blue Dragon Emanuel was correct, he too was a blue dragon. He would be able to live for tens of thousands of years. The kingdom wouldn't have an heir, not until he had his children. Therefore, he needed to think of a way to achieve stability in his kingdom, without any change in power in the distant future. The state-run system of the elves was the most well-developed system. As long as he adopted it, he would be free as an emperor. "Majesty, if this is what you wanted, I will discuss with Earl Brooke and study the system of the elves. Afterward, I'll give you a report." Earl Bennett lowered his voice. He could see how certain Abel was. His tension with Earl Brooke was diffused after both of them were transferred to the kingdom. Both of them were the men of the kingdom. Before their power stabilized among the other big nobles, they could not go against each other. They were not at a disadvantage against other nobles. Just like Head Commander Bodley, they too had large amounts of knights as support. Wealth was imminent, and most nobles in the kingdom wouldn't want to mess with them. They were confident that they could slowly integrate into the ruling class of the kingdom. Especially since Abel had suggested a state-run system. They would be one of the first candidates. Abel gave a little smile. With Earl Bennett and Earl Brooke by his side, he wasn't stressed. He wasn't to get caught up in politics. Ever since he realized that there was more outside this world, he decided he needed to go take a look. He also wanted to know how those dark world gears had gotten to this world. He tried not to stress too much about his kingdom, especially with all those military powers. In his magic tower, within the Harry Castle Wizard Circle, Tower Spirit Flora controlled the Bakong City Guardian Spirit, as well as the Orwell Palace. Orwell Spirit through the Teleportation Circle. Flora could basically transfer information to any important place he wanted. This control came at a cost. It needed large amounts of magic gems, but Abel had an endless supply of those things anyway. The skyships would also need to return to Harry Castle from time to time. Tower Spirit Flora would help them exchange magic gems through their puppets and extract their data. Harry Castle was the safest place as long as Babala was around. No one in the Holy Continent would dare to go in. Bardali was also another final card of Abel's long-term defense in the Holy Continent. With her endless supply of resources from Abel, it shouldn't be long until she became an elite wizard. Bardali was an immortal, and her power would grow with time. A magic contract was one of Abel's biggest secrets. It was the best guarantee to anyone's loyalty, which made Abel more confident in regards to establishing a state-run system. Bardali could make sure the magic contract remained constant. It wouldn't be a problem even if Abel left the Holy Continent. Most importantly, Abel had a close friendship with Blue Dragon Emanuel. As long as the Blue Dragon wanted to keep enjoying the Grandmaster wine and the amazing food from Abel, he would definitely help his kingdom during times of crisis. The great Emperor Abel is here. The words of Steward Burbridge were clear, and the entire palace grew silent. It was the respect for the owner, as well as the fear for power. Abel nodded to his guests with a smile and walked to the center of the hall. He reached his hand towards a table and picked up a glass of water spirit fruit juice. No one commented that for his choice of beverage. He no longer fancied wine since his status had increased. He was a real wizard, and he wasn't trying to please anyone. Wine was only a currency of exchange. Welcome to all my prestigious guests. Welcome Emperor Aldous from the Kingdom of St. Emanuel. You are just as handsome as I remember. I hope I can have this much style when I hit your age. Abel smiled at his guest. Emperor Aldous smiled and nodded. He knew he was old, but he kept himself together quite well. His younger self was always his pride. He was pleased at heart as well. Hearing these words meant a lot coming from another emperor, maybe an even more powerful emperor. However, he couldn't take Abel's words at face value. If Abel was complimenting his appearance, it most likely meant that the Kingdom of St. Ellis's investigation department had spy on his daily maintenance routine. Still, Abel came across as very kind as he said those words, which made him more confident in regards to signing his peace treaty. The prestigious Duke Chesterton, I'm unfortunate that Emperor Manfred could not make it. Please send my best regards to him. Abel gently bowed. The great Emperor Abel, I will definitely do that. Duke Chesterton bowed back. He knew what Abel was doing. He was trying to send a peaceful message to the other kingdoms. The food shortage crisis was harsh. The human world was in chaos. Although the three great kingdoms were still standing, their power was greatly affected. Because of this, the kingdom was desperate to sign a peace treaty. It seemed like Abel was on the same page. My brother Bernie, why are you standing so far away? Abel saw Bernie standing far away, so he smiled and waved him over. Although Bernie was prestigious, he was no match to the most powerful elite of the Holy Continent. Abel's kind invitation had made it easier for him to fit in. Even if he didn't say a word, it would be very beneficial just by standing next to the most powerful elites. Bernie was not a practitioner. His status in the common world was his only status. The prestigious Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert. From the elves, I hope you're familiar with human food. Abel smiled and bowed. Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert bowed back with a smile. My prestigious guests, your visit has brought a lot of glory to the Kingdom of St. Ellis. Abel then lifted his crystal glass and said loudly, let the party begin, everyone enjoy. All the guests lifted their glass as well and took a big sip. All of a sudden, the atmosphere was lit up again. Coldness had faded from the eyes of those rank 17 wizards controlled by Abel. In the past, they were only forced to follow Abel's instructions. But ever since they got their first rewards for the last Hopefulness began to came into their eyes again. Let's take elite wizard Dina for example. He had gotten 5,000 credit points from the Lion City Wizard Union, which was quite a lot. If becoming a guardian wizard meant 5,000 credit points every month, his future would look very excited. Besides that, the kingdom had also built him a 17 stories magic tower near the royal city. It was equipped with the highest quality facilities the Wizard Union could offer. This magic tower was a few times more valuable than the one he built on each floor. It was much better for his training, which was what he cared about the most. All the energy needed for the magic tower was also entirely supplied through a giant magic circle from the royal palace. It was then branched out into the other magic towers. This way, the elite wizard's magic towers were in operation all day, and there was no need for worrying about energy consumption. Abel had no choice as well. His gems are combined through the Horadric cube. They were purer than anything, so he could not use them as a currency of exchange publicly. He was also lucky that he had a supply of credit points from Wizard Union in Lion City. This allowed him to pay his wizards through credit points and allow them to exchange the stuff they wanted. All of this was what caused the 3 elite wizards to willingly attend Abel's party. It meant that they would give it their all to serve the kingdom. Abel, your majesty, for the peace of the human world, the 3 great kingdoms should work together and wipe out those pirates who steal food from others during the famine. Emperor Aldous smiled at Abel and said. At that moment, Abel was surrounded by a small group of the most powerful elite of the Holy Continent. The emperors of the other 2 kingdoms, the leaders of the dwarfs and elves, as well as that black-hooded elite priest from the Orc Empire. The words of Emperor Aldous made everyone's ears poke up. If the 3 kingdoms were going to work together, it meant they needed to sign a treaty. Emperor Aldous, the kingdom of St. Ellis always cared a lot about the peace of the world. We have already sent out knights to surrounding weaker duchies to drive out those pirates. I agree with your proposal. Abel smiled and nodded. Abel did not have any desire to take over more land. The kingdom of St. Ellis was already more than he could manage. If the kingdom of St. Ellis did not invade him in the first place, he wouldn't have taken over. Everything was just for self-defense. Abel, Majesty, the Orc Empire also wants to maintain peace with you. I hope can sign a treaty with us as well. A peace treaty with the kingdom of St. Ellis on behalf of the King Lion of my empire. Although the elite priest's voice sounded like sandpaper, his genuineness still managed to come through. Mr. Priest, if the Orc Empire wants peace, just signing a peace treaty with the kingdom of St. Ellis is not enough, right? Abel then turned to the elite priest and asked, Abel, your majesty, the Orc Empire signed a peace treaty with the 3 great kingdoms long ago, but since you have overthrown the old emperor, we have to sign a new treaty with you. The priest bowed and explained. Abel was shocked. He was always suspicious why the Orc Empire had sent an elite priest to attend his party. It was until that moment he realized the Orc Empire had a peace treaty with the other kingdoms. He gazed around. From the look on Emperor Aldous and Duke Chesterton's face, he knew the priest was not lying. He turned his gaze to the other guests. They were not shocked at all. Seemed like the Orc Empire and the human world was not the worst enemy after all. Looking back at history, the Orc Empire had only sent low-rank orcs to small duchies. It was mostly for training new fighters. None of them had ever appeared in the main cities of the kingdoms. Even when they caused the kingdom to lose large amounts of Griffin Knights, they did not send out a large troop, only a quick operation. Incidents like that could only be categorized as tension. Tension was common in the empire and kingdoms. Furthermore, the humans did not take advantage of their victory and continue to invade the Orc Empire. Instead, Miracle Wall remained as the barrier, and the Orc battlefield was left alone. Your Majesty, you have claimed the throne too suddenly. Maybe there are some things no one had explained to you. The Orc battlefield is a training ground for new wizards and priests. Without it, we cannot cultivate this many of them. Emperor Aldous whispered to Abel. Does that mean the human world wouldn't be in danger? Even if the miracle wall disappears? Abel asked, feeling a little dry in his mouth. No, your majesty, but if the miracle wall is gone, the Orc Empire will dominate the battle. And with the help of the miracle spirit, the Orc Empire would be able to get a lot of resources from the wizards by killing them. Emperor Aldous explained. Peace is not easy, Abel sighed. Yes, your majesty, peace is not easy, Emperor Aldous smiled. The others in the group did not try to get involved with the conversation of the two until Abel turned his head towards the priest again. "Sir Priest, the kingdom will maintain peace with the Orc Empire. I will send someone to discuss the details with you later." Abel gently nodded his head and lowered his voice. "Your Majesty, the light of peace will shine across the land." The elite priest suddenly felt his heart lifted and said with a bow. It was strange hearing these words coming from an elite priest. The priest was pleased. He knew St. Ellis's kingdom would be a big threat to them due to how powerful they were. The Orc Empire was not in good shape at the moment. It was their weakest in the past 1,000 years, especially after Abel had taken away so many of their powerful warriors and killed their elite priests to a dangerous level. It was the priest's mission to sign a peace treaty with the kingdom of St. Ellis, and getting Abel's affirmation was a big step forward. To most guests on the spot, this was their only chance of interacting with Abel, and it was a chance for Abel to get to know his status in the Holy Continent as well. From the conversation he had with Emperor Aldous and Duke Chesterton, he realized the Holy Continent was just a training ground for fighters. There was a clear border between the Orc Empire and the human world, which was Mount Budapest. Outside Miracle Wall was the training ground for wizards and priests. They would eventually grow by killing each other. No growth would happen without sacrifice. Abel could understand the benefit of this from his status. If all wizards were like guardian wizards and just trained all day with their duchy supplying everything for them, they wouldn't know how to fight at all. He just couldn't understand why this world needed so many powerful wizards and priests. From what he heard, the powerful ones would leave the Holy Continent once they passed a circle point. Who was their ultimate enemy? No one on the spot to answer this question, not even Duke Chesterton and Emperor Aldous. Wizard Dunn knew, but he had promised Abel only to tell him after he became an elite wizard. This was why Abel wanted to get over with the business of the kingdom and get back to his training. He had to become an elite wizard as soon as possible. After the party, a lot of changes took place in the kingdom of T. Ellis. The Lord of Bennett proposed a state-run system. With Abel's support and the consent of nobles, the system was soon in motion. No one had expected Abel to run this kingdom this way. Big nobles and different cities selected the members of the state. The members of the state would vote the head of the state through a democratic process. This was almost exactly the same as the elves' system. After all the members were selected, they would need to sign a loyalty contract to the emperor. Although it looked very simple, they were all magic contracts made by Bardali. Although those members of the state might seem like they were serving for the general well-being of people, they were actually fully under Abel's command after they signed the contract. The power of the emperor also did not decrease. He was still the ultimate sovereign. The state was only the servant of the emperor. Abel picked the first head of state, and no noble would question this. Abel had picked Earl Bennett, and Earl Bennett had become Duke Bennett ever since. Because of this, the Bennett had truly become a big noble family in the Holy Continent. Earl Brooke and also became one of the heads of the state. His power was just as big. On June 1st, the state system of the Kingdom of St. Ellis was established. The first thing they did was signing peace treaties with the other two kingdoms, the dwarfs, the elves, the Orc Empire, and other powerful forces. Abel would only show up to sign the peace treaty. Other than that, it was almost like he had disappeared. He was nowhere to be seen in any business of the kingdom. The day when Abel had signed his last peace treaty, he did not return to his magic. Instead, he got another invitation, so he teleported to the dwarfs. The great Dunba Majesty of the dwarf, the Emperor of the Kingdom of St. Ellis, bow to you. Abel bowed a dwarf in a crown and a golden armor. He was at the Holy Crown City, the royal city of the dwarf. Abel had never seen Dunba since he had gone into retreat. Dunba was a powerful rank 18 wizard, one of the top 3 of the Holy Continent. The great Emperor Abel, the brother of the dwarfs, I've always wanted to see you, Dunba said with a smile on his face and opened his arms for a hug. Since Abel had visited by himself, Dunba also did not bring any guards with him. Abel lowered himself and hugged Dunba. This was very rare among wizards, since getting close to another would put one in a dangerous situation. Especially since Abel was double attributed head commander, and Dunba was a pure wizard. Dunba would not have done this if he didn't have full trust in Abel and thought of him as a real brother. Dunba Majesty, I've wanted to see you as well. Abel continued to smile. Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. Dunba held up one hand and said. Abel and Dunba walked side by side into a huge ancient structure. It was around 20 meters tall, classic dwarf style. Dunba did not stop as he led Abel down the stairs beside the structure. All of those up there are camouflage. We dwarfs will not greet our brothers up there, Dunba said with a smile. Both sides of the staircase were spilled with illumination circles. The style of this place was not consistent with the style upstairs. It was made with big chunky rocks, which have a brutal tone. After some walking, a huge underground city emerged in front of the eyes of Abel. The shadow of dwarfs could be seen everywhere. It was completely different from the empty space on the surface. This is the Holy Crown City, the royal city of the dwarfs, said Dunba with pride in his voice. This underground city was wrapped up in a huge magic circle and an invisible shield. You could also make out the surrounding valleys and terrains outside. This place did not need those small illumination circles above the city. There was a huge one up above and the fiery red ground fire flickering. The city was alive. Abel's body was eye-catching among the dwarfs. They all bowed as they walked past Dunba Majesty, Grandmaster Abel. It felt strange. Abel had always been addressed as Emperor Abel in the human world, never as Grandmaster Abel. If all the dwarfs were addressing Abel as Grandmaster, it meant one thing. The status of a Grandmaster to them was higher than an emperor. Abel curiously looked around. This place had countless unique shops and blacksmith guilds. The sound of hammering metal could be ever from all places. Dunba introduced this city to Abel as they walked along. The inner of the Holy Crown City was the core of the dwarf. Even the lowest-ranked blacksmiths were advanced blacksmiths. The forgery process was extremely well-rounded. Every blacksmith who owned a guild in this place was a master blacksmith or a future master blacksmith. Abel truly sensed the power of the dwarfs, as Dunba kept explaining. There were so many blacksmith masters living in one place, and they would never leave. They dedicated their lives to forgery. Abel also saw the Goff family's blacksmith guild, and he finally realized why they were always labeled as a trading family. Compared to the trading city of the dwarf, this place was what made those weapons that were like no others. This place had the most advanced forgery technology in the Holy Continent. It was a blacksmith city of blacksmiths, a city of forgery, and everything was built for it. As Abel and Dunba walked along, a stone castle emerged. It was not huge as the others. In fact, it was a little small for Abel's 2 meters tall body. But it was more suitable for the dwarfs. 2 10 meters tall, fully formed, war puppets stood on both sides of the castle gate. If there weren't powerful energy waves running through them, they almost looked like statues. These are war puppets. It's too bad we do not have enough energy to run them even though we can make them. These are the only 2 we've kept. Dunba saw Abel was paying attention to the puppets, so he helplessly explained. The ones Abel got were a miniature version of these war puppets. Just think about how scary the ones Abel had were. You could guess how powerful the original ones were. Abel did not spend too much time looking at it. He had enough power on hand. Although those big war puppets might be powerful, they were too inconvenient. They walked into the castle, and Dunba led Abel to a lounge room. A servant dwarf brought forward a glass of water spirit fruit juice. It looked like everyone in the Holy Continent had found out that he loved juice. Dunba picked up a glass of Grandmaster wine and took a big sniff. Afterward, he poured half of it down his throat. Ugh. He let out a long, relaxing breath and said to Abel, Abel Majesty, I've started drinking your wine when I went into retreat. Now I can't drink anything else. Everything tastes like wax compared to your wine. Thanks for the compliment. Abel took a sip of juice and smiled. I heard that little bastard Bernie said that you had decreased a big chunk of your master wine and grandmaster wine production. Is it because the dwarfs are not treating you well enough? Dunba continued. He then put down his glass and said in a grounded tone, Please don't decrease the wine production. If you need anything, just ask. As long as the dwarfs can provide, I can make the decision to give it all to you. Abel finally knew the reason Dunba, the king of the dwarfs, had invited him. They wanted to make more trades, but Abel had no choice as well. The kingdom of St. Ellis was already undergoing a big food shortage. He was already making more wine than he should. The wine took a lot of food to make, and he couldn't find any pre-made ingredients for wine in the Holy Continent. Even normal wine was nowhere to be found. Master wine was made from the combination of 3 normal wines, so you could just guess how much food that would take. Grandmaster wines were even more concentrated, so making wine would deeply impact his kingdom's food supply. The dwarfs were not going to die without wine anyway, so that's why Abel had said that to Bernie. He didn't expect that the dwarfs really couldn't live without his wine. Even King Dunba had asked him personally, so he could no longer reject. Dunba Majesty, the kingdom of St. Ellis has a big food shortage. We no longer have enough to supply everyone, so I had to decrease the wine production. Abel rubbed his hands together and said helplessly. Dunba also knew about the food shortage. The way to resolve this was to give the food necessary to Abel, but they did not have enough to spare as well. Abel Majesty, is there really no other way? Dunba added. Abel was a little hesitant. If he really rejected Dunba, his relationship with the dwarfs would be affected. He could not reject, but where could he find extra food? Suddenly, he thought about that island in the ocean. There were basically unlimited amounts of fish there, so. Dunba Majesty, if you can send someone to fish around the Titan Palace, I can exchange Master Wine and Grandmaster Wine with the fish. Abel smiled. Catching fish is no problem. But is fish in the ocean eatable? Dunba asked with confusion. Eating fish from the ocean was not common in the Holy Continent, so Dunba was confused by Abel's suggestion. Of course you can. Maybe catch some fish first and I'll have a look. If it's okay, then we'll continue with the transaction. Abel was confident in his decision. Okay, Majesty Abel. If fish from the ocean is edible, it will not only resolve the problem of wine, it can also make the food inventory of the dwarfs even more wealthy. Dunba began to laugh loudly. Food was in front of them all along, and they didn't realize. Most of the dwarfs who went to the Titan Palace were elites, and a food shortage would not affect the elites no matter how serious it was. All of a sudden, all kinds of ocean fish emerged from St. Ellis's kingdom in food shortage. A lot of people thought the kingdom had sent ships out to the ocean, but they were all traded with the dwarfs. Ever since the dwarfs had a piece of land in the ocean, they began to harvest their resources. The minerals and spiritual beasts from the ocean had opened up a new path for the dwarfs. The fishing process was also very smooth with the technology of the dwarfs, making fishing gears like a walk in a park. The amount of fish they had traded with Abel was scary. But since the dwarfs had a base in the ocean, with seemingly endless amounts of fish, that number barely even made any change. The supply of fish had eased the food problem in the kingdom of St. Ellis. Abel never thought a simple help of hand with the dwarfs could do so much good to his kingdom. The civilians were getting used to eating fish. With the nobles taking the lead and their hunger at play, the fishy smell of fish was starting to taste good. In no time, fish was being served at every meal.